fully be functional. Yeah, I mean what was it called? Yeah, factual, fully factual. Yeah, that's what I was trying to look for. That they have a tiny bit of doubt sometimes.
Why
That's
would
the only.
you? Well, I mean,
Yeah, it's kind of a bad idea here because when I say the Earth is flat, there is nothing I am more sure of that I've ever said in my whole life than that.
Oh no, no, I
That would be
mean,
the
by doubt,
maximum.
I don't mean doubt in the sense that you're constantly doubting. I'm saying in the sense that how's it called? Like the ball strike thing you said, right?
Yeah,
Like someone throws something at you and then you begin to question it. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
yeah.
That's that type of stuff. Not
Well, here
doubt by yourself.
let me get here. I did a write up for this, if I may. If you do, you have to go. Or do you got a
Yeah.
second?
I've got like a second. Yeah.
Rolled up for the possibilities here. Here's the thought, or here's the pitch. The pitch is the Earth is observed as flat and stationary. The Earth is measured as flat and stationary. The Earth is used flat and stationary, or practically used flat and stationary. So the results are, A, the Earth is flat, matches all observations and measurements. B, the Earth is a globe, but presents as flat. This is what the experts in the globe say. It's really big. It's so big, it's flat. Or C, the Earth is a globe, but proving it is not possible. Therefore, a belief system. This is what Vsauce on YouTube had said after he researched flat Earth for like 7 years or something like that. He doesn't know it. He can't know anything. He can only know that it is a globe, but he can't prove it. It's impossible to prove that. So, or you got B, the Earth is a globe, presents as a globe, but no one cares about that. They actually caring over the disagreement. This explains the anti-flat earther. So they think the Earth is a globe, and it presents as a globe, and it's provable, but they don't care about the globe at all. They don't care about using explanations that the globe has. They don't care about rebuilding the model from scratch. All they really care about is that somebody's wrong on the internet.
Okay.
And then finally, letter E. This goes back to the creation of the heliocentric models. None have any answers. They're all wrong and only speak from the agenda-driven worldview. This was Newton and Copernicus. They were speaking from a Catholic Church indoctrination, a creation myth, effectively, Big Bang cosmology. They were pushing a Catholic Church worldview agenda.
Okay.
So which one of those do you think you fit into? Which result would that be? If you were to pick.
I'm not. I think that it'd be more like a sub thing in the. No, it's like E, but in the sense
pick the best answer.
we don't know. No, E, but we don't know who's wrong. That's the thing.
Yeah, all are wrong. Everyone's wrong. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was kind of thinking where you were coming from. Like that's why I wanted to post this. Cause I thought, especially with the analogy with baseball, you would say ball, 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 strike. You said that was definitely inside the playfield. That last one.
Wait, can I ask something that just came up to me? Have you guys ever researched? I mean, it's a very common and very well known practical or experiment. The what's it called? The alpha particle scattering experiment.
No, radiation, like with alpha particles.
Oh no! The thing with the gold foil. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, that has to do with radiation.
No. Gold foil. Have you ever heard of that? In the sense that the alpha particle itself. Yes, it is it's a decay. It's like a particle that comes from decay, right? Radioactive decay.
Radioactive decay.
However, the main idea is that the particle was made to possibly predict the shape of an atom. That's not predict, no, to show, because before that, there was something called, have you ever heard of the plum pudding model?
Yeah, where it's like you got the pudding with all the different plums inside the suspension, which is the pudding.
The electrons, the plums are the electrons, and the pudding itself is the positive force. Yeah, the positive charge. Well, that was the thing is based on that. Logically, do you want me to explain the practicals? Because I think you might like it. How
Yeah,
it
go
sounds.
ahead.
So originally, Rutherford, this guy, right, and some colleagues, right. He's the main guy known for it. Sad that the other guys aren't truly known for it as well. Um, Basically, the thing is they were trying to possibly disprove or prove the idea of the plum pudding model, which was that the atom is what was it called? The atom was it's called whatever plum pudding in that sense. They didn't know what it was, right? So all they did, they first got a radioactive source in the a radioisotope. That's what it's called. It's a radioactive isotope, right? And they let it, and this source basically produced alpha particles, like decayed into them, and these alpha particles would be aimed at a gold foil. It was thin enough that it was like I think about like a couple atoms thick, right? Very very thin, incredibly thin. And the idea was that if it was true, if the atom was like in the plum pudding model, right? These alpha particles should always get deflected or reflected by the gold foil, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Because
Yeah,
these particles, logically speaking, if these particles are positive, the alpha particles, and they're not necessarily positive, but whatever. If these are necessarily positive and the foil itself is positive and has no gaps, technically, almost no gaps, because the alpha particle is too big to fit through these gaps, it should logically always bounce off, right?
Well, say that again.
Yes, pure rigor, yes, light bounces, but we're not talking about light. We're talking about alpha particles. Those are helium nuclei. They're actual atoms themselves.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that it would imprint onto the gold.
No, not imprint generally. It should just literally bounce off because it doesn't have enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like, imagine if I throw a ball at a wall, it should just bounce off, shouldn't it? It shouldn't go through. Right?
Yeah, it wouldn't stick
it wouldn't stick into the wall and it wouldn't go straight through it. Well, they observed that the alpha particles would deflect sometimes, would either directly get reflected back, would refract in some sense, not like literally refract, but in the sense that they will bend. Once they went through the other side of the gold foil, they'll slightly deviate. They wouldn't go straight through, or they would go straight through. These were the three things that happened, right?
Yeah. Looking at it right now, so yeah, it would deflect, it would reflect, or just go straight through.
Yeah, and the thing is, they noticed based on the angles, right, that there was basically a mass in the middle. Based on these observations, they got this overall. The reason why someone threw and was deviated was because there was a positive charge in the middle. A mass of positive charge in the middle. Hence, the alpha particle was, even though it passed by it, right, it would still be pushed because of the repulsive force. Like, you can't have positive with positive, right?
Yeah.
That's true, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then, it being reflected straight back was because basically some of the particles, right, due to so many being shot right at it, some of them would go straight for the nucleus, right? They would go straight for the nucleus, straight for the mass, and then it would just get reflected right back. It wouldn't go through. It would just bounce off, right?
Yeah, and like a perfect bounce. Like
yes, exactly. It wouldn't. Just gonna say something. Atoms don't actually collide ever. It's just the repulsive forces and for pushing them away. Does kind of make sense? There is no.
Oh yeah. They never actually touch. They just.
Yeah, there is no collision in this reality technically. The thing is, then the other one was that they just go straight through, no reflection, no like diversion at all, right? That's when they're on. Yeah, that's when they're not close enough to the nucleus that they get divergent, right? But they are still going through the atom. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah. So
they're like passing by.
They miss completely.
Yeah, and they just go straight through.
This man sounds like he understands why gas pressure requires a physical boundary layer. Just saying.
Yeah. He's been pretty good. Like, he came in here a little hot, a little bothered, but once he realized that It's more of
No,
a
I
rational
literally do
conversation.
it. I literally do it. I do physics. I do tons of test papers, like exams and stuff, right? On this stuff, like, so
I don't doubt it for a second. I really think you're highly educated in this field. So hats off to you.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
also
thank you.
tell that too. That educated people don't like. You see, a lot of times we get people come in here, and the first thing they say, "I've got X, Y, and Z degrees. You should listen to me." Smart
Okay.
people don't have to tell you they're smart. It's obvious. Educated people don't have to tell you they're educated. It's obvious. Going to college is a transformational experience. Like, you really learn about how to articulate yourself, how to conduct yourself, how to present arguments. So yeah, I could definitely, just like Amish is saying, that it's clearly you've got some academic experience. Clearly.
Yeah, thank you. So as we were going on, right? The thing is, there was, I think, about 2 or 3. Yeah, the main assumption, right, was that an atom, right, has electrons has a positive mass in the middle with electrons floating around, because the negative charge, its neutral charge, would have to be explained in some way or another, right? It would have to have shells. Do you know what I mean? Like shells, in the sense that the atom has got electrons just going around it. Right? Not in the way you see in videos or cartoons or visualizations. It's so random that you can't really predict it. Okay?
Yeah. But this concept is just a mathematical model, right?
Yeah. No, not
Yeah.
really. It's based on observation. Like, you could say to some degree, like, we use tools. You know what I mean? You could say we use tools to kind of measure it, right?
Yeah, I mean, right. Like a great tool is like using spherical trigonometry, right?
Yeah. So, the thing is, atoms aren't like perfectly spherical, are they? They're literally just
Right. You learn that later. You got like two foci points, and that messes things up. It's not nice and neat. I got you, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
So so all I wanted, you're wondering, how does this connect to flat Earth, right? Right? How does it connect to the globe theory? Sorry that I'm saying this, right?
Yeah. No, I hear you. I mean, I understand how it
would-
connects.
Atoms,
The model.
atoms,
Yeah, the
atoms
model, the
would,
heliocentric
atoms
model.
would, yeah, atoms wouldn't be able to form without a force that pulls them inwards.
Yeah, but
Pulls
there's
them
no
from
there's no
atomic
there's no
particles.
gravity model. There's no like molecular model of gravity.
No,
gravitational
the
model.
main idea. Sorry that I'm saying this. I know it's an idea, meaning there isn't like it's like, Newton's theory of gravitation, that thing, right? It isn't
Yeah,
like.
which Newton disavowed because it was absurd, right?
Oh, no. He didn't do it exactly. It's more like it was incomplete. Does that make sense? It was incomplete. It's still used today. I'm not joking. It's still used today.
I know.
Sure, you deny it, but the idea is that
I don't
it's still
deny
used
that it's
today.
used. It's still
Einstein-
wrong though.
The idea is that Einstein completed it. That's what he did to some degree. There is still a lot of missing stuff, but that's it.
Einstein contradicted it, right? And then quantum mechanics debunked Einstein's original, like the metric tensor.
Yeah. But the main idea, right, is that every mass, right, has a gravitational pull. The only the main thing is that if it's
That
insignificant,
has not been
to the
established ever. That is an
Oh, yeah.
assertion, and we're looking for a measurement of
you're
that,
right,
right?
yeah,
We're
it
looking
is.
for proof, the cause and effect relationship of
Unfortunately,
that.
yes, I know it is an assertion. However, what can I do? I'm just someone who's trying to learn. You get me? The main idea, right? Like I'm saying, right? You don't need to believe it. Is that the mass has got every mass in this universe has to have a gravitational pull. Otherwise, this model wouldn't work in some sense, right? You're right. It wouldn't work to some degree. If this model were true, the thing is, atoms kind of show that the model has to be true to some point, because if let's say there's like goop, like just like a mess of quarks, subatomic particles, and stuff like that, how would they just come together in these specific fashions? How do these atoms know what they want? They don't know what they want. I'm not saying like they have opinions, duh. But I'm saying, how do they know what a stable energy level is and what isn't? Because
that's kind of like anthropomorphizing.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not saying. That's why I said I'm not. I'm trying to not do it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the laws of the universe have to kind of have some rule, don't they?
Sure, but where's gravitation? Like, there's no graviton.
The thing is, you're right. Gravitons are a theoretical thing still. Like we're still trying to find it. However, that's the thing. It probably is so hidden, or maybe it doesn't exist at all. We don't know, right? We might
We
just be
don't-
bending space time.
We have direct contradictions of mass attracting mass in nature with the kinetic molecular the kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior, for example.
Yeah. No, the main explanation for that, which, yeah, you're right, you can kind of contradict by yourself, right? You yourself can kind of contradict. Wait, what?
There's no gravitation in kinetic molecular theory, and gas molecules behave as if gravity doesn't even exist.
It doesn't work at this level because our gravitational fields, we could say based on the theory, right? Our gravitational fields are so insignificant compared to the Earth. They are basically.
Do you mind if we take a deep breath and pause? Because I know where you're coming from. Because the scales that we're observing here are not applicable to the scales of the cosmos. So this is a logical problem, right? This is a circular reasoning problem, and it's a reification fallacy. How do you know that the cosmos is trillions and trillions and trillions of light years across? How do you know that the star Polaris is 476 light years away?
Do you want me to tell you something that an actual scientist would say? And the thing is, I'm going to say this, that a lot of scientists, very well-known ones, have been to some degree God believers. I'm going to say this, right?
I know. My point is, listen, that they're model fitting to fit a philosophical cosmology. Yeah. I got to go, guys.
Oh, sorry. The main... you're still listening, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
The main idea is that most of our measurements of the universe, right? We actually don't know the size of the universe. I'm gonna admit that straight through. Like, not even gonna say, oh, it's about this much, right? We don't truly know it. We will never know it. That's the sad truth, isn't it? The reason why we know the observable universe is because that's the only point where we know, like, that's the only light that has reached us so far, right? Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
That's the only light, and the only reason why we say the Big Bang and stuff. The Big Bang is still a theory. Yes, we have kind of like very, very mech proof, but like, the microwave, like the background radiator. What was it called? That image. Have you seen that image? It's like detected radiation from this single point, or like in time over. Like the idea is that
actually puts the observer in the center of the known universe.
Yeah. And that's another assumption of the universe. Have you heard of the thing called the world is the universe is assumed to be isotropic? Do you know what isotropic means?
Yeah, I do. It's the same, but it's not. But there is structure.
Oh, no. Isotropic. I'm just gonna give the exact definition. Yours is kind of like 50% right.
I'm being brief.
Yeah. Isotropic means it's the same from every. It can be observed as the same from any angle, any point. That's why whenever you say, you wonder, wait, you'll say, like, people say that, the light from the Big Bang to us, to the Earth. Why does it have to be specifically the Earth? Well, it isn't specifically the Earth; it's everywhere. That's why it's isotropic. Does that kind of make sense to some degree? Wait, who's melting down? You wanna take over, maybe? Instead of just saying that, can you please?
I didn't hear anyone. Did someone talk?
Oh no, Crit, look in chat. The flat Earth. He said he's pinging you and saying I'm melting down. He can't take over. Yeah, that's how I feel sometimes as well. You know that. It isn't.
I'm melting down.
Oh no, not you. Look at. Do you see the chat? Do you see the?
Yeah, sometimes we get a lot of tech skanks in here who try to shut the conversation down. Their shtick is that flat earthers are irrational, illogical people. You can't talk to them, but they come in here day in, day out trying to talk. So it gives this contradictory worldview.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could say both sides are irrational.
Shut the conversation down, and they do so by this very sort of text skanking. They feel.
I don't know why you have to be saying it through text and hurt me like this. I'm trying to sorry that I'm extending it so much. It's because you asked me like how I wanted to like get to a point. Like I can't just immediately tell you, oh, it's because of this, because you want to know where we started. Like when you want to know the whole truth.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
like,
Hold on
not
a
the whole
second. Let me
truth.
tab in
Not
to
the whole
see what you're
truth.
talking about. I generally try to ignore the text chat because of how basically it's useless. It's generally useless. We try to maintain, because we live stream on YouTube, and we wanted the text chat to mirror the conversation, but it's just impossible with these anti-flat Earth globalists around. They just will fill the text chat with other garbage, just straight inane garbage. And it gets to the point where
You could say it's both sides. It doesn't really matter.
It just gets to the point where it's useless. They've made the text chat useless, but they can't do it with the voice chat. So what happens? The text chat gets purged anyway. So they can just sit there and slam their keyboard and type all they want. Just sit there and pretend. But as long as they don't post anything TOS, we generally just let it go.
Makes sense.
But if they go too much, if they start like dominating the text chat, then we got an option to text suppress them.
Okay, makes sense.
So yeah, give me a second. I'm doing something on a different screen, so I have to.
Oh, it's fine. I'm gonna wait.
So I'll check out to see what they're up to, and if it's overboard and they're basically throwing accusations and stuff, then yeah, we can bounce them out of here. But yeah, for the most part, just ignore it for right now and just continue the conversation.
So we got my bad for like. So it's because I am very enthusiastic about it.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, it's interesting because you want to be fully involved, fully immersive. So a lot of people when they're here too, they're playing a video game or something like that. Like.
Yeah, you're right. No, the thing is, it's that people were like. The thing is, before like giving a point to someone, right? You have to also go to like the deeper parts, don't you? You can't just straight up tell someone it's because of this. That's why I love to tell someone first of what has been theorized so far, right? About cosmic inflation and stuff like that. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So before we get to the idea, like what he asked, how do we know the distance of the universe? That's the sad truth is that we don't know because the limit is the speed of light, isn't it? So what we've only known so far is the observable universe, like I said. And we can kind of estimate the distance based on this. Look in chat, if you can.
Yeah, I'm getting there right now.
This is an equation that follows something called Hubble's law. You don't need to believe in it. Just gonna say it again, right? It's the idea that have you ever heard that the Doppler effect? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah. Basically, the Doppler effect is very interesting because it's demonstrated with the way sirens work.
Yes, you're right. The main idea is that based on the wavelength that we receive from galaxies, right? We can kind of theorize or like state that galaxies are moving away from us, away from us, not specifically us, but because like I said, this is where the isotropic part connects. That everything is.
Have you ever looked at Polaris? Polaris has both. Yeah, they're confused. Where that concept of this is why the heliocentric model is kind of hot garbage, because they'll tell you that they can tell the Doppler effect, which stars are moving towards you and which stars are moving closer away.
We just observe it from like
red and blue
waves coming up. And the thing
what do you observe with Polaris? If they follow that logic, what is Polaris doing?
Let me see. Let me make sure if I got the right understanding of Polaris. Okay.
Oh yeah, no problem.
So it says Polaris, the North Star, right?
Yeah.
Is a Cepheid variable star, right? Meaning its brightness changes in regular patterns and its pulsation period is linked to its luminosity. Hubble's law, on the other hand, describes the expansion of the universe, stating that the galaxies whilst Polaris isn't directly affected by Hubble's law, right? The Hubble Space Telescope is just a telescope, right? That's it. It has been used to study Polaris and its companion stars, including measuring the distance to Polaris B, which helps refine the Cepheid period luminosity relationship. Well, that's the thing. So the Hubble's law, right? It does not deny Polaris in any way. It does not deny anything that it
Well, no, not denying it. It breaks the mold because when you talk to somebody who's just a normie, someone who just thinks that the Earth is a globe, you ask them, "Is Polaris a star?" They're like, "Yeah." One star? They're like, "Well, yeah." Could it be 2 stars? Well, yeah. 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, 100 stars. See, at some point they lose the plot.
A variable. Polaris, right? The thing is, it isn't exactly 1 star. You could describe it. The thing is,
it's 3.
We don't exactly if it's 1 star, 2 star, 3 star. It by definition, Polaris, right? It's just a variable star, which means it's like a star whose brightness changes. And the thing is, based on like the information that the Hubble telescope has kind of picked up so far, is that things move in front of it that change its luminosity, right? Based in some sense. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, that they've got this concept where not everything follows these observations or these rules that they came up with.
Oh no! They still follow Hubble's law perfectly. It's just that that you could describe them as their own system. Have you ever heard of what was it called? Have you ever heard of 2 stars? Like what happens when 2 stars are almost exactly the same mass? They don't have to be in equal mass. Is impossible in this universe because equality is impossible, right? There exists something called a continuous value. Have you heard of those? You know what continuous values are?
Yeah, like where everything in the universe is already here. There's nothing being created nor destroyed.
Oh no! Continuous means the continuous in the value measurement sense means that if I say 1.0, that doesn't mean specifically 1.0. It could mean I could be referring. Oh no, when I say 1, when something has the value mass of 1, it could actually be having the mass of 1.00000, like to a very small degree. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like it's infinite. The thing is, our measuring tools are only discrete. We make values like centimeters and stuff. So technically, two perfectly identical things are to some point impossible. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, because everything's unique. I like that concept too because it tells you like in the solar system, like people say, "Oh, do you think you're a special snowflake?" Well, yeah. Inside the heliocentric model, I am unique. I am a special snowflake. There will never be another me. Yeah, that's all there is.
Okay, so then we have that thing I was talking about. 2 stars, right? 2 stars, like they have, let's say, equal mass by theory, but they of course have very tiny deviations, right? These stars will, because due to them based on the gravitational theory. Sorry that I'm pushing this onto you, okay?
No, I got you. I know some of them. I'm trying to always tie it back into the the Earth. You know, like.
Yeah. The main idea is that because of gravitational pull, all the force, all the mass will happen to, because of them being diametrically opposite to each other, right? The mass, the center of mass will act in the middle focus of, the middle focus where they will start orbiting a point. This could kind of explain Polaris, but I'm not. I could research it. I might be wrong, right? Yeah, I have read about these stars, like how they work. These are just dual star systems. They're weird. Oh wait, what? A homogeneous universe of constant mass and increasing rate. I'm just reading something in the chat, by the way, Crit.
Okay.
An increasing radius accounting for the radial velocity of radial velocity. Can you explain that? Wait, sorry, I didn't understand the second part. I know homogeneous. That means that the homogeneous idea is that all mass in the universe is uniformly distributed, no matter what. That's the main assumption of this stuff. But yeah, how do I say your name? Who's this guy at the bottom of the chat? How do I say him?
Yeah, I tabbed out again. I looked in the chat. I didn't see anything where anyone was calling you out. Like there was no tags or anything.
It's sporadic. That he's chill.
Oh, yeah, that's Amish. Yeah, you can talk to. Yeah, if Amish can't talk, he can type. You can engage back and forth with him in VC and TC.
You mean this guy Aether Gress?
Oh no, Ethergrass, that's a different person.
Yeah. No, sporadic is different. Yeah, but Ethergrass.
Yeah.
A homogeneous universe of constant mass and increasing radius. Well, the universe doesn't have a radius, does it? That's an assumption, isn't it?
My question is, have you read that? That's the title.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I haven't read the paper itself, but I know about a homogeneous universe. Yes, that's the main thing that has to be that I follow, not follow in terms of belief, but I mean like I've been taught in school to for our understanding of the universe. Because yeah, it isn't like factual to some degree, but it does explain a couple things. Like it is just sadly, it is for convenience. I do agree, to some extent. But yeah, I haven't read the paper itself. Yeah. But yeah, back to that thing, Chris. It does the thing is, these systems, because the stars now, because in this orbit, right, they act as actually a single mass now. They still follow the idea of Hubble's law. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, I got you. You said they kind of follow it, which is what my point was too.
Yeah, like
It's more of a guideline. You like that meme from what was it, Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yeah.
They're not so much rules as they are guidelines, like musings.
Yeah, you could say the thing is at the end. Like I'm gonna just end off things because I think if I drag this on, right, it would be kind of silly, right? I was just trying to answer Sporadic's question. How do we know the size of the universe? Like like I explained, we don't, and Hubble's law is kind of proof of that, and the idea of speed of light, right? But all I'm gonna say is that we're people, and at the end of the day, we won't know the truth of a lot of things. I'm just trying to understand some truth, but yes, at the end of the day, it's all theories. It's all gobbledygook stuff, isn't it, Crit?
Yeah, which is why they got all these different heliocentric models that sometimes contradict each other.
They do. You're right about that. But the thing is,
in a large way, like if you were to say all the models, right? Like you've rejected 3000, I've rejected 3001.
Yeah,
we're really not that far apart.
Yeah. Can I also? Would you agree that generally it isn't always about knowing what's right in terms of like if it's a flat Earth or globe Earth? I'm just not gonna care at this point, right? It's more about what fascinates you more in this life that you experience, to some degree. Like Crit, at the end of the day, does it truly affect you? Will it cause you harm? No, I mean not.
Yeah,
I mean like
because like what we're looking at here is an extinction level event. It's just looming. It's right around the corner.
It's an extinction level, but sure, this might sound selfish, but does it affect your current life? It does sound very egotistical or selfish. Sorry for saying it. Yeah, there are people who want to be selfless and stuff, but does it affect you right now? Right?
Yeah, it does, because what you do is like knowing the truth about what this world is like.
Yeah, no, you
get to set the goals you want for your life.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, you like kind of like this concept where you have to rage against the dying of the light. You don't have to. It's all over already. It's all over. We're all we can do now is document the downfall. We're here to bear witness. That was your purpose. God put you here right now, right here at this time, to bear witness. You're here
for whatever I was put
dude.
I just wanted to
bear witness. And in the meantime, we got some time before the downfall happens, so you can find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate. So it's kind of like, hey, you're at the perfect moment where you get to watch a train wreck crash from a distance, hopefully, that you're not in the middle of it, and you've got some sort of safety and security, and you've got prepped and you're prepared and whatnot. So that's why it matters, because on a Globetard, they would have offered something better by now. Somehow, some way, logic and reason would have prevailed. But it hasn't. It hasn't prevailed. And what's even more interesting is these spacefaring nations are the ones who are driving humanity off the cliff. They're the ones that are threatening mutually assured destruction, MAD, they call it, MAD,
Yeah.
if they don't get their geopolitical positioning. So their thing is, unless they get their way, they are willing and able to destroy all life in the known universe. So what you do in the meantime is you watch people who have raised the alarm bells. Like the nuclear regulatory body has a doomsday clock, and they slowly are clicking it ever closer to midnight. So you get to watch. You'd be like, hey, people. Well, basically, one last thing. Einstein said it best. He wrote a letter to Truman and said, if you do this, if you drop that bomb on Japan, you will. No doubt about it. Absolutely. 100%. You will end the war. It's over. You won. The war is over. 100%. Right?
It was over. Yeah.
It's done. But what will happen after that is it will spark a arms race.
Yeah, I already know that. Yeah.
Okay. I know. Let me get it out though, because maybe the listeners don't know it.
Oh. Yeah.
It will spark an arms race, a World War III, that will be fought with weapons. He said, I cannot even imagine what they are. These weapons will be so devastating, so destructive. They are beyond imagination. And then World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Right now, we're in the early sort of like the late, early, or like early mid part of World War III. We got the cyber warfare going on, drones. You got all these, terrorism, these brutal concepts that Einstein could not even imagine.
I mean, you could imagine automatons and stuff like that. Automatons being robots, right? And drones and stuff like that. But everything else, yeah, you couldn't imagine, yeah. Like, honestly, who hasn't thought of, like, making an automaton back in the day and just putting a gun on it? That people have definitely thought of that, haven't they?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've got that all over sci-fi, going back, long time.
But,
yeah.
Bro, over fences, we're literally just talking about random stuff. We're not... I don't know... You like listening, but I don't see you, like, adding on...
Well, no, we also are in... Just for the people here, we are in Speculation Sunday, mind you. So I know this is... normally, just so you know that a lot of times we try to state the really is level, because people get kind of, I wouldn't say upset when people speculate, but it makes them kind of frustrated when things are being speculated. Like, people really want to talk about objective, testable reality. So we do that Monday through Saturday, and on Sunday we let our hair down a little bit and kind of kick our feet up and relax. So right now, I know some people, it takes a little bit to get into the mode, but we are right in the middle of Speculation Sunday.
Wait, what was that thing? Sorry, I think I didn't answer his Polaris question correctly. My bad. He said, right? How do we know that Polaris is where they say it is? Well, sadly, you're right. We don't. Like, we literally don't. Crit, you would agree as well. It's because we, with our human eyes, cannot really observe it, can we? And we challenge the method of the measurement. So, okay, so... the only thing that has been used so far was have you ever heard of parsecs?
Yeah, like a unit of measure for space.
Yeah, parsecs. Yeah. A parsec is defined as the distance that is due to, like, how's it called?
Yeah, the sun all the way to the edge of the heliopause. Basically,
yeah,
a solar
due to an astronomical. Yeah. Due to an astronomical unit subtending meaning stretching, right?
Yeah,
stretching
out.
An angle. An angle of 1 arc second.
Yeah, so an astronomical unit is from the sun to the Earth.
Yeah.
And then a parsec would be the sun all the way to the edge, the final edge of the solar system.
I mean, yeah, yeah, you're right.
It's like a sci-fi.
Parsec is literally just the. No, you're right. Yeah,
it's like a sci-fi measurement to give, like, how far do you have to go? It's a number of parsecs.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't sci-fi. It is actually used.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been used in sci-fi extensively. 'Cause
Oh yeah, you mean
no
it's
one
been
here,
mentioned and stuff? Yeah.
no one in Earth has ever. There's nothing Earthbound that's ever broken 1 parsec even.
Yeah, no,
You
you're
guys say
very
that
right about that.
Voyager's getting close to getting to just 1 parsec away, and that was launched 50 years ago.
You're right. Yeah.
So yeah, so based off human technology, right now, it would take at least if it passed the threshold today.
That's why we call it parsecs, because at some point the values are so large that we really can't. There's no point in putting them in 10 to the power of 600,000. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, it's kind of like that middle ground between an astronomical unit, then a parsec, and then a light year. It's like that in between spot.
Yeah. So overall, the thing is, we know the distance from here to Polaris by an estimate. That's the thing. We will never know that because, like we said, a lot of things the physics has is alleged. Would you agree, Crit? That a lot of things is alleged. A lot of things are alleged. Even Half-Life is alleged to some degree. For like a lot of things, the idea that the chances of, like, let's say, Crit, you know, like there's let's say you have a radioisotope, right? I'm giving an example. You have a radioisotope.
gotcha.
You know what? I think I've explained what a radioisotope is. A radioactive substance, whatever.
Yeah, I gotcha.
You know what half-life is, right?
Yeah, it's like the amount of time it takes for radioactivity to get to half of its value.
You're right. Yes, it can also be. It's generally the count, the activity, or the amount of the substance, right? Of that substance. Yeah, left. Well, the thing is, based on calculation, there's a chance, right? That there's no chance that what was it called? There's practically no chance that none of them are gonna decay in half of that time. In that time, does that kind of say but the thing is, it's been shown that there's a biologic and quantum physics or whatever, right? So there is once somewhere in the universe or even here, it unknowingly has happened in a large substance that none of them have decayed, even though by calculations they should have decayed. Hence, a lot of things are alleged. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like, is that a decent example in the sense that a lot of the things, calculations, are technically alleged? I'm not saying they are factual proof to some point, but they are pretty useful, right? So that's why parsecs aren't. They're always estimations or approximations, aren't they? They are just we don't know this.
Yeah,
I cannot take a cosmic I can't take a cosmic ruler, can I?
Yeah, that's why you kind of like when they do like carbon dating, it gives you a range. This thing is 10,000 to 1 minute year old, somewhere in there.
Also, Crit, there's this guy, I don't know, Aethergress, that is kind of like mocking me in chat, saying, what was his guesstimation? 3,000 plus minus miles?
Oh,
well,
no,
I mean,
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about something else. I was talking about something Matthew Learns and Flat Earth Professor Dude or whatever they did, and it had to do with the distance of the sun. I'm sorry if there was a misunderstanding, but I'm talking about something.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. My bad.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dude and Matthew Learns did a measurement. Geez, this was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So like 3 years ago, where they took angle measurements to the sun, and then did like reciprocal angles and determined which direction could you say? Is that? Oh, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can speak, Aethergress.
No, you said exactly what I was about to ask you about. But you were on point, so you're good. Carry on. Y'all are good.
Okay, so like we said, parsecs are alleged or like the estimations, aren't they? Approximation. So I have no like grounding on that. I'm gonna just state that. You get what I'm trying to say? I have about 50% grounding, but no more, no less. Do you agree? To some point. Like, however, another thing is that Hubble's law, like that thing you said about Polaris and stuff, that Sporadic said, right? Well, the Hubble constant isn't a constant. You know that, right? Crit? You there? Oh. Oh, dang. But Aethergress, you've heard of that. You heard me, right? Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, but he should return soon to be able to respond to you.
Yeah.
I'm doing something else for him.
Yeah, it's fine.
Hey, Wimpy Duck.
Yeah. Hi.
Are you? I got a question. Are you under the impression that we claiming a flat disk floating in outer space or something?
What?
I said,
What'd you say?
are you under the impression that we claiming a flat disk floating in outer space, or a third flat rock from the sun? Are you
I'm
under
not. I'm
that
not.
impression?
I'm not really gonna comment. At the end of the day, I'm being fed information I don't really know, but I like the information. It's fascinating, and I love the formulas. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, man.
Okay. Well, I just want to get it out the way because it kind of sound like you under the impression that we claim a third flat rock from the sun floating out of space, right? So basically, the whole heliocentric model, something that you cannot test, you cannot do any experiment with it. Like we don't believe in that stuff. You know what I mean?
No.
So,
No.
like for example, hold on. So,
Sorry.
for example, earlier we were, I listened a little bit here and there. They were talking about, they were trying to explain to you that basically any long distance observation falsified the globe radius by a lot already over and over again. No matter how hard we look, there's still zero curvature, right? And you kind of concede to that, in a sense, and then you start talking about the
Because
things that you can't verify, which is the out.
Oh, sorry.
Or you having a, you're having a problem like trying to cut people off.
No,
Did you know
sorry.
that?
I thought you were gonna end it there. Sorry, my bad.
No, I was still talking, man. I'm just saying that, right? So so basically, right? We're trying to explain to you. We show you the globe math and all that stuff, long distance observation. You kind of concede to it, right? And then you start talking about the stuff that nobody can verify, even yourself, like the outer space, But what we trying to say is, right, like because you brought up the distant, or the star, the galaxy, all that stuff in the sky. As far you and I know, nobody can verify the distant, what they made of, what kind of mediums they in, and that's why, like, a lot of time, even if you know the information you learn from school or you learn from professor or whatever, nobody can verify none of that information.
Yes, you may speak for this bit. Even though I'm cutting you off, sometimes I need to speak. The other side does have to speak, don't they? Because that was just to answer those things, because I might forget later on what you were saying. You go. I'm sure I don't want to forget. Just make sure. Yeah, you're right. The main issue is that for me is that I cannot disprove you or prove myself in any way, because in the eyes of a lot of people, all of the things that I will mention ever, right, it will be alleged. Even if I do find something, I probably will be incorrect in some way or another, because no human is all knowing. That's what I'm just gonna say, or knows that much to that degree, unless they've done a PhD, which I haven't done yet. I want to do one, possibly. But the thing is, I just brought those up because
honestly, man, there's a difference between credentials and qualifications. Somebody can have the right credentials. They can have the PhD in hand, but still be disqualified.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, no, but
just keep that in mind, though. It's all like earn the PhD if you want to. If that's your thing, do it. But just keep in mind the qualifications are more important than the credentials.
Oh no, you're very right. No, when I say PhD, I mean like physics. Yeah, I mean, astrophysics. It doesn't really, but the thing is, astrophysics wouldn't really be able to prove these kind of things, would they? Would it? Because a lot of the things are alleged. But all I'm gonna say is that anything I say, even if I try very hard, I will always make a misstep, and I won't truly ever be able to disprove you or prove you. Does that kind of answer your question, Kembo? It's not that I'm trying to.
Dude, it's not that I'm trying. No, go ahead. My bad. You were talking to Kembo.
No,
sorry. I digress.
Kembo, you there?
Yeah, but what'd you say? I'm sorry. You said something
Damn.
about you're always going to be what? Misstep or something?
Damn, I wasn't being listened. Okay, I'm just
Can
gonna
you say again?
repeat it. So the idea is that no matter what I give, right, um, it's always gonna be alleged, and I know that, unfortunately, right? You're right. Everyone here is right to some degree. There's a lot of things that are gonna be alleged, and even if I try to find something, I will have to give you every piece of recorded proof and stuff like that, or I will make a very major misstep, or even a small one, which will falsify my claims. Does that kind of make sense? So I'd rather not fight anymore than.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, if we talking about like the measurement of the Earth, right, the direct measurement, the curvature, you know, the spin, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. Like, sure, if you have any direct evidence, right? Like, you know, I don't have no issue talking about that at all. You know,
Yeah.
that's what we're here for. But when you start talking about things that you can't, you know, or verify or measure or test, you know, then
I
it's
did
like,
say. Oh yes, I keep cutting off.
no,
Yes, I know.
I'm
But I did say that it was all alleged. Everything that I said with the parsecs and stuff. Yes, at the end of the day, it is alleged. My bad. You get what I mean?
no, it's cool. No, it's cool. Like, I just need to point out because I think this kind of went on for too long. You know what I mean? And I just want to point that out to you. You know, and maybe you're aware of it already. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying because in the end of the day we can't do nothing about it. So even we start talking about, like, you know, or even the moon, the sun, or whatever, we don't know, or other star, other, you know, so-called galaxy. You know what I mean? We don't know the distance. We don't know what they made of. We don't even know what the story behind it was true or not.
Yeah.
Not even close, right? So, you know what I mean? And that's what we're saying, flat earthers. We're not saying we know everything. We don't know a lot of stuff, right? But we want you, you know, to look at the information. We got some information to share with you. For example, like long distance observation or laser
Yeah, I
test
saw the laser thing.
show
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
zero curvature. I posted in a side chat earlier from Taboo Conspiracy about 28 point something miles. I think somebody also mentioned to you earlier. This is one of the many long distance observation. Even one of the longest, right? One of the longest long distance observation. I believe is over 200 something kilometers. Mount Kanagu, if I say the name correctly. Yep, it shows zero curvature, right? And it falsified the globe radius. Oh man, I thousand% over and over. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
so instead of like the radius of the Earth, it's like 3,959 miles. It go up to like the millions number already, right?
Yeah, you're right.
And the reason why it's like uh when talking about the globe need the radius, right? The distance to the sun, to the moon, to other whatever the star to put rockets, satellite in outer space and all that stuff. They need the globe radius. That's why we asking for the measurement. You know what I mean?
You're right.
And every time we look into this, right? Every time we do the long distance observation, zero curvature, right?
Yeah,
And that's why.
I've seen the video. You're right. You don't really notice curvature. I could mention something that it could possibly give a single small value, right? But I don't think that will really answer anything for you. You get me? Also, Kembo, have you noticed how I'm being like fully fucking mocked in chat?
I'm not looking at the side chat, bro.
Dang, but you can check it.
Look, people gonna say what they're gonna say in there because remember you came in here hot for a while, right?
I did come.
Calm down for a little while, right? And you know, I mean, and I'm not maybe in the beginning or in the, like, you know, in the middle of conversation, here and there, whatever you do felt a little hot, and then you had to jump in, right? So you seem spiral to others. So I would say, if anything, just process the information what we telling you, and don't worry about the people saying in the side chat, because remember they had reason, because they had witnessed you spiral a little bit earlier. You know what I'm saying? So let's be fair. So people are gonna say they're not calling you a retard, they're not calling you any crazy name. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. And I would say to you, you need to focus on the information. You know, and I do want to touch up with something you said that would it change your life? Right? Did you ask something like that earlier?
Oh yeah, I did.
Yep. I mean, maybe it wouldn't. Well, for me, I would say, yeah, it changed. It changed my life. I think for the people that I met, through the flat Earth, I can say, yeah, it changed their lives too, right? Because if the truth is not important to you, I don't know what is, right? And
I mean, what we observe as the truth is what we experience. You're right. Whatever you're experiencing, sure, you have like ground level observations in the sense that it's like in our world, right? Yeah, like in the natural world. However, sometimes the only thing that fascinates me about physics is the fact that we're saying like physics outside or like things that assume things, is of how fascinating it is generally, how interesting it is, how all these formulas connect. Nothing else. I'm not joking. I'm just gonna I believe it, but I'm not really gonna go into astrophysics. I'm not really gonna care about the globe. I'm just gonna go into tech at some point. You get me? So it's whatever.
yeah,
It doesn't
sure,
really
man.
affect.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, my friend.
Yeah.
On that part, all I'm saying, just look into the information if you think it's important to you, and if you don't think it's important to you, man, go about your life,
Yeah.
man. Don't worry about it, But I would say on my part, like, I would say after I became a flat earther, and you know, I would say, yeah, I became a better person in a sense, right? I'm not gullible anymore because in the past I used to be very gullible. I listened to all this mainstream. I listened to the education system, people with the lab coat, government. I was all that. I was NASA fanboy myself, right? And I also thought that flat Earth was the most stupid things ever, right? Um, but one day I checked it out, and yeah, it blew my mind. And what I thought flat Earth was the opposite, and being a man, being a person, I can say, man, I was wrong about flat Earth. So then I learned my lesson, right? So instead of jumping to conclusion or judge the book by its cover, you should look into something, and you should look into the information, right? If you make sense, you take it. If not, at least you learn both sides because you already know the globe side already. And we also came from the globe. I came from the globe. A lot of flat earthers in here, or all of flat earthers in here came from the globe, right? And when we face the flat earth and we look into the information, and we compare it to the globe does not make sense, right? And only, like I said, man, the strongest evidence is one of the strongest would be long distance observation laser test shows zero curvature, right? And yeah, man, so I would say, yeah, if you think it's important, look into it. If not, it's cool, man. Go about your life.
You're right. The thing is, I've been listening about it. Yeah, I need to get both. It's You're right. I need to get like the understanding of both sides at the end of the day, isn't it? Ain't it? And yeah, that's a cool experiment with the laser and seeing that it has no curvature. But I mean, sure. Can I say something that might? Sure, it's alleged again, but I just wanna show what I found. Okay. Like it was way before, but I think who was it? Sporadic didn't want to listen because he kept saying that, but that's an equation you're using, and that Snell's law doesn't apply. I mean, it has been mentioned that it does apply in atmospheric refraction. There are many articles, Science Direct and stuff. Just gonna say this, okay? Okay.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna say this. Okay?
What with the long distance observation?
Yeah, just gonna mention this quick thing. You don't even need to accept it. You can completely deny it, okay? So this thing, if you guys know Snell's law, I'm gonna type it in chat because it's a interesting thing. It's an equation, okay? It's been observed like physically in person, like in glass. Like whenever you like shoot a laser in glass or specific materials, it will bend, won't it? It will bend.
Sure.
So this is one. Yeah, pure ego. To some degree, it is and it isn't. That's why Snell's law originally was it came a long time ago. I'm not answering someone in chat, by the way. Don't mind me. It came a long time ago, and then people just added onto it. You can take it as nonsense. I don't mind that, but it just happened. Yeah. So if we look into it, the thing is, air by itself has approximately refractive index of 1, but its refractive index is more accurately about 1.0003, but it could, I mean 0003, 3 zeros by the way, but it could be way smaller, way higher, whatever. It could have differences, right? It's not exactly accurate, of course.
Wait, so hold on 1 second. So earlier, did anybody show you the Black Swan?
The what?
The Black Swan, the two Ulrichs earlier? Was it
What is the
sporadic?
Black Swan?
Yeah, the two Ulrichs earlier. We call that the Black Swan. Did somebody show it to you earlier?
Wait, I didn't hear. But let me just say the black. Can you repeat it?
The Black Swan.
Yeah,
the Black
what
Swan. We
was
call
it?
the Black Swan.
I think
It's the here. Let me find it. Let me post it real quick. All right.
I mean, it was. I mean, I'm gonna just say that for some reason the equation ended up with a result of 14 degrees. It could be way less or way higher because I don't know the conditions of that lake. I don't know the air of that the conditions of that lake and stuff. So
Well, can somebody post the Black Swan real quick, please? Somebody. I don't have on this device. I just want to know, did somebody show you that? That's why you are claiming Snell's law.
No, I don't. I don't remember it being showed. The knockout below this one. Oh, this one. Observer -1 foot height 1.2. Oh, you're talking about that. The fact that it should be going down in height. That's what you mean. It should be. Are you talking about the thing where like if it's over 10 miles, technically it should go down by 66.7 feet, right? The altitude.
Yeah. But look,
that's
the
what you mean.
argument
Yeah.
is this, right, my friend? The argument is this, right? Well, according to the globe math, right, it would be one with the radius they told us 3,959 miles. 1 foot observer height you can only see about 1.225, right? Anything beyond there it would start to obstruct by this curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you look in this picture right here, right, where would you say the horizon is?
The horizon.
Yeah, the horizon, where the water, the ground, or the sky appear to meet. Where would that be in that particular picture?
In that little picture, I mean, it's like further out. I can't answer it exactly. It's weird.
Yeah, see, the good thing is this, right? We got the two Ulrichs right there, and the two Ulrich is not really important, right? The two Ulrichs, it's just distant marker, right? And the whole argument is about this Black Swan, which is the horizon, and you know, I hear people claim, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, the horizon, right? So then that means that's telling us that it basically falsify the globe radius already. You know what I mean? And this is not a small number. I'm talking about not 5%, 10%, 100 or 500. We're talking about 1,000% further away, right, from what the globe predicted, right? And even okay, so usually I don't hear people claim Snell's law in this, because I guess the Snell's law also need two isotropic mediums, right? Which is
you're right. Yeah, it's more like an extension. The thing we're actually using, it's not exactly Snell's law, but Snell's law is the beginning thing. You get what I mean? It was the beginning, the point where people started looking into that mainly. And then people built onto that and adding on temperature gradients and stuff like that and density. You get what I'm trying to say? So you can continue, yeah.
Yes, I mean, sure, yeah, sure. But I guess, you know, I usually don't hear people claim this. Even people on the globe side, they never use Snell's law. If anything, even the mainstream, they use the atmosphere refraction instead, right? So you are like the first in a very long time who claimed the Snell's law, right? And just like I said, the Snell's law, you need two isotropic mediums, right? Such as I would say water, what else, air, and what's another thing? There's one more thing that I forgot. Yep. So you need two the mediums, right, to claim the Snell's law. but let's say even if we give you the atmosphere refraction, my friend, I don't know if you know that about the atmosphere refraction, which is the radius refraction, right? So basically, I think it's the formula is like 7/6 r, right? You know, you just increasing your radius by 1/6. So you know, with 1 foot observer height is so instead of 1.225, you know, it go up to I believe 1.3, right? But I even give you 1.5 or even 2 miles, right? With that atmosphere refraction, it still falsified the globe radius with this observation, right? And this is one of the many, I would say, 100, even 1,000. You know, people with a high zoom camera or binoculars or something, right? Like even if you invoke these, you know, atmosphere refraction, trying to come up with whatever formula, it doesn't explain our reality because we know that natural physics of water always gonna lay flat on a surface at rest. Water is not curving away from you, right? We use the this place as. I'm sorry.
Technically, the thing is, sorry that I'm gonna say this, right? Sorry that I'm gonna attack anything, whatever you guys believe. No, I mean thinking. Oh my god, why do I keep saying believe? Dang. But overall, I'm gonna say that the way we observe things, the fact that we use eyes or like cameras and stuff, they all suffer due to refraction. I'm gonna say that generally the reason why you see I'm not gonna say it's fully true, but I'm gonna just state it in my view, right? That due to atmospheric refraction, you can basically see the other person on the over fences. Wait, this guy in chat, you're an actual joker. You haven't pulled out anything useful. You only extend on other people's things. That's what I'm gonna say. End of it. You could like add something valuable, but no, you just mock me. You say I'm full of it. I don't know how that's fun. Like,
yeah. So essentially, when we're giving any substance to a claim, we have to know what we're talking about.
I do know. That's the worst part. And then but the thing is, my knowledge is gonna be assumed to be something that is fed to me by the educational system. Hence, it is automatically invalidated by.
No. Yeah, that's one thing, right? Information that's been given to you, it's either substantiated or it's not. And so the research, sir.
No, go ahead, Alpha. I got cut out. I just came back in. Sorry.
Yeah. The researcher is able to validate the information, and it's upon you, the researcher, to know if the information given by anyone, it doesn't matter if it comes from a government or not. Whatever information that's been given to you, you should be able to validate that information or not. And upon investigation, the information doesn't seem to be able to be validated. So that's the problem we're having. It doesn't matter where the information comes from. It only matters if it's able to be substantiated as true or not. Do you understand? That's the difference. You can get information from school. We're not saying that's incorrect to have information coming from an education system. What we're saying is the information needs to be validated. Is it true or not? What you're saying, based upon information you've been given, is true. Is it or not? Have you tested it? Have you validated it? So it doesn't matter where it comes from. It only matters if it can be tested and validated and proven. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Doesn't matter where it comes from. Say it again. Only matters if it can be validated. Got it?
Makes sense. I mean, I can't validate it myself, sadly, because like I said, right, it's stuff other people have tested. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and that's the issue. So once it becomes validated by you, then you could substantiate a claim that other people have said. So that's the reason why testing and verifying something to be true is important. So if you have a rebuttal, you can't say, well, that guy did something about it, and you have no understanding of the methodology. Because if you do, then we could test it. Like, let's just say you knew the method, right? Then you could say, hey, this is the method. You could test this and verify it to see if it's true or not. And if somebody actually achieved that goal of testing and verifying, then we could test and verify for ourselves. So it doesn't need to be believed. It just needs to be done. And once it's done, then we can say, okay, we've did it, and it's exactly how you say. But if it's not able to be done, then it's just hypothetical. They're just ideas. Yeah? So hopefully that sheds some light on the way that you... It's difficult from your position of being told that the Earth is a globe and a lot of the ideas that, what you might think is true. So you can't really respond to say, I disagree with that based on something that I've been told. You have to say, I disagree with that based on it not being true. So if your disagreement is that what we're saying is not true, then you have to have a valid reason why it's not true. As in, how is it not true? Prove to us that what we're saying is illogical or that it's not demonstrated. Either one's fine. That's all we're asking for, man. So that's why the chat has usually filled with people, because most of these people in chat are all about demonstrations. And so hopefully you can see our point. And yeah, we get a lot of people that talk about, what they know and, education and all that stuff, but they're in the way of demonstration, then they never put forward something that we can verify. That's why people in the chat say that you're full of it, because it sounds like you have an idea, but when it comes right down to it, you don't really know if it's true or not.
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, you're right. I need to have physical evidence, possibly, or an actual observation, right? But
yes.
I myself right now, I'm 18. Sure, I'm probably way younger than a lot of you guys, unfortunately. But also fortunately, because I like youth. But
that doesn't matter about age, though, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
it only matters
in the sense that I haven't got. I mean, not that. I mean, in the sense that I haven't gotten a job yet to fund myself to possibly do this stuff myself. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, it does. But the practical things that we're talking about doesn't need for you to have fancy equipment, brother. You don't need to go all out in order to find any of the information that you're talking about. It's just you have to go and experience reality for what it is. Use your senses. Validate things, detect things. Realize that the Earth.
But it's hard to validate my claim without finding a patch of land first, right? Without finding the patch of land, getting some equipment, possibly like a laser. It wouldn't be too expensive, but I'm saying I would need to first expedite to that area, move myself there, get a group of people, have the equipment, then make the observation, whilst also showing every formula, theory, and also the proof of temperature gradient.
Here's the thing. Let's condense it down to a more simpler way to look at this, right? I'll give you an easier way to deal with this, because I think you're putting a lot of things in front of a way to investigate this. So the claim radius of the Earth and what the size of the Earth is supposed to be, there's a predicted amount of curvature horizontally across the surface. So if you're looking straight across the surface of the Earth, then of course there should be a considerable amount of curvature that will block your view from something you cannot see in the distance.
But doesn't light account for it? That's what I'm trying to add these points on for. My idea, right? My idea, sorry, is that that light affects also that the idea is that what we see, what your camera sees, right? I'm gonna also consider the Rayleigh criterion, by the way. Don't worry, Aether Gress in chat. I'm gonna consider it. The main idea is that what you see and what the equipment sees isn't actually what you should be happening, in the sense that if light isn't affected by refraction, what you're saying, what you're saying, we shouldn't be able to see the other. You practically wouldn't be able to see the bottom half of the person. But in my what I've noticed based on this equation, right, on this formula, is that you would be able to see some degree of their, but no, not some degree, almost probably their entire body still, because of the way light bends. Not gonna say anything more, okay? And I need to prove that. I'm not gonna say I need to prove that somehow, but I can't now.
There's a lot of mental gymnastics that are being done in your mind just to adhere to the idea that it could be a globe still, and that we could be wrong, that the Earth is not flat. So you're doing. It seems like to me, you're trying to have a position to say that we are incorrect, and it could probably be something that light scattering, or it's a distorted, or some other method that we're not accounting for, that it could still be a globe. So you're trying to advocate for a position that's untenable, which means that you think that the Earth could still be a globe in some way. What I'm telling you is that everything accounted for, the Earth is still not a globe, the one that you think of. And horizontally across the surface, we've already accounted for all the things that you might think of could be considered as refraction. Because the idea that standard refraction, or the claimed radius value, is already baked into an equation, as the standard refraction would exclaim, has not been able to be proven, because the R value, which is inserted into that equation, is a begging the question fallacy. It's already baked into the equation. But we haven't even substantiated the fact that the Earth's radius is even something that's viable for a inserting into an equation. So you're about 5 degrees removed from reality. That's the reason why everybody's trying to get you in the chat to realize that what you're attempting to do is hold a position that disproves the fact that we're possibly wrong in what we're saying, and the Earth could possibly be a globe. That's just not the case. Because you don't even understand the fact that the Earth being a globe is even viable. So I think that's the problem. You're far removed from reality, so you're trying to give a position where you're saying that we could be mistaken in some way, and the Earth maybe not be flat, that we didn't account for something that you're talking about, and that's just not the case. We've been doing this far too long for us to have a misstep in that way. And you're still young, it might take you some time, but over time you'll realize that there's nothing that needs to be accounted for that we haven't already thought of, or at least put to the test. But you can ask, we can tell you. It's just not a globe, sir. And as much as you want it to be, it will never be that. It's the hard truth. It's the hard truth. The hard truth is you can't come to grips with that, because you think all your life, it's 18 years, they've been telling you that it's this one thing. How can it not be that one thing they're telling you it is? If all of science, if everybody's saying that it is, and one small group of people on the internet consider themselves to be more intelligent than everybody else on Earth, and you're trying to say, like, that just can't, that reality that you see, that perception cannot exist. A group of feeble-minded flat earthers figured it out, that the Earth is not what we've been told. That just can't stand. All of academia is incorrect. All of people that believe space is incorrect. No, I need to have a position to show these flat earthers that I'm going to give them at least a shred of doubt. That doesn't work in here, sir. We understand our position is true because it cannot be thwarted by efforts of, assumptions. Any assumptions that get put to us, we're just going to hand wave dismiss and say, well, you just assume it. You can't prove it. Hand wave dismiss. You have to come with something demonstrably true, validated, falsified, empirical, sir. Yeah.
Wait, I'm listening to it. Yeah.
Sure.
I need to come with actual proof. Also,
Sure.
Mush Kane, you don't need expensive equipment to observe the horizon. Oh, no. When I say expensive equipment for specific things, I mean that other things, like being able, it's not too expensive, but I'm saying enough that I wouldn't really be able to purchase it right now. Also, the fact that I would have to go on a journey. I don't want to go to a beach or whatever, because the beach wouldn't be long enough to possibly observe if, like, in my aspect, a big enough change. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And the thing is, an expensive equipment would be for probably maybe like a drone.
Sir,
maybe a drone.
Do you still believe the Earth is a globe, even after all our conversations? Just
my man, I'm not gonna accept your thought. I'm not gonna accept any thought. That's what I'm gonna say. Like, I wonder.
No,
the thing is,
no. Do you still believe that the Earth is a globe?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, and why do you believe it so strongly that it holds you to that it cannot be anything else but what you think it is?
I can't really answer that because everything I'll say will be assumed to will literally be an assumption.
Right. So I can tell you. It's simple. It's
Not
just
really.
conditioning. Yeah, it is. It's conditioning, sir. You've been
man. The reality can't be that simple ever, man.
Yeah, it's conditioning of the information that you've been told that the Earth is a globe over many years, right? So the many years that you've been alive, most of them have been filled with the idea that the Earth is a globe. Nothing has ever challenged that ever in your life, except for probably moments of internet discussions about the Earth being flat. But you right now think you have a solid position. That's why you are so sure-footed right now that you think there's nothing that we can say possibly that could ever give you a different perspective. So you think that you have some way to say that it is true that the Earth is a globe. But I'm telling you right now, you cannot substantiate it. Even you are saying I'm only having assumptions, which is the reason why you're having trouble trying to figure out how you're going to square this circle. You're trying to think of ways in chat to make it constructive of how you know the Earth's a globe. And sir, you're not going to be able to. It does not exist. It's fantasy. It is complete made up ideas. Has nothing to do with what we see in the physical and natural world. It's all made up. It's a mathematical construct. Those images that you see that they're showing you, live streams about, ISS, live feeds and such like that. This is all just information given to you to just make you think you live on a globe. None of it can be substantiated. Not a single piece of that. You become a believer, sir. And what it is, it's akin to a cult.
Okay, now that's a big fucking stretch. You don't.
It's not a big. It's not a big
belief. Just call it a belief at that point. Don't call it.
No, it's not. It's a cult. It's a cult belief, sir.
Dang.
It's a cult belief. It's a cult belief, and you're in it right now, and you're defending it. You have no proof that it's not a globe. There isn't any proof that you have that you can say, I know it's one. So it's a cult belief, and you adhere to it. You defend it vehemently. You're right now. You're getting upset about it.
No,
because it strikes a nerve. It strikes a nerve that you can't prove it, so you're getting frustrated.
It's just funny how it just jumped from the belief. I will accept that it's a belief, but just straight up saying it's a cult, that's a pretty harsh word to use.
It is. It's harsh. It's harsh, but the harsh truth actually it will get you to realize that it's not just you believe something. It becomes a mindset. It becomes an identity. It's like what cultists do. They want to give you an identity within the cult. So you are a person that's traveling on a rock that's floating in an ever-expanding cosmos that at some point will be able to leave this rock and go to other rocks and populate them. It's a cult idea, sir. You've been bought into this whole cult mentality.
Can you stop now? Because I feel like for I think 5 minutes straight, it's just telling me you've been bought into this. You have. This is wrong. Yeah, but the thing is,
then prove me wrong. Then do this.
Leave me with my belief. Leave me with my belief, and that's it.
Then there's a little red button. There's a red button at the bottom of that call. You can easily exit, sir. Why don't you?
Oh no.
Because you know that the truth is. Because you know that the truth is here. You could leave at any time you want. Nobody's holding you here. You can leave anytime you want.
That would seem awful. That would make it seem like you won the discussion. That's the worst.
No. It's not that I won it, sir. The point is that you don't realize that it is a cult, right? So every time that I say that, you're trying to make it sound like it's a little bit more or less than that. No, it's not.
Okay, then I'm gonna press the button. Okay.
It's up to you.
Yeah. Cool.
It's a choice.
Good job.
Yeah, he was. Oh, what's up, AJ? Sorry.
Oh, you're up, man. What's you saying? Good job. Love listening to it.
Yeah, some guys just need a kick in the pants. Perhaps he'll have a reset later on and come back and be like, man, that's messed up. Nobody's holding him here.
Yeah.
He can leave anytime he wants.
Yeah, I mean, he came in pretty hot, bro. A couple people was talking to him, and then I guess when he was talking to Crit, he was taking it to like Narnia and stuff, like outer space, galaxy and some other, whatever BS, right? I brought him back to the ground. which is the Black Swan. So, and yeah, I mean, he seemed pretty fair for the most part. But yeah, you're right, bro. Nobody holding you hostage here. You want to leave? Go. There's a red button right there.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Yes, sir.
That's it. I got a citation for that now with the artist's name.
They don't want to hear they're in a giant cult, but sorry, they identify with the idea that they're in a giant cosmology with galaxies and black holes and quasars and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's a cult. 100%. You vehemently defend it without any evidence that it's true. What else can I say?
Well, you're right, because isn't that what the heliocentric model is? It's the sun worship or the sun-centered.
Mm-hmm.
By default, everybody's in there.
And it's a conscious choice everybody makes every day. You don't have to be. You can say, you know what? I don't see that reality that they're telling me that is true. Therefore, I can say I want to stop saying that that's true. Yeah, I mean, it's a choice. Or you can continue to proceed to defend something that it's untenable. There's nothing in it that is true at all. Yeah, over fences, that perfectly outlines what the cult mentality. That's it right there. Where did you get that? Is that outlining some type of cult? Because that's what it sounds like it is. Absolute authoritarianism without accountability, zero tolerance for criticism or questions, lack of meaningful financial disclosure regarding budget, unreasonable fears about the outside world that often involve evil conspiracies and persecutions, a belief that former followers are always wrong for leaving, and there is never a legitimate reason for anyone else to leave. Oh boy. I'm going to save that. I'm saving that one. Now be a good little boy and girl. Believe in the globe.
Yeah, don't ask us any questions about it. Just shut up and listen. We'll tell you what everything is.
Yeah. Yeah, he needed a kick in the pants. Now he should at least reflect on what's been said. How he didn't have any evidence. Further on down the line, if he ever chooses to come back, then he'll see that. Having myself a little brekkie.
I was in bed, but I couldn't sleep, so I got up and came back out. But I'm debating what I should do because I got to get up early.
You better go to sleep, AJ.
You have to be in sleep right now?
Oh, I just can't sleep, man. I was up all night last night. I went out. It was my daughter's 18th. So I went and partied a bit, and then I slept all day, and now I'm awake again.
Must be hard seeing your little girl grow up.
Yes and no. Like, yeah, it's cool when they're young and they're little, but I suppose my wife struggles with it a bit more than me. But I sort of say, at least we know we've done our job. We've done a good job. We've raised them. They've made it to 18. They're working. They're all they're all good. So at least we know we've done something right and we've done what we needed to do.
Is she the last one to leave the nest?
No, I got one more. They're all still at home, though.
Then you're going to be running around in your boxer shorts?
Yep, that's it. Going to the fridge and being able to find something that I put in there an hour ago.
As a dad, you already know, man, you have to give that right up until everybody's out of the house.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, the dads never get the, from the chicken, the legs. We never get the legs.
And I always cook too much now because sometimes I never used to cook enough, and I'd be the one that had to miss out. Yeah, everyone else got what they needed, and it was always me. So now I overcook. But no, you don't get the legs. You don't get any of the good stuff. It was only last week they had all the supermarkets shut here, and I love iced coffee, so I went and got myself an iced coffee for the following day when the supermarkets and everything was shut for the public holiday. And I wake up in the morning and there it is sitting on the bench, half drank, hot. They didn't even finish it.
There's this country song, and the guy's saying, "You're gonna miss this. You're gonna want this back. You're gonna wish these days hadn't gone by so fast." Yeah, it's a pretty good song. I think his name is Trace Atkins, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, okay.
But it was the song's the dad telling his daughter. Yeah, the song's the dad telling his daughter that she's gonna miss all the little things, like when the struggling where the washing machine doesn't work, and like your kids are making a mess. Like, even though it seems like a struggle right now, and you can only focus on that, later on, you're gonna look back to the times when there isn't anybody around, and you're gonna be like, man, I wish it was that one time. You know what I mean? That they drank my coffee. I don't know. It's
No, I understand.
That's a good jam.
Well, it has gone quick, man. It's gone so quick.
Shit, just talking about like flat Earth. The time that we started doing the live stream, it's been like 7 years, and it went by fast, dude. Like, I remember when we first started all of this, like 24/7.
Yep. Well, it was my kids that got me here, yeah. I knew nothing about Discord. Never been on Discord. I used to sometimes listen to Nathan Oakley or someone else on YouTube every now and again, but it was my kids that said, man, you should get on Discord. They'll be flat Earth for sure. So they set everything up for me. I didn't have a clue. And now they regret it. Stop with the flat Earth. We can't hear it anymore.
Tell them they can't handle the flat Earth.
They're all opposed to it, AJ?
No, they're not opposed to it. They're all flat earthers, the whole family, yeah. But they just get sick of the debates because my computer's in the main room. So whether they're in the kitchen, the dining room, the lounge room, I'm sitting here on the computer and they hear me all the time. Like, we know it's flat. Why do you have to argue about it all the time?
Yeah, I get it. Everybody outside of the immediate room that has the ability to argue it will say, yeah, it doesn't matter if it's flat or globe, it's fine if it's flat, or it's fine if it's globe. Like, nobody You know what I mean? Because they don't have any stock in this. We do. Like every individual for themselves, like they have a choice whether or not you want to actually. It goes back to what the guy was asking earlier. He's like, "What does it change in my life, anyways? Like, what does it really mean? Like, is this gonna matter in any way?" And what I think is sometimes people don't understand that what we're talking about has the implications of like how we live our life. You know, with truth value. Like, do you value truth at all? Do you think that it's important? Because if you do, if you put stock in what truth is, then yeah, it's extremely important. What effect does it have when you say you don't consider truth at all? It means that truth is of no consequence to you. Who cares? And I don't know. If you want to live that kind of life, I think to every individual, they have to ask themselves. That's a question within internal reasoning. You have to ask, well, do you value truth, and to what extent? You know, I think to most of us,
Yeah.
it's paramount.
All my kids, they'll tell their friends, they'll tell people they talk to. They obviously know everything inside and out because they hear me on here all the time. They hear you guys talking all the time. But yeah, it's more the fact that we're all in the same house and I'm on here a lot and they know all the arguments. They've heard it all before and they're just like, oh, again? Come on.
When they know it that well from hearing it directly from you and hearing the discussions in here, at this point, it's like making them go through kindergarten again.
Yeah, you need your own studio, AJ. Your own place. Like your own room.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming, man. I'm still trying to buy a house. I've just put an offer on another house up in Queensland, so we'll see how it goes. Because we sold everything up here, so we're in a rental at the moment.
No, don't rush it. That you're going to miss this thing applies to this too.
Oh, what? Oh, having Dad talk about flat Earth?
Yeah, you're going to miss this.
Well, we went out for her 18th last night, and her boyfriend came along and his parents, and I threw the flat Earth in there, but the subject got changed very quickly.
That's funny. All right, I'll be on listening mode.
Stay blessed, man. Watch out for zombies.
AJ, you still there, bro?
Yeah, man.
Did you travel north to go see whatever the property?
Yeah, I've been twice now.
So what's going on? You gonna get it?
I don't know. I got another one I've just made an offer on, but I haven't looked at it yet. So it's pending me looking at it. So I've got to fly up Wednesday, I think.
Okay. So is it still around that area, right? Townsville or different location?
No, around there, same place.
You must have really liked that place, huh? I'm pretty sure it's good. Yeah.
Oh, that's where we sort of decided we're going. So I suppose it's we've made the decision. That's the location.
Bro, the one that you sent me, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, I went and looked at that
Yeah.
one, but it's not. The photos made it look good. Yeah, it wasn't great. It was pretty small, actually. The rooms were all quite small, and it needed a bit of maintenance. So I pulled out of that one.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, maybe they know how to edit the video, so it does look good though. But the boat, the boat where you can park your boat and stuff. The yachts kind of look big too.
Yeah, that was good.
And look, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things about it, but then like just other things were just stupid, like really small areas. Like the main bathroom didn't even have enough room for a towel rail in it. They've got like hooks on the wall, and I got like 3 daughters that are adults. Just about, I need a bigger bathroom and like a bit more space.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, but the price. What do you think about the price though? Is it still pricey? Around, was it 800 or 900?
Yeah, that was 900. Yeah, if you look for what it was, I think it was. Yeah. Have a look. I just sent you a message now. Have a look at that one.
Okay. Oh wow. Yeah, I can see the picture right there. Yeah. Well, what is that? A shed?
Yeah.
And what kind of tanks are those? Are those tanks or?
Yeah, they're just water tanks.
Oh wow, it looks beautiful, man.
Yeah, if you click on it, you should be able to go through it and see all the pictures.
Yeah, bro, this one looks good. I mean, the other one still look good, but yeah, probably a lot of issue. But wow, it looks beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, so we'll see how we go. So they do it a bit weird, yeah. So what they do there with real estate is they'll say like offers above this price, and then they just get everyone who's interested to put in a contract to purchase with their best offer. And if you don't have the best offer, you don't win the house. Basically, they used to come back to you and say, "Oh, listen, we got an offer at 900. You know, if you can do better than that," and you'd say, "Oh yeah, I'll do 950 or whatever." But it doesn't work like that. So I don't know. I've just got to put in my offer of what I think it's worth, and then just wait and see whether I get it or not.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, but it looks good, man. It is kind of high, and I'm seeing, yeah, compared to the last one you sent me. But wow, it looks beautiful, man. I hope you get it. I hope you, when you do the bid, at least you like, the highest one. But wow,
Yeah, I don't
it looks
know.
beautiful.
I offered them 35 over the asking price, so we'll see where that goes.
Yeah. Wow, but the mountains, man. The mountains right there too.
Yeah, there's a big freshwater creek that runs all through there that you can swim in. It's got awesome, like big waterfalls and swimming places.
Yeah, look awesome. Yep. I mean, if they got some fresh water there, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of fish, right? Wow.
Not in that creek, but yeah, there's a lot where in that location. A lot of you can go reef, like do a lot of reef fishing and stuff like that. It's right on the
I
beach,
see.
and it's right near the pretty close to the reef.
So this place right here, like, how's the weather though? Is it different from where you at? Is it a lot warmer or something?
Yeah, a lot warmer than where I'm at now. Yeah, more tropical.
Okay, I see. You just tired, like, down there. You're like, no, you know what? I'm gonna move up.
Yep, can't wait.
My mate gets a lot of offers to people want to buy his house. It's just it's a big block, but it's a regular sort of suburban house. And he doesn't want to sell it. But he gets a lot of offers. People come around and say, "Oh, we want to buy a house." And he goes, "No, not interested." And I said, "Say it's worth five. Say you want 5 mil." He goes, "It's." So this Chinese guy comes around and says, "You just want to buy a house and make us 5 million." And the guy just laughed at him. But he rang a few weeks later, rang him back. He says, "Oh, I'm thinking about it." So, and the price here is outrageous. Like, place next door to me it's a unit, 3 bedroom, just it's no backyard, 1.2 mil.
Yeah, I
And
know, man.
yeah,
It's crazy. And I lived
full
here
on.
where I'm moving to. I lived there my whole life, just about. Till I was probably 38. I've been here for the last 6 or 7 years now, and you know, a couple of years ago, or even a year ago, a house that was 600,000 is now 1,000,000, 1.2 in 12 months.
Yeah. I rented a flat in 2005 and it was 100,000. And in like 2015 it was 300 or 400.
Yeah, I just don't want to buy something and then everything to drop, because I don't think we're getting any interest rate cuts anytime soon.
House flipping's big business, eh? It's good. It's pretty big business here and in America as well.
Yeah. Which is pretty much what I did here, but with land. Bought 200 acres and subdivided it and sold it off.
My family the house I grew up in the suburbs, it was I think they got it for 13,000 but that was in 1970. But now it's worth like 1.2, 1.5 or something.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm. Just for a bit of dirt and some bricks.
Yep.
So, did you listen to Oakley much, AJ?
Back in the day, I used to a little bit. He was probably the first one I found, but not so much anymore. No.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, found him pretty early, and thought he's the most biggest stickler for science, and everything that was checking out. So, and I was all sus with these other ones, Jaren and that. You know, I thought he was cool for about 5 minutes. But yeah, that was 2015 or something, 2016. But yeah, I listened to every show for 4 fucking years. For about 5 years.
Yeah, I probably wasn't listening for that long, but
yeah, I was listening to every show. Had a bit of a break in 2020 that just for a couple of years. Came back into it.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't really into any of it. I came to the conclusion the Earth was flat a long time ago, not long after my son was born. So he's 18. No, he's 21 this year. So, but I didn't know there was online communities or any of that. I was always too busy just working. Yeah, it was always just working. And
yeah,
a few years ago that I sort of got into it.
That was only a few years. Okay.
Yeah.
Never debated until this year, like this year and last year. I'd always been just listening. Never, I just sort of debate and chat, comments and that. But yeah, never spoke. I went on Nathan's show once for 2 minutes. He was like, "Who's got the grabby mic?" That was me. I was like, he had a guy on there called the Rumpus who was absolutely hilarious. And he ended up getting banned, unfortunately, but he was funny.
I don't think
did you hear the Rumpus?
No, I don't think I did.
Pompous English guy, and the term Rumpus thing come from him.
I used to always hear Arwen.
Yeah. So Arwen was sort of his sidekick who'd sort of get he'd sort of, or was it yelled at for interrupting?
Yeah, all the time.
Yep. And Neil took over that role.
Yeah.
Just interrupting, and just get screamed at.
But I'd rather hear a conversation like Alpha just had than all the yelling and screaming. Man, just too much.
Yeah, I got sick of it, man. It's just because it's something here, is it? I mean, it doesn't matter if you're a flat earther or not. You can't lose your shit. Get angry.
Yeah, but it's hard because I think too some people do come on for a genuine conversation and it just doesn't go that way. I think sometimes it can make us look a bit silly.
I know. The idea is to stay cool and make the other person flip out, not them not being have a word and just screaming over the top of them. It's too much. Yes. It's like watching Gordon Ramsay. You watch it. You watch the first part and you laugh in that, and then sort of towards the end, just change the channel because scream his head off. His head's going to explode.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do to say to Gordon Ramsay? Maybe you should calm down a bit, Gordon. Shut up.
Yeah.
That's part of the shtick. That show. That's part of the shtick.
Yeah.
Is that he screams and yells. Because they know as soon as they cut the cameras, they're all giggling and laughing. You know, like reality TV isn't reality.
No, definitely not. Neither's the news either.
But yeah, I just can't scream like that. I screamed like that when I went to the grand final, 100,000 people. And then for like a week, I had this headache and shit. It just messed me up. So I don't know how you can do it.
Yeah, like I said, I'd rather hear the conversations, and like you said, people walk themselves into the corner. I like listening to Alpha. He's very good at that. Crit just messes with their minds and just ties them up in circles. I don't know what's going on when they got Crit.
Well, I mean, that's when they start playing these really silly games. Like, they act really dumb and, like, contradictory. I'm like, okay, I feel like then we go into troubleshooting phase.
Yeah, I love it.
You should see what I got going on right now. I've made a group chat with a bunch of them who like added me as friends over the years, and I'm like, let's go through effective communication strategies. Let's like talk about it. Do you want to be part of the channel? Yes or no? Let's get you unbanned. It's like instantly, like dogs started spamming the channel. I'm like, here, dogs, here's a perfect example. You are spamming the channel. That's why you get tech suppressed. Then he leaves the group. I'm like, okay, I add him back. I go, you just tech suppressed yourself by leaving the group.
But hate is a good motivator. If you're a counselor or therapist or psychologist, you're only going to get.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say if you're only going to get results if the client loves you or hates you. Get results. Yeah, you can motivate them. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, they really hate the flat earther.
Oh yeah.
So it's like trying to defuse that, trying to get rid of that hate through like, and then what happens is the hate comes out, they get banned, they get muted, and they go into this spiral, this downward spiral, where they just keep trying to let you know how much they hate you. And you're like, okay, well, sure, I don't mind that you hate me. Let's talk about it. Do you want to hate listen? I guess you could do that too.
But they might be inspired to learn something, to go read stuff and look at videos to try and debunk us. It's someone who's like, I'm going to debunk these idiots, and so I better read about thermodynamics and shit. So the hate motivates them to try and beat them, try and beat us, or beat the argument, maybe.
Isn't that what you do? Like, if you go into a room and you're new to a topic and you don't actually know what they're talking about, wouldn't you say, what do you mean by flat Earth? Like, what does that mean? And then you invite them to ask that question, and they don't. They never ask the question. I find it weird.
You don't really want to know.
No. Even when you say, why don't you ask us? Still don't ask.
Timbo, I'm going to make your day. What do you mean by flat Earth?
Okay. We live on a flat, horizontal reference plane. So the reference plane is the flat part. We have hills, mountains, valleys. Everything measured from that reference plane. That is the flat surface that we live on. There you go.
Beautiful.
Pretty simple, yeah?
I don't understand. I'm confused.
Okay, do you know what horizontal is?
The brain leaves their body when they come in here. Like any other person could tell them that. You're like, oh, I understand that. But because they have such a bias to flat earthers, their brain just leaves their body. And those words become confusing to them.
Yeah.
PNR's been busy lately, Kembo.
What's up, Timbo? What'd you say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you
You're right.
fully.
PNR's been busy lately.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he did his Quetzal did his little magic, and yeah, it been busy lately, which is good.
Yeah, I've been quite busy. I'm busying myself with getting this place up and running, basically, in its proper form.
New pet, mate.
A new what? I didn't hear.
A new pet.
A new pet? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's like a term
the server place?
It's your new kind of thing that you look after,
Well, I mean, look at this. I mean, this place is nice. I mean, the people is even better than over at politics if you're going to compare like that.
Oh yeah.
But I'm not saying like we're staying here permanently. But just for the whatever we go. Whatever the action is, we'll be there. And I think we haven't been treated that good as well over at politics, to be honest, amongst the server ranks, server bots and whatnot, the high ranks. They've been treating us like shit. So it kind of, goes both ways.
You got a problem?
What you been up to, Timbo?
Just working, man. Never ends, man.
So I got a quick question. I saw QE post something about 5 days ago, and it looked like a link to some video of Dr. James Tour. And I tried to find QE's channel. Was he debating James Tour, or was he just, do y'all know if he was posting it just so people would watch maybe a debate James Tour was doing against somebody? Anybody have any insight on that?
I mean, you watched the video. What do you mean? You didn't see him
No, I tried. No. He posted it in the, or maybe he has a bot that kind of posts stuff in the chat.
He was doing a video review of a presentation James Tor gave to Harvard students.
Oh, okay. I think I saw that video. What was he debunking it, or was he kind of agreeing with him? What was? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't watch it, but James Tor is. I don't know. Do you know who he is?
Yeah, I've been kind of following him for a little bit. But
yeah.
Does QE have a YouTube channel? Because I found his channel, but it looked like he hadn't posted anything for like years on the YouTube channel.
No, you have to.
Oh man. Everything he does is live. You got to hit the live tab.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't he save his live streams afterwards in the channel? No, I haven't really looked into.
Yeah, well, it is weird that he does still have a YouTube channel. He just doesn't post anything on there, from what it looks like.
No, he does. It's just live, so it goes into the live. Okay.
Oh, I didn't even think about looking in there.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Different section.
I got a question, Mr. Rally. You said you used to be a flat earther, or used to hang out with flat earther for years, and you said something. You went back to the globe, right? And what was the reason? I forgot, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, I was constantly, and Denmark can. He knows me. I've been around for a while, and I really haven't had any proof that it's a globe. It's just, I don't know, something happened to me, and I just have to be honest. I just don't believe it anymore, and I don't know exactly when it started.
It's all parallel light rays. It's all parallel light.
Oh, that did help, but no, the idea that all of a sudden now I kind of don't believe that the government's like trying to hide all that stuff. I just kind of stopped believing that everybody's lying about everything.
Either do I. Yeah, same here. Guess what? I'm still a flat earther.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm just being honest with myself, and that I come in here and I'm honest with y'all. I know tomorrow it may be different. You know what I mean? That's why I'm in here. I listen.
Why do you have to believe? Hold on, man. Why do you have to believe the government's lying about everything to be a flat earther?
No, that's just one part of it. I mean, it all started.
No, look, no one knows shit, dude. Those dudes don't know anything. They're just repeating like everybody else, right? Earth's a globe. That's what they heard, and they're just repeating it. They don't know anything.
Well, one of the ideas I had years ago was maybe what they see from space, just because of how light works and how light will hit an atmosphere and create a circle around you in a very especially inside of a room, like a smoke, a room full of like mist or something. It'll create like a circle around you. So I set up a little thing, and I created, well, what if from space, I do this. So I set up this system and I drew this giant map, right? And then I created the light and I set it up. And sure enough, when I got my phone down to the surface of the map and I looked at the horizon, as if I was like a really close to the bottom or to the floor, it looked like a complete sphere. When I moved around on the map, it looked like the map was rolling like a ball, and it even had a circle, like edge. You know what I mean?
Isn't that contradictory to why you went back to the globe?
Yeah. It is, but I'm just telling you, I even had that idea that maybe they're not lying. They just see what they see, and they think that it's a globe because of
why would that make you?
Who is they?
Well, the people up in the ISS. They're taking these pictures.
Dude, the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, and that's the kind of little thing that's the little model I was trying to create by creating something on my floor.
What I'm telling you is that they wouldn't see the Earth as a globe anyway. They don't see enough of the Earth.
Well,
the pictures they show you are fisheye lenses. They even admit it. Chris Hatfield, who is an astronaut, the idiot that plays the guitar right in the ISS, he went on ABC News and said the Earth looks flat and beautiful. What they see with their eyes isn't what's shown in the video, right? They would only see 3% of the Earth. So when I ask you who, the only people that would see the Earth as a ball would have been the Apollo astronauts. Nobody else. They don't go high enough. Low Earth orbit isn't high enough. It's only 250 miles up.
So you're saying pretty much that Neil deGrasse Tyson was right, that up at that altitude it would look flat.
Yeah, bro, it's only 250 miles high. You don't see the circumference of the fucking Earth from that altitude.
Well, I noticed that.
But the ball is supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter.
Right.
That's 1/30.
Well, hear me out. Hear me out, though. I had a couple of these P900 cameras. I traveled to Nicaragua, right? So, and I'm filming because I took these cameras so you can get people surfing way out. And of course, I had the cameras because I was a flat earther and I was doing a lot of filming on the beach and the horizon. But I took it on the surf trip. I zoom out, and all of a sudden, this mist rolled in, but it was very, very, very fine. And I'm still zoomed out, and all of a sudden, the horizon became the way that the light was hitting the mist and the horizon. The horizon became closer, but also, as I'm looking at the camera, it became curved. And you can see it going across the screen. I thought, well,
so that's contradictory to what you're believing now again. So you've got two contradictory things.
I'm not saying it's not.
Go back to the ball.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. So that's saying that even from the ISS, I'm just saying from
you why. Don't do this to me again. You were fucking drunk the other night.
I don't drink, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
You were fucking drunk. So, all right.
Do you drink?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, it wasn't me. I don't.
That's
drink.
a lie, but. So you've got.
Hey, look, I'm just going to go on mute. You go ahead.
Shut the fuck up. We asked you why you went back to the ball, and you've given us two reasons why you shouldn't have gone back to the ball.
Isn't that great?
It's weird.
It's great. But I'm being honest with y'all. Something in my heart just says, I just don't believe it anymore. But I love coming in here.
You keep using the term hide stuff from us. Hide it from us, right? You keep using that term. I've heard you use it a few times now. Hide it from us. Or hide it.
Well, if the astronauts really did go to the moon, they took these pictures.
No, I'm talking.
They would be the ones that would be.
I'm talking about flat Earth. How can you hide flat Earth when it's right in front of you?
No, I'm talking about they. I don't think they could hide it.
Yeah, they don't. It's right in front of you. Who's got a big blanket to cover the fucking surface? Who's got a big blanket? Who's covering the surface up? Who's hiding?
What do you think Go ahead, finish whoever that is.
They're covering his eyes, bro, because the Earth's not hidden.
So do y'all think that the pictures from the moon landing are fake, or they just didn't go to the moon, or what?
Are the pictures of Bigfoot fake, or...
I know they're fake, but that has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Okay.
They're fake.
I used to believe the same thing. That was part of it.
Look, bro, I know they're fake. 100%, no doubt, 100% from one photo. And I'll tell you the photo. Famous photo where astronaut takes a picture of another astronaut, and you can see his reflection in the visor. If you zoom in on that visor, what you'll see is the shadow from the LEM, the lunar lander, on the ground, go between the astronaut's legs and come out from behind him. It never falls on his body. This is impossible. That means that person was composited in. Okay, think about this. A shadow goes between your legs, out back behind you, up over your head, and never falls on your body.
Yeah, I'd have to see that. That sounds pretty interesting.
How could it skip your body?
Refraction, bro. Moon refraction.
So I told you the photo. It's a famous photo. It's one photo taking a picture of another astronaut, and you can see his reflection in the visor.
No, I got you. But I'm not trying.
Look
Yeah,
at the
I'm gonna check it
reflection.
out.
One thing.
Wait, did you post it? I'm looking for this thing here.
No, I didn't post
Okay.
anything. So what we're saying is, you cannot hide flat Earth. You've been given a story, and you chose to believe it. That's all it is. And like whether you're a flat earther or not, I don't know. I have my doubts you aren't much of a flat earther. Because like if I go, hey, what's your best evidence for flat Earth? Like what was it that convinced you in the first place?
I just, not knowing enough about how light works, and yeah.
What does that mean? I don't understand. You became a flat earther because you don't know how light works? Are these tough questions?
I'm hearing bullshit.
No, my son just got home with my little girl.
Yeah, I just want to know why you told us why you went from flat Earth to the globe. I want to know how you went from globe to flat Earth.
Because
it's weird how you got to have very detailed description one way, but not the other.
Yeah, I'll explain it to you. I was very gullible, I guess you would say. I believe the whole Alex Jones junk. Then it bumped into 9/11. Then it was like down.
Alex Jones ain't a flat earther. Alex Jones ain't a flat earther.
Yes, I am.
He shits on flat Earth. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
No. This is. It's just the path that got me on there. I just believed a lot of stuff.
I don't need your origin story.
Okay, look, I'm not gonna make this about me, so I'm gonna go on mute because I'm here to enjoy everybody's conversation.
You were never a flat earther, and you're busted, dude.
Yeah, you're cat, bro.
Whether you know Democ or not is irrelevant, dude. Fucking name dropping don't mean shit here.
What's funny is, so I spent, I don't know, 6 years of telling, no, more than that, it seems like, everybody I could that about the Earth
you
being
obviously
flat.
didn't have a good reason.
So
yeah, but you didn't have a good reason, obviously.
But now I go back cleaning things up saying, I really don't believe it anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
you never believed it, brother.
Good for you, Mr. Reality. Congratulations.
An example, as of an answer to India would have been, oh, well, the long distance observations. That's what convinced me. You're a fucking retard, man.
Oh, that's a great way to get someone back into your viewpoint.
Oh, shit.
No one wants you.
Talk your shit.
It's always the same.
A lying sack of shit into us.
Wait, so Reality, you had a belief for 6 years and you just...
more than that, probably.
Fucking
he can't elucidate how he came. He can't elucidate how he became to that belief, but he can elucidate exactly how he went back to the globe.
Well, I mean, I believed all the stuff. I believed all that stuff that
don't make sense now, does it?
Yeah, I mean, I believed pretty much everything QE was saying. I would tune in like his little student. Nathan Oakley, Eric Dubé. I mean, I was soaking it all up.
Yeah, and what did they say that convinced you? Yeah, and what did they say that convinced you?
What's his name?
And what did they say that convinced you?
Me and Whitsitt were talking like all the time.
That's all you're doing is name dropping.
Yeah, just because that's. But yeah, I mean,
and what
again, this isn't about me. But if anybody else wants to talk, go ahead.
Are you deaf? What did they say that convinced you?
Hello.
You get a name drop and you can't say anything those names said. Go on mute, dude. Shut up.
Yo,
dude, the ironic thing is that your reason for going back to the globe is why would they lie? And you just came in here and told so many fucking lies that ain't even funny. That is so ironic, don't you think? I can't believe that everybody would lie to me, so I'm going to come in here and tell you guys a bunch of lies.
And he goes, oh, I soaked up all QE stuff. He doesn't even know anything that QE said.
He couldn't even find his videos.
6 years, man.
6 years.
6 years. Very convincing.
Yeah, 6 years can tell us 2 bad reasons for leaving the globe or leaving the flat Earth, but can't tell us even one single, not even a bad reason for being a flat earther.
I could explain more in the first 3 months when I was still a glober.
Well, according to him, he doesn't know how light works, right? So if you ask him, long distance observation destroy the globe, he would have said, refraction.
Yeah, but he didn't say long distance observation. He just said, I don't know how light works. That's why I became a flat earther. That's stupid. That's not a reason to become a flat earther, dude. You didn't know how light works when you were a globe earther, right? And then all of a sudden you're like, I don't know how light works. Fuck that globe thing. I'm a flat earther now. Like, dude, shut up, man. Like, seriously. Fuck these guys, dude. Like, I don't know why they even tried this shit.
Someone came in before saying hello. Who was that?
Yeah, anybody else? If you're truthful, we're not going to be doing anything to you if you just, like, be honest. But if you're going to be a snake, then you're probably going to get smacked around. Just a warning. But if you're, like, intimidated by the last interaction, I wouldn't say it's unusual, but, like, you get what you give.
It was the headphones guy.
Yeah, just come in, start having an honest conversation. You know,
I think Maxim came back.
I've been here the whole time. I was just listening to you guys bash on Mr. Reality.
Yeah, because
was there a reason? Do you know the reason why we did it?
Well, part of it was that you disagreed with him on why he decided to, as you said, go back to being a globe earther.
No.
What do we disagree with?
I'll stop you there.
Yeah,
he was never a flat earther in the first place. That's what we uncovered, right?
This sounds like the exact same thing that Christians would tell someone who's now either agnostic.
Yeah, but
and they're like, "Oh, you were never a real Christian." Right? Like, do you see how that's not actually refuting anything you said?
No, the reason is because he didn't answer a single question.
Did you have that one in the can? Is that like on a pull string?
Oh yeah, it was locked and loaded, baby.
Yeah, it sounded like a standard answer. Okay, so let me give you what happened. When
I heard
why he became a flat earther. What was his answer?
Part of it was something about he didn't believe. Part of it was something having to do with he didn't believe that everyone would be lying, or presumably the government wasn't lying. And the other one had to do with. And the other one had to do with his misunderstanding of light, and then he did an experimentation regarding a map and his phone.
You're lost. Okay, it's what you're recounting is out of order. Okay, it's not even the right chronological order, but that's not important. The important part is, okay, he didn't become a flat earther because he just all of a sudden, the government lies to me. I'll just be a flat earther. No, he didn't. That's not what he said. I said, why did you become a flat earther? He said he went back to the globe because he realized everybody can't be lying to him. But I said, why did you go from globe to flat earth in the first place? And he couldn't tell me.
Well, we can always unmute him and ask him.
It never happened. He said, I'll put myself on mute instead of answering the question.
Is he still in here?
He said he didn't want it to be about him. I'm putting myself on mute. That's what he said. Is that an honest, intellectual guy that would lie?
Oh, I forgot, because he said that his son got home with his daughter, so he wanted to spend time with them. No,
that was something else. No.
Oh, so you don't think it was because his son had gotten home?
He said the reason. No, that's not the reason. He said the reason he was going on mute. He said the reason. You're a bullshit artist, aren't you?
What are you talking about?
You're not even listening.
Yeah.
I just repeated everything that he said, so I don't understand what you're talking about.
He said his son came home, but that was independent of him saying why he was going on mute. Said he's going on mute because he didn't want to make it about him. He explicitly said it.
Listen here, partner.
So then it wasn't the case that he didn't have a valid reason why he went from being a globe earther to a flat earther. It was just that he didn't want to engage.
He never was a flat earther.
Why do you think he didn't want to engage? Because
the thing is,
he didn't have a reason.
He was asked that same question 5 times.
Why do I think he didn't want to engage? One possibility would be because 5 different people would overtalk him. He would be accused of lying.
Okay, that's kind of weak, but go on. Next one.
He did not get accused of lying until he could not answer the question about why he went from globe to flat Earth.
Right, and then you accused him of lying because you supposedly know his mental states. Right, so you assumed that because he went on mute, that means that you know his mental states?
Look.
No, we discovered he was lying before he went on mute, dude, so...
Okay, listen, I don't know why you're igniting for a dude that's an obvious liar. It ruins your credibility.
I still don't understand how you came to the conclusion that he's lying. That's the part I'm missing.
Okay. Because he said, I went from globe to flat Earth, and I was a flat earther for 6 years. And he don't know why he became a flat earther. He couldn't give us a reason, and then started just name dropping flat earthers. Which means he follows this topic on the periphery, never actually listened to any of the arguments, and just came in here to fucking LARP. You think this is our first rodeo, brother?
He does think that, probably.
It's your first rodeo, Maxim. It's not our first rodeo.
Okay.
Someone said, "Well, I used to think."
I don't exactly know what that's.
Every single flat earther.
Say, hold on. There's two people talking at once. So what was the first question?
Every flat earther knows exactly the piece of evidence that convinced them. Every single one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every single one. They'll know the specific observation. It'll be something like the Chicago skyline. It was Canagoo. It was what's the center across freaking Toronto? I can't remember the name of it.
I saw Lake Erie from higher up, and I was like, "Fuck, it's flat as hell."
Yeah, Joey Tolman Media, San Jacinto, freaking Colorado Rockies. There's shitloads of them, right? So, but everybody knows.
You listed like three different reasons, but you said that everyone knows the exact reason.
I mean, no, they know the specific observation that convinced them. The specific one. I didn't list reasons. I listed actual observations. People know the actual observations when asked that convince them. They don't make a generalized statement.
Or name drop.
Name drop. That's name drop. It's actually not name drops. But the thing is, that's the way Globers think, right? They think by appeal to authority. So they think if they, I'm going to appeal to what I see as the flat Earth authorities, and somehow that'll be believable. But we don't believe in appeal to authority as an argument. So appealing to what you think are flat Earth authorities isn't convincing because
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by you don't believe in appeals to authority.
Appeal to authority is a logical fallacy. If you say you believe in the flat Earth because X believes in the flat Earth, that's an appeal to authority. X meaning quantum eraser, Witsit, whoever, right? So some flat Earth person, I watched your channel and they're flat earthers, so I'm a flat earther too. Like, no.
So you do understand there's a distinction between fallacious appeals to authority and non-fallacious appeals to authority, right?
They're all fallacious.
They're all really?
Yes, they're all fallacious.
Man, you justify when they lie like this. When they lie like this, you justify.
Right, I know you don't understand. You don't understand how basic philosophy works.
Really? So tell me, what characteristic of a person can prove a proposition?
What?
What characteristic about the person saying the proposition can prove the proposition?
That has nothing to do with the appeal to authority.
The appeal to authority is the characteristic about the person making the proposition, right? They're an authority. This is a part of that person, right? This person is an authority. How does that information prove a proposition?
I never said that it did.
That's right, it can't. There is no case where being an authority proves a proposition. Unless the proposition is this person an authority? Telling me I don't understand philosophy, dude. You have an idiotic fucking bias, dude, a globe-target bias. All flat earthers are stupid and uneducated. I guarantee I have a higher level of education than you do. Guarantee it just from our conversation.
Sucks. Yes, this is why the Globers lie like that as well, because they know
so Indio,
white knight on the globe.
You've never once appealed to.
Whoa, Maxim, what the fuck?
No, never.
Fuck up.
I didn't even do that shit when I was a kid and uneducated.
Hold on. Can you hear me? Indio.
Yeah, we can hear you, but I don't know if he heard you, Maxim.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, this is why melts like Maxim. This is why guys like Mr. Reality Guy do the lies that they do, because they know that desperate globe believers like Maxim will then white knight and fight when the flat earthers call him out for being an obvious liar and saying shit like, oh, I used to be a flat earther because I was gullible and listened to Alex Jones. Obviously trolling, obviously lying, knowing that we're going to shut him down and call him out, so that then new little gullible, naive globers like Maxim will step in and go, why would you silence him? He was a genuine flat earther.
I love how you drew out the distinction. I love how you drew out the distinction between him lying and being misinformed.
Like this.
So thank you for proving.
He was capping, bro.
That's exactly why they do it. And you're like, oh, why would they do that? Why would they lie about this? Exactly to get the reaction out of you that you predictably would do, like a Pavlovian dog. Sad. You don't even believe that he was a flat earther.
It works every time. It works for these guys every time. Want to know what we're not talking about? We're not talking about flat earth. We're talking about trolls and freaking white knights and all kinds of other nonsense. That's the point. If you don't get it, that is the point, is to derail the entire thing, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, anyway, I just wanted to point that out. I mean, I'm sure it was obvious to everyone, but continue, Maxim. Give us your globe proofs. I'm sure it's coming.
Gas containing gas.
You said that?
Yeah, I think you said that earlier before we left.
He's going to show us gas.
I interrupted your globe.
Oh, look, I'm finally unmuted.
Oh.
Yeah, Maxim, you can continue with your globe presentation.
Yeah, I know. You like to abuse mods so you can run roughshod over people who are actually refuting you.
Nope. What were you refuting? What argument were you refuting exactly?
I was refuting the claim that there are no such thing as non-fallacious appeals to authority.
Right, so you weren't refuting anything about the Earth being flat?
We weren't talking about the Earth being flat at that moment.
That's what we're always talking about.
Hold on, what was your refutation? Hold on a second. What was your refutation again? Restate it.
That there are such things as legitimate appeals to authority.
No, that's it. MC Dixit. That's an assertion, dude. What was your reputation? Just saying, oh, it is so, is MC Dixit. What was the reputation?
That they're not always fallacious. Right,
that's
so I can...
That's just an assertion.
I don't understand. Do you actually want me to give you the reason why, or...
Give me an example.
Right,
give me an example of where appeal to authority and saying that proves a proposition and that's not fallacious. An example.
Say that again. You had cut out the last second.
Want an example where an authority states a proposition and their authority is what proves it.
Yeah. So if I'm going to pick up some medicine, right, from a pharmacy, and I don't understand what the active ingredients are or how they affect my body, why they would give me the symptoms that I have, if I appeal to the expertise of the pharmacologist at the counter, right, that's a valid appeal to authority because they're the relevant in that field.
Okay, we're talking about logical proof. We're not talking about your level of trust. Okay, and you brought up a very
that has
bad
nothing to do with
example.
trust.
You know how many? You know, yeah, that it actually is trust. Well, if that's a proof, give us the syllogism.
So Indio, do you not think that? Do you not think that a pharmacologist has a relevant expertise to give you reasons why particular pharmacies?
First of all, you're bringing up. Hold on. You're bringing up a horrible example. You know how many people a year die in the United States for being prescribed the wrong medicine?
How many people die due to being prescribed the wrong medicine?
Yeah, from taking medicine that ends up killing them. Either they have a bad medicine interaction, they're prescribed the wrong dosage or the wrong medicine, they gave it to the wrong person. Okay, how many people a year die?
I'm very aware that many people die of being prescribed certain medicines. What does that have to do with the?
They shouldn't die because their experts gave them the medicine, dude, right?
Those are two separate arguments. That just
no, they're not,
follow.
Dude. The experts. You said being an expert.
Yeah, this is why I know you don't understand anything about philosophy, right? Because you just made a non sequitur.
That's why I asked you to put it in a no. It's called reductio ad absurdum, right? You know what that is? I just reduced your argument to absurd.
I cannot understand like every other word you're saying because there's so much background noise in someone else's microphone.
Okay, so reductio ad absurdum. I reduced your argument. If I take the logical form and reduce it to an absurd conclusion, namely that all those people were. You actually go even farther, saying those experts knew exactly what they were doing and they intentionally killed those people.
Again, that doesn't follow.
Yes, it does follow. Because
no, not at all.
You said that expertise is what proves it.
He just wants to be down this rabbit hole off into the weeds. This is where.
Wait, did you say that I said that their expertise proves that it is the case? No. Then again, you guys just aren't tracking anything that I'm saying, which is fine. I can walk you through it again.
What didn't you understand when I said? Give me an argument in which an expert makes a logical proposition that's proven by their expertise. That's exactly what I said, word for fucking word. And then you gave the example of a pharmacist.
Yeah, here, I'll give it to you.
You're a moron.
No, I got you, buddy. I got you. A qualified expert, premise one, right? A qualified expert in the relevant field makes a claim that is thus supported by the expert consensus, and it's reasonable to accept the claim given that expert consensus. Premise two.
You're already off. The field of consensus is also a logical fallacy. Qualified is not.
Oh my God,
metric.
You guys really don't understand. There are formal and informal fallacies. You understand that?
Could you be less desperate to justify your logical fallacies in believing in the globe?
Yeah, could you be less desperate than to be a fucking wanker?
Right. So let's take it back to the Earth, where I know you don't want to be. We know you don't want to talk about the Earth. That much is obvious, but you're going to have to, because that's what we talk about here. So let's just forget that you consider yourself an expert in philosophy, because philosophy, unless you're claiming that the basis in your globe belief is philosophy, we'd be looking for actual empirical evidence, observations, measurements. Got any of that?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
We're looking for empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe, not just verbal wankery about philosophy.
Right. So we're moving away from the fact that you don't understand.
Yeah, we're moving away from your
fallacious and non-fallacious arguments.
Yeah,
I know, because you can't actually track the conversation.
I know, Maxim. I know it's upsetting. I know it's upsetting that we're not going to entertain your verbal diarrhea, and we're actually asking for some empirical evidence that the Earth is a ball. So if you don't have any of that, you can just say, no, I don't have any empirical evidence that the Earth is a ball.
So if I can't, well, here, let me ask for clarification. If I can't appeal to any experts in the relevant field,
would that be what you did if we asked you for evidence for the globe? You'd appeal
I'm asking if I can't appeal to anybody in their relevant respective field to make an argument.
To the Earth? Could you appeal to the Earth that you're claiming is a ball?
What?
Could you appeal to
say Earth?
Observation or measurement of the Earth for your argument that it's a ball that's spinning?
Dang.
Could you do that?
It depends.
Depends on what?
If I can appeal to any of the relevant experts.
No.
No, we just said appeal to the Earth. Do an observation or a measurement of the Earth.
They can be an expert, but you should be appealing to what they did, i.e. the measurements or data they collected. That's empirical. We don't care about their expertise, dude. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, do you know an expert that measured the curve? That would work.
Yeah, there we go.
Who measured the curve?
Shit.
Go to your expert and then see if that can be verified.
Who measured the curve? Hold on. Oh, I've got 3 different people going after me again. So who's asking what?
You didn't hear it now?
You wouldn't believe it. They all ask the same bloody thing. Answer the question.
You just repeated it back. You just repeated it back, so I know you did hear it. Who measured the Earth curvature? Yeah? Anyone?
Who measured the Earth's curvature?
Yeah, you got to give him a chance to Google it, guys. Hold on.
The Earth's curvature? Yes, you believe the Earth has curvature, don't you?
Sure.
Okay, so when's that been measured?
I don't know.
Okay.
You've had time to Google it. Come on.
So how does that prove the Earth is flat?
Well, because if there's no curvature, then it can't be a ball, and it would just be flat. Yeah.
Nope, that still doesn't follow.
No. Okay, so if it's not curved, what would it be?
Presumably anything that's logically possible.
Anything that's logically possible, such as
how many options?
Do you understand what that means?
How many options do you have?
Curved, so what would
anything that's logically possible?
No, how many options do you have?
Possible. Well, let's say we've only got really 2 feasible choices here. We've got the observable, which is flat, and then we've got this story, which is it looks flat because it's such a big ball.
So what do you mean by the observable, which is flat? Because when I look out at the horizon, I can currently see mountains. That's not flat.
The horizon, what is that? That's flat, though, right? That's horizontal.
The horizon, as far as horizontal, is not flat? Is that the question?
What do you mean? No, that wasn't a question. It was a statement. The horizon is horizontal.
Oh, okay, that's trivially true. Go on.
Yeah, so there you go. You see it flat.
Hooked.
Okay, how does that prove the Earth is flat?
Well, I didn't say it did prove that the Earth is flat. I said that's your choice. You've got flat.
Oh, okay.
It only looks flat because it's such a big ball. Don't start being disingenuous.
He was when he said, so you're saying curved and flat are not a true dichotomy. There's a third choice. Can you give us the third choice?
Yeah, what's the third choice?
Well, he'll say any old shit at this point. He's one of these desperate... I mean, yeah, he'll say anything. Let's hear it. Let's hear the third choice.
That's a new syndrome we dubbed recently.
I honestly don't understand. I don't understand.
You don't understand. You don't understand basic questions. Who measured the curve? Who measured the curve? The Earth curve?
What did Cyclone, what did I tell you?
The Earth? Who measured it?
If I say that I don't know who particularly measured the Earth, do you think it follows from that the Earth is followed?
No, but you would need to have some evidence that it is curved for you to claim that it's a ball, wouldn't you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Actually, no, you don't. You just get to claim it contrary to observable reality, and it's true. That's your standard.
So this is So here, I'll educate you on something that I know you guys aren't aware of.
Oh, please.
Yeah. No, I got you. I got you covered. Right? Do you know what the last man standing fallacy is?
Oh, here we go. Is that a formal or informal?
Let's hear it.
Yeah.
Formal. Yeah. It's formal. So what it means is if you produce one hypothesis, right? And that hypothesis...
What?
This is not science.
I'm giving you an example so you can understand what the fallacy is, right?
You're giving us an example so you can dodge answering the question. Why don't you just say, I don't know, and get it over and done with?
Let's hear
Hey, what is that? Metetrix?
Let's see
Metetrix? I can get to you in a second, but yeah. So the last man fallacy. So if I propose that if I walk into a kitchen, right, and find a slice of cheese on the floor, right, and
so it's flat.
I ask, yeah, hey dumbass, let me finish.
You've been talking too much.
If we've got two propositions, right, two potential competing hypotheses. One is, well, the cheese just fell on the floor while I was making a sandwich, or there's fairies. There's fairies that put the slice of cheese.
No, I don't continue, dude.
Yeah, let him do the slice of cheese proof. This is good.
Right. So I'm explaining to you guys how this works, right? If two people propose their individual hypotheses, right, and one of them turns out to be wrong, it doesn't automatically follow that other person's hypothesis is therefore true.
How do you decide which one's the true one? You make an observation.
Not even a good analogy.
You make an observation. And here's another funny thing is, you just mentioned a dichotomy, which you said don't exist 5 minutes ago.
I never said dichotomies don't exist.
No, you said the dichotomy of flat versus curved. You said, hey, dude, it's not curved. How does that prove a flat Earth? And Cyclone said, well, if it's not curved, then it has to be flat. And you're like, no, it doesn't. It could be any logical thing. The only other logical thing is flat, dude. Give me a third one, then. Give me a third one. Give me a third one. Flat
give you a third one. What?
A third possibility beyond flat or curved.
I don't know.
The way you say that.
You're goddamn right you don't, because there ain't one.
I believe him.
Right. So again, this is where you don't understand the distinction between logically possible and metaphysically.
I was asking you questions to try and get you on some kind of track.
You're literally the dumbest person in here posturing, dude. You're crazy, dude. You're posturing. You said that gas contains gas. The stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Well, this is why I'm trying to get it focused, because Maxim, you keep wandering off into these little non sequiturs. We're trying to stay focused on some evidence for what the Earth is. You obviously believe it's a globe. You said you don't know who's ever measured the curve. Okay, well, can we start there? Could you find out? Because so far, if our position is there is no curve, and you can't produce any for it, then you don't really have much of a rebuttal to our argument. You need to rebut our argument, which is that there's no curve. And if you can't do that, then I guess welcome to Flat Earth.
No facts.
I mean, what is there except flat and curve surface? Like, what is the third option? And he said, I don't know. What the hell,
I can't believe
man?
you brought up a slice of cheese as an example to try to debunk that dichotomy. That's crazy. So if you have cheese on the floor, then flat and curved are not a dichotomy. What the fuck?
Yeah, we asked you to build your case. I'm tempted to make you build your case from cheese on the floor to Earth being a globe, because
it's not even a good analogy, because the cheese slice, because the cheese slice could have got there by any means, right? So that you using a cheese slice is not a dichotomy. Like, it could have got. It's not a true dichotomy anyway, yeah, because it could have got there by any means. But when they're asking flat or curved, that's a true dichotomy. If it's not curved, then it's flat.
They just can't address the topic, some of them.
Yeah. You got to go to cheese slices.
But if you take a slice of cheese...
It's like, we're asking you for evidence that the Earth is this giant spinning ball that everyone's being taught. And then you're like, well, let me educate you. If there's a slice of cheese on the floor, no, I don't know who measured the curve. It's like, come on, dude.
Bro, he said, well, let me tell you about this fallacy. All right, is it formal or informal?
He was trying to explain, like, well, it's okay to use fallacies.
And his example of, what the conversation was before with appeal to authority. He actually changed the appeal to authority to actually getting information from the authority. So that was his answer to it's okay for an appeal to authority. He was talking about information and not the authority. He's a fucking idiot.
Is he still here, or is he just getting roasted on mute?
Dude, you know how many times he moved the goalposts? Those goalposts are all over the field.
His cheese analogy just got graded. Mic drop.
Shredded. Dude's about to be gone too.
Who eats cheese slices anyway? Fucking
Who eats cheese slices like that? I know, right?
That's not real cheese, man.
Processed cheese.
It's the one that comes in plastic wrappers.
Golly, bro. So low IQ. When you said you're the dumbest one in the panel, like, that's facts. Is he still here?
Yeah.
He's probably running a YouTube channel and he's off telling his little YouTube mateys how he tailed up all these flat earthers that they know nothing about philosophy. Like we care. Hey, Maximum, wake up. Oh, Maximum, since you fucked my name up, you clown.
Yeah, he said Matrix or whatever.
Yeah, made a Tetrix.
He doesn't know it's pronounced Matrix. Fucking idiot.
Matrix. That's hilarious.
You know how many times Globetards actually try to argue in favor of using a logical fallacy? It's almost mind-boggling. It's like they're actually trying to convince you that it's a valid argument. It blows me away.
I know, right? Wait, who was that that just chimed in?
You can literally just Google it, man. It ain't even me. Like, you could just Google it.
Get him, CB.
Who was that?
I know, but I've heard that.
I wish we could change names, man.
We got a white knight in the panel, guys.
Dude, I'd change his name to Cheese Slice if I could.
Oh, is that what it is? It's Mr. Cap in here?
No, no.
Mr. Cap.
Someone just chimed in and said, well, you didn't pronounce his name. Like, who was that?
Sprightly, he's above you.
Oh, hey, no one's above me.
We're listening off past the graveyard. Why you guys weren't in here? But he left and said, hey, man, I'll be right back. He was supposed to come back with a demonstration of gas-containing gas. So we're still waiting on that, I guess.
Might be waiting a while. Ain't that right, Metatetrix?
Oh, that's gonna stick, isn't it?
It's never gonna go away. It's never going away.
Meanwhile, all the flat earthers have ZZ Top beards waiting.
What's up, Sonny?
And not only that, he said it's observed all the time in nature. And I said, where? He said it's very commonly observed. So, okay, just go get it. The gas containing gas.
Oh, hell no.
We observe that?
It's very common.
He said all the time.
Yeah. Okay, like, give us one example. Well,
That's what we're waiting on. We're waiting on the example.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Gemsy said to him, he's like, I go to the Home Depot and get like propane. And you're like, where's your container? He's like, well, I got a gas container for it.
We'll just put it on the outside of the container.
Well, I want two gases. I'm going to take one gas and put the other gas inside the first gas.
Yeah. Well, that's how you save money.
Yeah, and it's so much easier to carry, man. Why do you have those heavy metal containers?
Right. And they're expensive, bro. Like, nah, you can do without it.
Wouldn't he be talking about two different density gases inside the container? So one gas will be surrounded by the walls of the container, and the other part will be in edge with the other gas, the less gas one, the less dense gas. That will be...
No, there was no container. The gas was the container for the gas.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, I know. It's so dumb. It's hard to comprehend. He was going to come back with a demonstration of it, of gas containing gas, without a container. The gas is a container for the gas.
And without understanding what gas pressure is.
Where did our white knight go? Oh, Sprightly, I see it.
Yeah.
Hey, Sprightly, welcome, caller. You are up. Caller, you are up.
He wasn't white knighting, CB. He was taking the piss out of old mate for wrecking me name.
I don't know. I think he was upset that we were roasting him for pronouncing it wrong.
No, that guy's a fucking idiot. Who made a Tetrix.
Made a Tetrix.
Compliments every now and then. That's what this Sprightly guy does.
Hey, Sprightly.
Hey, DJ, do you ever remember that, hey, it's Saturday when that Dickie Knee used to poke his head up under the camera? Say random shit.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah, it's called, change his name to Dickie Knee.
Oh no, we got cheese on the floor in the chat.
Nice. Yeah, give that.
Oh,
so quick rundown for everyone. Hey, it's Saturday. Used to be this comedy show, but you can't guess what day it was on. And they do all sorts of random shit. But when the compere was talking, every now and then this little sock puppet thing had put just a hat on a stick with some hair hanging out the back of it, and his name was Dickie Knee. But from the camera side, so us watching television, all you'd see is this little head set up, and he'd say something cheeky, and then he'd bolt. And yeah, that's Sprightly. So yeah, if you punch into YouTube, hey, it's Saturday, and yeah, you'll get to see him and understand what we're talking about.
Sprightly, you're just gonna sit there and let them talk about you like that?
Yeah, Dickie Knee.
Excuse me, Mr. Summers. Yes, Dickie, you're a clown.
Yeah, that's exactly what he'd do.
Damn, Sprightly, you're just gonna sit there and take that, bro?
If he could, he'd probably pop up and go, your sister.
CV, man, you're messing up, dude. You only ask for W's in the chat. You need to start asking for L's in the chat, man. That dude gets mad L.
All right, guys, you heard the man. Let's get some L's in the chat. I want to see the chat flying right now for Sprightly. More like lightly, because dude's taking hella L's right now.
Lightly.
Do kids nowadays know what L7 means?
L7? What is that?
Square.
Oh, really? I only know O slash.
Yeah. You're L7, you're square.
Hey, India, what you know about that O slash? Yeah, you guys don't know about that O slash, huh?
What's that?
So, dude, give it a wave.
That's the Roman salute right there.
God damn.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Where's my picture? I got a picture of Myron throwing it up. I never heard of L7, though. That's cool. It just reminded me of O slash. Let me see if I can find a picture. There it is. Yeah. Oh, earlier I was driving and I think TW were like, "Bro, you were drunk. Shut up." And he's like, "I don't drink." And then he asked you if you drank. I forget what you said, but the whole time I was thinking.
Oh, it was me. It was Timbo.
It was Timbo.
Same shit.
Yeah, I said no, I don't, and then I said, "Oh, that's a lie."
Well, I was just thinking of that fucking VB long neck the whole time. He's like, of course I drink VBs. Get up, your dog tucks. Anyway.
So Maxim did the walk of shame. He's not here anymore. He left in silence.
Fucking L, bro.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, what are we doing? What are we doing in PNR? What do you guys? This the spot for now?
Oh, you found us. Now we got to find a new place.
Oh Lord. We got Amish in the chat. What's up, man?
Doing all right. Just hanging out. Got a lot on my mind.
Oh, really? Go ahead.
Just stuff I've been working off and on this paper. Just a thought piece regarding flat Earth.
Nice.
Exploring the concept of models and reification fallacies through the philosophy of mathematics, semiotics.
Nice.
I'm sure India would probably love it.
Nice, bro.
Nerd.
Yeah, that's some geek shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
That's some L7 shit there, mate.
You know, but it really it really digs at the heart of what this conversation's all about. You know, we're really dealing with the biggest concept reification fallacy ever. And you can kind of think of semiotics as a field that really seems to be focused on what that is. How people take signs and symbols and meaning and turn it into reality and then destroy meaning in the process and create a hyper reality. That's kind of exactly what the globe is.
That's kind of sad. I looked up the etymology of the word mathematics, and it originally means to learn or learn. So it's anything that's learned that's called mathematics. Means you don't know it, right? You just learned it. Whatever that means.
I think that could explain why they differentiate arithmetic from mathematics. You know, arithmetic is going through the accounting process of things. And you can learn things mathematically. And so we have signs and symbols that help us do that procedurally. You know, one of the things that's been on my mind is this idea that for the whole globe concept to work with celestial navigation and geodesy, more specifically, I guess like astrogeodesy, astrogeodetics, where you take the stars and use that for surveying stuff on the ground. And all of this relies on this interpretation of starlight being parallel rays, so you can't triangulate it on a globe. And then the globers make fun of us when we show them that the observer-dependent stars on flat Earth can also not be triangulated because the observers call them rays shooting out from your eyes don't intersect in 3D space. That's something you talk about a lot, Indio. So in neither interpretation of the world can you triangulate the height of a star or any luminary above the Earth. And so what the globe does is they take this concept of parallel rays and they take the flat surface that we know and can experience and realize, and they take that away from you. And they put that flat surface way up to where the star is. And the star's got an effectively flat surface. How's that? Well, the star's supposed to be fucking huge compared to a tiny ball curving Earth. And so its relative flatness is the reason for the parallel rays, they say, and how also you can't triangulate its position because of the consequence of parallel rays. So they preserve the geometry. They take a flat surface you can measure and put in a place you can't measure. And then the parallel rays and they preserve this geometric equivalence between what we can experience and what we don't. So there has to be an adjudication process here. You know, we've got these two interpretations, but one of them can be independently and empirically validated. And that's the flat surface of the Earth, and that's the tiebreaker. That's kind of the concept for the paper that I've been nugging on for a while.
W.
I also produce a model for a flat Earth coordinate system that is completely congruent with globe interpretations of coordinates.
Another W. Nice.
Yeah, that part's done. That part was easy, and you'll know why when you read it.
Is that the one you sent me a while back with the hypersphere?
That's how it started. I originally started off with the idea of so yeah, the hypersphere idea came to me when I was kind of studying the mathematics of the ECEF and ECI coordinate reference systems that satellites use. And I was looking at this and thinking, holy shit, like the local tangent plane square that's on the ball, what they've done is the ball is actually 4 spatial dimensions with a radius that is a common equidistant point to all points on that tangent plane. And the tangent plane repeats itself with a periodicity that you can express with a modulo operation, which I put in an algebraic expression. And the periodicity can correspond to like the circumference of a globe Earth, if that makes any sense. And a modulo just basically does a remainder from how many times you like go around it and wrap around it. And you can think of like the remainders telling you how far you go past the point that you started when you loop. So you create this looping plane that is experienced in a Cartesian way, as we do in reality, X, Y, and Z planar, but in a 4th hyper dimension, the looping is done where the radius and curvature exists in a dimension you can't see. And this is interesting because what they've done for satellites is they create a fictitious absolute frame of reference, point of origin of the Earth. Whether you conceive of it as like underneath or above, it doesn't matter. It's in hyperspace. And that absolute frame of reference serves as a way to keep track of all the assets that are in motion above this call it an XY plane, if you want to use that convention, and Z is the vertical axis. And this was interesting to me because satellites exhibit no rotational vector with ECEF. So as satellites go through an orbital period, they have to maintain down with respect to the Earth, and that's not captured in anything I've ever seen, and not even in their own coordinate reference system. So I'm like, okay, they're obviously operating with a flat concept because they forego any rotation. And so how are they doing this? Well, insert the freaking hypersphere mathematics in a looping world. I don't know if these things actually loop around like this. I don't claim that Earth is like a Pac-Man world, but you can certainly build one that way. So I moved on from that, and because I didn't want to like go Pac-Man Earth with this shit and invoking like Einstein's fucking Minkowski space and metric tensor bullshit, and just kind of keep it more empirical. And so I went with another direction. That's all.
Well, the thing I never understood about the GPS and the ECF coordinates is as soon as you move in either direction, you're off the plane. If you're on a globe, right? If you're on a globe. As soon as you move, you go a freaking millimeter, you're off the plane.
Right. And so you need like a Taylor function, right, to determine how far off the plane you are, where the tangent meets the curve and approaches 0. Yeah, as soon as you move, you go into that weird space in between the tangent and the curve. And so, yeah, I mean,
well, then when you get an update, right? So you can say you got one tick of the GPS, right? You get one message, and a millisecond later you get another message. Is it just recalculating the tangent plane every single time it gets an update? So each individual tick is basically redoing the entire thing all over again?
Dude, that's a good question. I wonder, and these Globers, dude, they talk about how GPS is completely open source and everybody understands it. But no, like what they're doing is they're taking ground tracking stations all over the world, and they use azimuth and elevation to track satellites. And they can't track a satellite below a certain elevation angle due to path loss. So, I mean, they're doing like what you do with the freaking Mariner sextant. And then they aggregate this all together, compute coordinates, and calculate this freaking Keplerian orbital elements, and solve for like the mean anomaly and all this shit. And they tell the satellites where they think they should be in this fictitious coordinate system made out of Keplerian orbital elements. And then that shit like computes ECEF out of it and then broadcasts it back down to Earth. And it's like, what the fuck? You have no idea how they're doing all the shit on the back end with updating. And then you're updating like the ephemeris and the almanac and introducing relativity corrections, they say. Nobody has access to any of this shit. So you can't call GPS open source at all. Nobody fucking really understands how the thing actually works.
Yeah, it's definitely a black box.
It is. So yeah, I'm mystified by it. I really am.
Also,
I know enough to know that people don't really know what they're talking about.
Yeah, there's also, according to Trimble, that makes GPS handsets, right? They say they also do tropospheric refraction corrections.
Yeah, right, for communications, right? It's because the ionosphere and yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't say how they do it, because I looked in, I tried to figure out how are they doing this, right? Like if refraction's doing all this shit. Are they doing a refraction correction for GPS? Find out. They claim they are. Okay, let's find out how they do it. It's a dead end. There's nothing to find.
I was going on a tangent earlier in the week and last week on Schuler tuning. Another fucking dead end. It only exists in theoretical models and concepts. And this, for the audience listening, this is where they supposedly account for the rotation vector over the curvature of the Earth in inertial navigation systems that use like fiber optic gyros or ring laser gyros, or even mechanical gyros that are high speed. So boats, airplanes, and even satellites. They supposedly calculate the Schuler tuning, and then kind of when you look at the whole system, what it's doing is it's calculating the rotation vector to update the graphics on the screen that people are watching of a spherical coordinate reference system, which is like not reality. It's almost like it's like the Coriolis computers that they give snipers who have like globitis and need to feel like that they're doing something to correct for the curvature of the Earth, and it's not really doing shit. So,
come on, we know what the deal is. They're just bad shots, and they're trying to come up with an excuse. It must be because I didn't use Coriolis. That's why I can't hit the target.
Yeah, like a bad tennis player's got excuses every day.
Yeah, it's my racket. I need a better racket, man.
Yep. The chat's going crazy.
Yeah, but Schuler tuning's interesting, man. So this guy back like 100 years ago conceived of a way to mathematically account for the curvature of the Earth, regardless of however fast or what direction an object is navigating over it. And so he envisioned a big fat pendulum underneath a moving object that has a length of 3,959 miles and swings, and the swing is determined by gravitational acceleration, and it completes a period every 84.4 minutes. And so you use this constant, and you can correct for your curvature rotation at any point in time that you're navigating, and you're always maintaining conceptual theoretical down with respect to a globe Earth. And so they factor in this calculation into all these modern INS systems. And you start reading, well, how this become popular? Well, Apollo said that they started incorporating Schuler tuning to make their moon mission succeed. And then after that, like Boeing, Honeywell, Rockwell Collins, they're like, fuck, we'll update our INS systems too. If it worked great for Apollo, we'll start putting this in 747s. And so then they started integrating this black box into these systems. And this Schuller tuning mechanism or subcomponent is embedded within the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, the ADIRU, within the INS. And we've all heard stories about that, like from Globebusters and Taboo Conspiracy, where 777 pilot had his ADIRU unit malfunction while he was on the tarmac. And these technicians, and he was like worried because he thought without it, he'd be thrown way off from his flight plan because he was relying on negotiating over the curvature of the Earth. And so the technicians didn't have any replacements, and it'd take too long to fix it. And so they said, well, you're just going to have to rely on your own skill as a pilot to get the job done. And he did. And he described that his flight took place without any problems whatsoever. All of his systems were working just fine. It was as if it didn't fucking matter at all. And so he was perplexed, and he said he sat down to research what the hell this unit was, and he kept reaching dead ends with it.
That was the guy that freaking got to the NASA site eventually. Didn't he say?
Yeah.
Was that the same guy who was like, let's just break into it? And they were like, no.
Yeah.
You can't go into it.
National security reasons and all this other shit.
No. Yeah, dude, you just open it up and it's just like.
Yeah, it's specifically.
Dude, it'd be funny. It'd be like a freaking a computer unit to a freaking like 1998 freaking Camaro, or something that just doesn't even do anything. Just some shit they threw in there.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Oh, that's probably speak and spell inside there or something.
Yeah, it probably does fuck all, or if it does anything.
Oh my God.
The only thing it does useful is update like your little airplane and like snap it to a coordinate reference system. Or maybe like your TomTom GPS might have something, huh?
Well, you mentioned they did it on Apollo. Well, why did they do it in intercontinental ballistic missiles?
Yeah, right. I don't know. I know you have to ask for that one, but if it serves any necessity, it's to reconcile. So what it's doing, what the avionic systems are doing, is they're taking Euclidean measurements of your world. Your attitude indicator, your compass, and everything is all azimuth elevation angles, and it's doing this mathematical conversion to synchronize it to a spherical coordinate reference system. I think Schuller tuning might be a necessary component in reconciling, Euclidean world with geodesic world. And it's all to reify the ball, to take the flat real world terrain and map it into a freaking ball. Just like Helmert's 7 steps of transformation or whatever, it does the same kind of thing for geodesy. And that's all this is. So going back to what my paper's about, it's this hyper real world that Globers live in that has no basis in actual reality, which is all based off of, their symbolic representations of the world as a globe thrown at them from birth, causing them to reify everything into existence they believe to be true when it's not. I have to go, guys. I'll be listening later, but I'm pulling into my driveway now. Just had a few minutes. Thanks for letting me ramble.
All right, thanks.
Let's get some W's in the chat.
Thank you.
Facts. Let's get some W's in the chat for Amish. That's some nerdy shit, man. Holy, bro. What the hell?
Fascinating.
We got some geeks in the panel. Love it.
It's not even that complicated, actually. Just the terminology you are unfamiliar with.
Yeah, here's a bunch of $10 words.
I could literally show you everything he said with like popsicle sticks and a piece of paper.
Yeah, you know what? That sounds good.
Unless in retard language.
Yeah, you got to put it in like, yeah.
How come we're the largest room wherever we go?
We're hot, bro. This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot.
Who said they were listening to retard language? What? I'm sorry that it wasn't put in crayon.
Yeah.
No, that was me. I'm sorry.
Good, I'll put it in the translation. They made shit up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, really?
We got Hans Strudel going hot in the chat side.
Strudel, you're up. I feel like we can cook him so hard on this edge thing.
Hans
Is he
Strudel,
here?
you wanna? Supposed to be here, yeah.
It's
Hans,
supposed to do with strudels, isn't it? Corkum?
good
Strudel.
He's
Yodelay, yodelay, yodelay.
Yodeling.
Bro, what is that profile picture, man?
Yo, Hans, if you want better answers, you can speak up, ask your questions. Let's have a conversation.
He's saying that because it's flat, it has to have an edge. But I guarantee we start asking him about his edge of the universe, and he's like, well, I don't know. I don't even care.
But look at this picture I posted up in the side chat. Maxim was Rich Evan's girlfriend the whole time.
Wow, what the fuck?
That's his little bitch. He ran back to him.
Crazy.
Oh, now that's gay.
Yo. Lizzie does it.
He did
You did amazing.
So they're sending people up here to stir the pot, basically.
Oh, shit.
Mm.
Yeah, I saved that one. Definitely.
Oh, it's Richie, little cheerleader.
Was that in their channel?
They have like a Globe channel, right?
Yeah, they listen to us. They listen to us on YouTube now.
W. Pat in the numbers. W.
Yeah, they listen to us and then talk about us in the Globe Room.
I mean, that's stupid because any normie that comes in, they're going to look at it and go, oh, duh, you might as well have a 24/7 Blue Sky channel, right? Like, they're gonna look crazy.
What? Loy Mumato. Is he in the call? Loy Mumato. Tomato. Are you there?
What are you looking at?
Come off mute. The one with the red octopus.
Oh. Hail Hydra.
Hey, bro, you gotta come off mute, dude. Because he's saying in the chat, he said, could it be that the Earth is like a billion times larger than they claim? Hell no.
He doesn't have a working mic, guys. It's 2025.
That's fucking bullshit.
It's 2025. Microphones haven't been invented where he lives.
Bro, guarantee you have 5 mics around you right now. At least. Dude, my fucking smartwatch has a goddamn mic on it, bro. What do you mean you don't have a mic?
Talk to the
Maybe
watch.
he's using a library computer right now.
Okay, Dick Tracy. Settle down.
Easy there.
He said, couldn't the Earth be a billion times bigger than they say? No. Fuck no. There's no
Hans.
BYOB here.
Sir Hans, do you hear us?
Hans.
Mr. Hans. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Wait, it could be a billion times bigger, but it's still flat.
Facts.
Yeah, that helps the globe side, obviously. Make it bigger.
That's what she said.
Oh.
Oh my.
Oh my.
All right, bro. Hans, come off mute so you can get cooked.
Oh, he's ignoring us, man. Just fucking chat warrior.
That's scary. Yeah, they're scared to talk when they know they're being recorded.
Doesn't their bigger already imply a bigger ball? Flat Earth Ranger, by the way.
Oh, that's Flat Earth Ranger? What the hell? You're on a new account?
Wait, what the hell?
What happened to your other one?
Yeah, my buddy that I invited, I'm with them right now, so I'm on the account.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Bomb has been planted.
Bomb has been planted. How come they don't have Sunboard in this server?
I know. I don't know.
It'd be nice to use, actually.
Facts.
In a sensible way, of course.
I mean, of course.
But I see Matrix has... maybe you can...
Oh, yeah. Metatetrix has his soundboard with him.
Metatetrix. Metatetrix.
Metatetrix. I'm never letting that go.
And CB has no problem with Matrix being in charge of the soundboard at all.
Facts. I trained him up nicely.
But can you do the same as him?
What? He's like, what do you... Listen.
Can hear it in your voice, CB.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's hurting him.
What? No.
Just you admitting that it's okay. I can hear that anger.
Listen,
coming
I
to the
proudly
surface.
passed the torch.
What are we seeing here? Obi-Wan versus Anakin thing going on here, or what?
Pretty much.
And I've got the high ground.
That's actually on the soundboard. That's actually on my soundboard. Oh, nice.
That's funny.
Sorry, let me just go cry in the corner real quick.
Where's
All right, take a slice of cheese with you, mate.
Yeah,
Here comes the do it. Perfect.
Oh, shit.
Sure, you put some cheese on that bread.
To do globe, a ball, you'd have to do core, the center, distance from center to create an angle. If you do the surface, you can't get an angle off a curved surface. You have to draw a hypothetical line all the way to the center of the Earth to get your straight line distance that you would then take an angle from.
No, you could take all of the angles with all of the distances, and the longest one, the shortest one is 90 degrees below you.
Yeah, that doesn't
90 degrees. That's a flat Earth, bro.
Yeah,
I'm saying we don't need to use altitude or any of this. We can just take distances.
Yeah, but you just said 90 degrees, and that's a flat Earth again. You got it. You still don't get it, do you, Sofa King?
I'm saying if the thing is directly below you, you know you're X amount of feet above it.
Yep, 90 degrees. Yep, that's flat Earth, bro.
No, I'm saying geometrically, you measure all the distances. You're at 100,000 feet or 50,000. You measure all the distances. The shortest one is the one that's directly below you. That's geometry.
Directly below, that's flat Earth, bro.
What?
You keep mentioning the flat Earth. Why?
Well, I don't get why that's flat Earth. Don't poison the well.
No, I'm not poisoning the well. I'm just helping you out. When you say below, well, that's in reference to a horizontal plane. When you say 90 degrees, reference to a horizontal plane. You're screwed no matter what you do.
You could have below in a three-dimensional plane.
Okay, show me below on a ball.
Up, down, forward, back, left, right.
Yeah, those are all in reference to a horizontal reference frame.
No, this is the three-dimensional frame. There is down.
No, on a ball, you don't have a frame of reference. I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter if it's a ball or square. It's a three-dimensional space.
Okay, how would you describe up in a three-dimensional space without some sort of reference?
Everything in existence needs a reference frame.
Exactly. So what's the reference frame when you say up or down, above or below?
Luckily, we have a gravitational pull. Thank God.
Oh, there's no gravitational pull unless you can give me the experiment for that.
So how do you? So It doesn't have to be.
So that's a
gravity.
concession. So you don't have gravity now. So you don't have a horizontal reference frame. So you don't have up or down or above or below. You're screwed.
It doesn't need to be gravity. It could just be some magical force that makes things go down, and it would still work.
Now it's magical. Oh, down. That's another reference frame to horizontal. What are you doing? You're kind of ruining yourself at this point, bro.
But either gravity's magic and it goes down, or gravity is real and it also goes down.
Down, magical, flat Earth, no gravity. What are you doing?
So, like, either way, you guys are screwed. You either believe that gravity is fake and it goes down.
Yeah, so you've been checkmated, and now you just want to waffle on. Meanwhile, we were talking to somebody else, and that was productive. So I think he threw himself into the gears. Continue, DJ.
Yeah, so we were having a good conversation with X. But then Mr. U2 spy plane pilot, right, came in.
I think he took off, bro.
Oh, he took off. Good.
Yeah, he's a freaking skank, bro. He couldn't, he's a sore loser.
Straight up
he
skank.
didn't take the beating very well. And I talked to that dude plenty of freaking time, but I think yesterday or this morning, right? Somebody was talking to him, and this time he claimed to be engineer, right? But just the way he fucking speaks, he sound retarded, period. And I think the person that was talking to him would have called him out on that too. You ain't no fucking engineer, right? But yeah, so he's a sore loser, and he come here, chat skanking, all that stuff, and all the time.
Yeah,
but I don't understand why would he came back again? He just got beat up.
Oh,
he's suffering from an identity. He's suffering from an identity crisis. They all do. There has to be a globe, or else their identity's ruined. Yeah, that's why they're doing it.
Alpha, did you talk to him, bro? You remember?
Oh, Sofa King?
Yeah.
Yeah, multiple times.
Okay.
He's not here, but yeah, I've talked to him. Yeah, weapon times one. Looks like he's trying to figure it out too. Was he even? Is he here? Weapon?
Oh yeah.
So you're trying to figure this globe business out too, huh? See if it's a globe or not.
I'm just listening right now. Listening to people. I mean, I haven't really seen any like a real flat earther, real round earther come in here yet and debate.
Well, that guy that was in here just a while ago, he's not much of a debate person, but
He
he
couldn't
just likes to throw.
substantiate gravity. He's not really the debater.
Yeah. We need people to bring in forth their substance for their claim. Substantiate it, At the very least.
Well, I'll be honest with you. That Sofa King guy that you just heard, that's pretty much par for the course for all Globers, because that's how they talk about the ball. They'll talk about it like it's a flat Earth, and then they'll invoke a magical force of gravity, and then realize they don't have it, spiral out and leave. That's pretty standard operating procedure.
So to clarify, what is your view on gravity?
Well, the bending and warping of space-time, pseudo-Riemannian mathematical geometry, it doesn't exist, and it can't have any actual effect on the physical world. So today's current gravity, which is Einsteinian, is a complete fabrication and a farce. But because people don't know any better, they just kind of gobble it up and then say that's what gravity is. In reality, all we have is things essentially in a gradient tower, a vertical gradient tower, that separate according to their relative density. But for that to happen, there needs to be a pressure to it. And so the Earth is a contained, pressurized system, and all these things kind of orient themselves according to their densities. That's what we observed. So when you see things fall in air, right, you say, why do things fall? Well, they forget that the air around that particular object is moving freely and randomly in all directions. So nothing has an exclusive downward vector. Now that object, let's say it's you or a piece of wood, if you were to take that object and put it in a different medium, let's say water, well then it would float. Or, if you tried to force it to the bottom, it would rise back up. So there is no exclusive downward acceleration for all matter. Everything just kind of finds its equilibrium within this gradient tower. That's pretty much it.
I wonder if he heard you.
I did. I hear you doing. I'm inviting in the side chat.
What's the big telltale for the gravities, the lack of existence of gravity, is that there is no experiment that has ever been conducted to even verify or validate its cause of an effect. There is actually not even a gravity that anybody could point to test. There's no force. There's just math. That's why when
the experiment, right, where the guy Isaac Newton dropped it was like a steel ball and something else, and it was a feather, and he had depth, and he identified the sense of drag in the air. There were a few experiments relating to gravity. I don't think that's entirely true.
Well, no, there's no. If you can give me the experiment that tests gravity as the cause of anything, I'd love to see it.
Sure. One second. Let me just finish betting what I'm betting.
Oh, you think it exists? He says, "Hold on a second." Really?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm arguing
that
there's experiments for gravity.
Well, the thing is, that's the point. There isn't any, and you think there might be?
Well, first let me just finish writing out this bit, then I'll get to that.
Good morning, ladies and gents.
Mr. Barrington.
How are you, sir?
Well, how are you?
Oh, I think I'm about like a globetard watching Neil deGrasse Tyson, so I'm not too bad.
Far out.
It's hard to find a happier GT than one watching Neil deGrasse Tyson or fake Professor Dave.
Or anything on Discovery Channel.
All right, everybody be quiet. Flats is here.
Haha.
That's funny. Everybody was quiet. That's awesome.
You guys
It only works if everybody stays quiet when I say that.
That's true. But they were probably already quiet. Am I wrong?
I think we were talking a little bit, but yeah. You kind of came in on a lull.
Any action today?
Yeah, actually. Still going on right now in text and in voice.
Well, then I
So
will proceed with caution.
So you think you figured it out, Weapon? Looks like you put it in text. Mass
It's only
increase.
read the whole thing. Try to approach it as honestly as you can.
Yeah, I really did. I really did. We've seen this multiple times. I mean, this isn't the first rodeo, man. Like, obviously, there's a lot of words in here and parts of the equation that are being utilized that you don't know how to substantiate. For one, you probably don't understand the word mass and what it means. Number two, there's an R value in there that's being used in here, which bakes in an assumption that the radius value is already implied when you haven't figured it out whether or not the Earth is a globe. So it's a begging the question fallacy. So, I mean, just look by the looks of it, there's a lot of liberty being taken with assumptions.
Well, mass is defined as the amount of matter within an object.
Wrong.
That's the general definition, I think.
No, that's not the way it's used here.
How would you define it?
I get resistance to inertia, which it doesn't have an actual meaning in the physical world. So you can't say you're handing me a mass of something by that definition. It's not the amount of stuff. Yeah? Is that what you think it is?
Well, I think that's an experimental definition.
Do you think that's what? Do you think that's what I'm asking you? Do you think that's what it is?
Do I think that that's the definition of mass?
Oh my God! If I said it's the amount of stuff, do you think that's what mass is?
It's the amount of stuff? No, I wouldn't define it as the amount of stuff.
So what is it?
So, the quantity of a matter in an object or its resistance to acceleration, or as you defined it, a measure of the body's inertia.
Yeah. So, what is mass doing in this equation?
So let's see.
Look at the beginning of what you wrote. Mass increase. What is increasing?
1 second.
Oh my God. You wrote it, dude. The very beginning. Mass increase equals stronger gravitational pull. What is mass here? What's increasing? For God's sakes, dude. You wrote the thing. Hello?
Okay, so in this context, mass is the source of gravity. It quantifies how much matter an object has and how strongly it can be attracted to other masses.
Stop. When the first sentence on what you wrote, you focus on what you wrote, right? That's all I'm asking. It says mass increase equals strong gravitational pull. What does mass mean in this context?
In the context, mass is the source of gravity.
Dude, if you're increasing mass, it equals stronger gravitational pull. What's increasing?
How strongly it can attract to other masses.
Okay, so mass is how strongly things can attract to something else?
So mass is the source of gravity. Mass can be quantified by how strongly it can be attracted to other masses.
Yeah, so it's okay. You're redefining it now, so it's losing its context.
Remember, I'm defining it based on the context of my example.
Yeah, what
Because
example?
that's what you asked me to do. The example I put in the chat.
Yeah, there isn't an example here.
What do you mean? The equation I put in the chat is an example?
Yeah, no, it's not.
Explain.
Well, I told you that R value is already begging the question. You're saying that the radius that's induced here is something already between the distance of the center. You don't have that in the case for the globe. You think it's and on top of that, mass increasing, which would mean Of course, you don't know how to look at what you even wrote. Mass increasing would be the thing's size.
Mass increasing would be the sides.
Size.
Oh,
How big it
size.
is. Yeah.
Right, wasn't that the original definition I gave you that you shot down?
For
though? That
God's
said mass
sake,
is relative to
dude,
the
you're
size?
the one that wrote this thing. You don't even know what it says. I have to teach you what you wrote. How does that work? You're the one that wrote it. You should tell me what it means.
Well, I did.
No, you didn't. I asked you in the first line. In the first line, what does mass mean? What it increases equals stronger gravitational pull. And you didn't give me what it should be, which is the size of something. The size of something is increasing, therefore it increases its stronger gravitational pull.
But does the amount of matter in an object not equate to its size?
Oh my God. Dude, are you agreeing that it's the amount of something or not?
No, that is true. Yeah, it's just another way of saying the same thing, though.
Is it the size of the object that's increasing in that first line that you wrote, or no?
Yeah, I've said yes twice now.
Okay, so that's incorrect then. Mass defined as the size of something is incorrect.
Right.
Yeah? So that's wrong.
But I would give it a more stringent definition here, which is
Well, I would give it a more stringent. You've just explained to me what it is. What do you mean more stringent? This is what you're telling me it is. Now you're going to change it up and say you're going to get more stringent? What are you doing?
right. Well, it seems like you're trying to feed me a definition and then tell me that it's wrong.
Okay, the definition for mass is not what you think it is. The way you put it in this in the context, right? The way you wrote it out is the size of something increasing. Mass being increased, then you have a strong gravitational pull. That's how you wrote it in the first line.
Well,
That's
for
wrong.
example, a very, very small condensed object can have a great mass. So by
Really?
definition, size doesn't correlate to mass.
A small condensed object, like what?
Like a collapsed star.
A collapsed star. Dude, you're in fantasy land, bro.
See lore reporting?
You're in fantasy land. I don't even know how are you even figuring reality out with this way of thinking? You don't even know up from down. Of course, says who was telling you that. Now you want to talk about collapsed stars? You have no knowledge about the physical and natural world. You're talking about things that you imagine. None of this is real. Collapsed stars? Come on, man. None of that, what you're telling me, has any coherence. How are you going to actually validate that claim of a collapsed star, bro? Yeah?
It's the lore, bro.
How are you going to validate it? I'm waiting for you to tell me something that means something, man. How do you validate a collapsed star, bro?
What do you mean by validate? I can describe
How
to
do
you how
you
it would
know?
happen.
How do you know you're asked from a pipe wrench when you're talking about a collapsed star? You don't know what you're saying, bro. You're basically talking gibberish when you say, well, we got a collapsed star here. That's all we know what mass means. You don't even know. You can't define mass. Then you want to
It's
talk
an
about
example,
something.
right?
It's an example of you talking like incoherent nonsense, dude. Then you want to say, I can't define mass, but yet me not defining mass, I want to talk about something else I don't know about, which is a collapsed star. And then you don't even know what that is.
Well, a collapsed star is a star that went supernova and then condensed into a small thing that has an extremely high mass.
Right. Right. Where did you learn that from? Did you test that out? Did you verify that?
Did I test the a sun exploding? No.
Oh, then how do you know what you're saying even means anything? How?
Not everything requires a test to be true, though. Right?
Okay, so in what realm do we actually adhere to a collapsed star being anything relevant to the physical and natural world, sir? In
The
what
realm
world?
of science, generally.
The realm of science. So science is the systematic study of the physical and natural world, right? So when do we observe in nature a collapsed star?
Well, we can look through telescopes, right?
Really? We can see collapsed stars.
Can we see collapsed stars? I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, no shit.
It's a good question. Yeah, you're telling me about all the things that collapsed stars do. You're A to Z. The collapsed star does this. It goes supernova. It's doing all kinds of stuff. Oh, it's a good question.
Yeah, it looks like the answer is yes.
It's a good question. Really.
It says astronomers using the Hubble Space Telescope have taken a first direct look at a visible light at a lone neutron star.
Yeah, that's great. That's wonderful. I'm glad you looked that up because a moment ago you didn't know what it was. But you said it was a good. But you said it was a good question, which means everything you said prior to the good question, you were just making shit up and throwing it at the wall and seeing
Well,
what
clearly
sticks.
not, because the internet validated my claim.
How did the internet validate your claim, dude?
It said astronauts using the Hubble Space Telescope have taken the first direct look at a visible light and a lone neutron star.
Is it collapsing?
Yes, that's a lone neutron star is a collapsed star.
Really? And how did they validate that?
By looking at it through the Hubble Space Telescope, that was.
And what did they determine? What did they determine by looking at something? What did they say when they saw it?
They determined, so they looked at it with their eyes, and their eyes told them, sent impulses to their brain, which confirmed the audible mathematical impact concept that they had already derived.
A concept? They're seeing concepts. They're seeing concepts. They're seeing concepts.
Visual,
bro.
not audible.
They're seeing concepts. How the hell do you see a concept?
Well, so you have a theory or a concept, right? And then that theory is made tangible by viewing the theory.
Really? You're seeing a theory. How do you see a theory?
By seeing something that validates your theory.
And what do they look at? How do they know it's a collapsed star? How do they categorize that?
Also a good question. I don't know. I can look it up.
You don't know, bro. You have no idea. Listen, you have no idea. And the reason why I'm exposing you, man, is because you think you're so confident in the knowledge that somebody else is giving you that you're willing you're willing to take this to the fullest extreme. Bro, I'm showing you, you have no knowledge of this. Why must you persist? Why? Why do you continue to go down the road where you're going to say, I don't know at the very end? I love the fact that psychology has a lot to do with what we're doing right now. The mind wants to figure a way out of this. There is no way out, dude. The end of the line is, I don't know. Always. Every time. It's amazing, dude. It's amazing.
Well, you did just establish that it's okay to say, I don't know, right?
Yeah, at the end of all of what your whole spiel was, to bring forward the information that the collapsed stars, I know what mass means, going back to the premise.
I'm not an astrophysicist, right?
No, it's not about that, bro. Listen, it's not
How
about
is
that.
it not about that? It means I haven't studied this my whole life. You spent more time studying this than I have.
Dude, what it means is a lot of people think that things are figured out. Upon further research, they're going to find out they don't know what they're talking about, like you just did right now. Yes. This is a prime example. You're being shown that everything you thought was true comes out to an I don't know at the end of everything that you think is true. I don't know. Well, really, you were so confident at the beginning. You thought you knew what mass was.
Again,
you put this little
I don't know wasn't the end of my sentence there. I was saying, I don't know. Let's try to find out. Let's look up and see what science
No. I don't know. Let's try to find out. Comes out to be, I don't know. Let's try to find out. Okay, we figured it out. I still don't know. That's what it amounts to. It still isn't I don't know at the end of that. It doesn't matter.
So you're saying essentially, if I were to look this up and we continue to keep going, you continue to ask me questions that I don't know, we still have established so much continuity in what I'd already said.
There is no continuity in imagination, sir. What are you going to say? Within the things that I said, somewhere in there, you can find there's some truth. No, because from beginning to end, it's all in imagination. Probably some dude thought it up, put it on the internet, and you're reading what his thoughts are. And you're like, oh, that's kind of interesting, man, that the guy's saying some kind of crazy stuff that I don't know about. Really? Anyone can do that.
Well, that dude was probably like an astrophysicist.
Let's give him some credibility. He's probably an astrophysicist. He's still writing about lore. You know, they do that in books that have imagination, kind of storytelling and all that. Yeah, and that's all this is. It's fantasy, which you like, obviously, because you appeal to people that are giving you more. There is no continuity in that. All there is you appealing to this story that everybody already knows about, except for there's new downloadable content, right? You can update yourself with the latest lore, and they're finding protoplanetary systems out there that habit life and all this kind of crazy jazz. That's you. You love it. You gobble it up. You can't wait for more. But this is the thing,
Well,
right?
Again, it
I'm
seems like
showing
you're
you.
saying that I go out of my way to try to find information about this. And I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, either this doesn't exist, concept doesn't live in my head rent free.
That's funny. That's ironic. That the moment you said that, you forgot that during the course of our conversation, you did that. You looked it up.
Sure. Yeah, for the sake of the conversation, but it's not something that I do rent free.
No shit. But this is the point that I'm making, dude. Is that you will search the internet wide for every explanation to your lore fantasy to adhere to it. You want to you're clutching your pearls, bro. That's all you're doing.
How is that any different than me looking at your sources to try to gain information?
Because ours is simple and observable, repeatable, testable, falsifiable. It's nothing to do with fantasy. It's everything to do with practicality. That's the difference. Yeah?
Well, again, I haven't looked at your sources yet, but I'll take your word for it.
The problem that you're having here is that you don't want to look at our sources because our sources.
I promise you that's not true.
I promise you the thing you've been on so far is trying to provide evidence that your lore means anything in the physical and natural world, and it doesn't. So
I'm going to look at the evidence that the other guy sent me.
The other guy, everybody's going to post to you the thing that's obviously true. Obviously. The Earth, dude, just relax, dude. You have a lot of energy to tell us about the lore, but you don't have energy to listen, which is weird. All right, so
go ahead. My bad.
Well, thank you for that. So obviously, the Earth appears as flat and stationary. It's not just observable, but it's also measurable. And it's not just measurable; it's practically used that way. So everybody has a way to see the Earth as flat and stationary by observing it, by measuring it, and practically using it that way. So everybody that observes the Earth doesn't need to look into sources. They can walk outside and look for long distances because you've been doing it all your life. You've seen long distances, which debunks the fact that the Earth's curvature is hiding things off in the distance. So you have been, and everybody in this room, have been doing long distance observations. Unbeknownst to you, you've been looking across a flat Earth and a horizontal plane. You've never been looking across the face of a globe, dude. That's nonsense. So obviously the truth is that the Earth is flat, and you've been observing it that way. You just never been the truth is hidden in plain sight. Obviously, you just never opened up your eyes, right? Because you've only been thinking of globes and the fantasy lore that you've been fed for the longest that you've been alive. That's not. We don't need to pull up a scientist. Oh, we got Joe Q scientist over here. He's going to tell you all about flat Earth. No, dude, the truth is obvious. You've been seeing it your whole life. Yeah, you don't need special equipment. You don't need to go and get a giant telescope. The Earth is flat, obviously, and it's measured that way, right? People have navigated across the surface of the Earth that way. So we don't need experts to tell you this. We don't need citations. You can get your ass off the couch and go outside and see it that way. Yeah?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, what I think is probably the most logical thing for me to do right now to verify your claim would be to just stream myself watching the video.
I don't know what that means. What video?
The video that was sent to me just now.
Do that on your own time. Perhaps give them a rebuttal. But what I'm telling you is that we don't need to appeal to people, except for common sense and reason and logic. That's what we need to appeal to when it comes to you. Obviously, other than that, we don't need to pull in Joe Q expert over here so that he can tell you that the Earth is flat, because it's obviously flat. Duh.
Okay.
Okay. Seems like my work is done here.
Damn, is that it? Holy, I woke up and the panel's smoking right now. My phone is smoking, dude. All this cooking right now.
I lit homie up like a Christmas tree because he's coming in pretty thick with the globe lore. You know what that's like.
Yeah, all the lore reporting, I can hear it.
Every now and again, somebody needs to be shook awake. Sometimes it does. It works. Sometimes it don't. Who knows? We never know.
A collapsed star, bro. What was it doing before it collapsed?
No, it's not that, man. It's like the continuity of the discussion prior to the collapse. So I'm like, my God, dude, you just told us about more lore. What do you want us to do with that? There's nothing in there that we're gonna be like, dude. Oh yeah, you said some provocative things. Let's look into it. This is just it's more lore. You just told us a whopping story about the stuff we already know. We know about the globe lore. It's all the little tangential points that they bring up with it. There's nothing new under the sun, bro. Like that. At the end of that, what do you want us to do with all of it? It's good story time. We can get our blankets and hot chocolate. Listen to you speak some more. I mean, shit.
I just got out of bed. Do I need to get tugged back in bed for the lore?
Well, I mean, if we're going to be told, well, billions of years ago, like, oh my God.
And here we go.
And it's like, it's almost the opening theme for Star Wars, right? In a galaxy far, far away, like fucking.
Yeah.
It's what it's about. It amounts to collapsed stars and quasars and black holes and dark matter and, Luke Skywalker and, Jabba the Hutt and shit. Like, what else?
Well, just to make sure that people understand who they're dealing with, I posted a couple of different quotations. But my favorite one is, nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. So you guys have put your intellectual authority into the hands of people who are just guessing at it. And the quote above says that they're off most of the time by a factor of 10 with 120 zeros after it. So those are the people that you're relying on for your worldview. Enjoy.
That's okay. We like the lore.
Oh, but so you got to say it like he does. By the seat of your pants.
Leaps of logic, yeah, though he says.
It's guesswork.
And when you tell them that, though, they're just like, oh, but he don't mean that. Like, nah.
Right.
They become freaking, what is it? Science communicator apologists. They're like, no, he didn't. Yeah, you heard him say that. I know that. I get that. You heard him say that. Yeah, but he didn't mean that. Like,
well, this is when This is when the bus comes out. I don't know if you guys remember that show where they would like remake somebody's house. I forget what that was called, but they'd be like, "Move that bus," and the bus would move, and they would reveal the house. It's like they basically roll the expert out. They're like, "He's the guy. He's the one. He's got all the answers." Then says who goes, well, here's what he says. And then we hear the chanting, move that bus. And the bus rolls right over the expert they just appealed to. Well, he didn't mean that. Wait, I thought he was the expert. You're the expert now?
Neil deGrasse Tyson says, that stuff looks flat. Like when they're doing the edge of space jump, 120,000 feet up in the air. And you hear all the apologists coming out the woodwork. No, you guys heard wrong. Nah, he didn't say that.
What he meant was.
It's like, dude, he exactly said what he said for a reason. Because you guys think you can see the curvature of the Earth at 120,000 feet, and Neil's saying, shut up, numpties. You're supposed to be on my side and agree that you can't see the curvature of the Earth until you get way, 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 way higher, where nobody can send balloons up and look at the Earth as flat. So that's what he's like, and these guys don't get it, right? Because that's what it is. He's trying to put the curvature of the Earth so far out of everybody's reach that it doesn't matter what you send up there, you can't get to the place where they're saying you can see curvature because you have to be in special rockets to go to that location.
I have one.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
But they don't get it because they're all like, "Whoa, we can see curvature at 34,000 feet from an airplane window."
No, X, I don't know if you want to answer this, but earlier when I told you that the idea of gravity had been reduced to just something conceptual like mathematics. Oh, did he leave? Did he bounce?
He bounced, that's who.
Just now when I was talking. So I told him it turned into math, and the first thing he does is post in the side chat math without experiment. Ridiculous.
Yeah, he's been here before. But he's only shown his cognitive dissonance as of late, so I was biding my time. Yeah, I was biding my time till he actually had enough bravado to actually go for it. He wanted to go for that brass ring, you know? Which for me, I'm like, do it, man. Skin that smoke wagon, see what happens. You have to do it at the peak of that cog disc, man. That's when you get the most, like, bang for your buck. Or at least I think that's where the walls can come down if they're going to. They can go away and they'll be like, shit, I didn't have a good rebuttal to what he said. Because it doesn't matter if they stay or they leave. The only thing that matters is it sticks. That they couldn't have any way out of it. Anyways, good evening, everybody. Jedi.
Evening.
Yo. What up, homie?
What's up, man?
Nothing much.
You working today?
Yeah, I'm on break. This new job, man, this new position I got is fucking hella relaxed.
Is it now? Good stuff.
I can have my earbuds. We take long breaks. I'm like, dude, I can get used to this shit.
It's good to have you at normal hours anyway, mate.
Oh god, dude. Yeah, nights was wearing me down.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Wait, is this your new time slot?
Yep.
Ooh, let's go.
I'll be mornings again. Remember how we used to do mornings, CB?
Oh, those were the best, dude. I would just wake up and you'd be already cooking. This is perfect. They better watch out.
Yep. And yeah, man. We have politics and religion, and I mean, slowly, I think we're number one here too, right? Politics and religion. I think Crit says we are. I don't know if you hear Crit.
It's facts.
I know we're number one. We're number one in politics, but I wanted to see if we can get that here too.
We were number one in politics as soon as we showed up.
I know.
I really got to say something, man. I love that. I'm sure that makes people really upset.
I know, isn't that great?
That's great. It's awesome.
So we're talking about too that they're creating channels like against this one, like 24/7 Globe Earth Reality and all that, but they don't have what we have, like the recipe we have, which is the logistical means to hold up a room like this. They don't have the controversial topics. They got nothing, bro. All they got is yappuccinos and people being upset when they're in there. Well, we don't like what they're doing over there. And can you imagine listening to somebody bitch for hours on end, dude? You're like, dude, fuck this. Like, I'm not gonna be here for that. I can hear people moaning and groaning about somebody else. Like, I want to hear some arguments, some debate, something, man. Give me something.
Not even live, bro.
That's why their channel is just like lying there, man. It's not doing much.
They haven't got any personalities to fill it, mate.
Yeah.
That's half of the problem. Apart from the Globe Earth hasn't got any evidence, blah, blah, blah. They've got no personalities.
Yeah. And let's say they did,
They
right?
hate us because they ain't us.
Let's say they did. Let's say Rich Evans was, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to be on there and do my thing. Eventually, people are going to be like, well, yeah, but he's only in there for like however many hours and then he's gone. Because he can't man that position all day. We have the endurance to do that because most of us are rotating shifts. Like we leave, somebody comes in, like we're always constantly revolving. So we keep it fresh. They can't do what we do, man. I'm telling you.
Well, also too, because they're not united. They don't have a common bond. What they have is a burning hatred of other people. That's not something you can build a bond on.
Yep. Nope.
Well said. Well said.
And meanwhile, we're over here kicking back, lighting stogies. Man, they're over there just fuming.
It's a trauma bond.
Yeah, they're plotting. They're plotting, trying to. Okay, so what can we do? Like, let's try to figure it out, man. What can we do to that channel? Because this channel needs some people in here. Maybe we can go cause a ruckus. Perhaps we can get in their DMs and tell them to come over here for a fight. It's like, no. You know where we're at if you want to find us. They hate, dude. They freaking hate that, dude. They have to come in here and like beg us to go over there. Like, please, man, just come over here.
Please.
I got this group chat going with some of them that are banned that were also my friends list. It's called Building Effective Communication Skills. And seeing, like, do they want to be part of the channel? Okay, if you want this, how can we fix it so you can have effective communication skills?
Not to mention, we have all the good-looking people in here too. So,
Jedi specialist.
Just saying, flat earthers are good-looking.
Facts.
Plus, we're not munching on our own mucus, so that's another thing.
Oh yeah, it's so it's so nasty.
Wait, is that a thing? Is that a thing? Oh, the booger.
Dude,
booger eater.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pinky finger is the one he uses for the delectable delights.
What else finger would you use, man? That's the one.
That's the one. If you want to reach in there and really dig all the bats out of their cave, he's so nasty, bro. Somebody should tell him, dude, why are you so nasty?
Maybe their minds are underdeveloped or something, Maybe his body's grown, but his mind's under.
There's a common bond between flatheads. So.
Yeah.
What's that?
Get cuddled off as a baby. Their brains didn't get time to develop, and the backs of their heads are flat.
Yeah, man, that video threw me off so badly. I was really not expecting that when it was shown. I forget where was it shown on QE's stream or something. I forget.
No, he was like going to go live himself, but he didn't realize that he was already live.
Yeah. Wow. But I'm saying when that was demonstrated to us, was that a clip that was just thrown in the chat, or was it presented on Ballbusters? I forget. But wherever it was, I was really thrown aback by it.
If you're in front of a camera and you're about to go live and you're not on yet, just assume that the camera's on. Just assume that it's on. Don't be doing something that you think somebody really. Oh my God, you're recorded, bro. Anyway, there's no shame. They live with no shame.
Jesus said the truth would come out, that the things that were spoken in secret would be shouted from the rooftop. So it was bound to happen.
That was McToon.
We'd find out that he's a closet booger eater.
That was to fight the tight shirt, right?
Yeah.
Why do they call him McBooger Eater? Or is that just...
Dude, you haven't seen it? Wait a minute. You haven't seen it?
No, I have seen it. I have seen it, but isn't there McToon? I thought... So McToon is not the same as McBooger Eater.
Well, he used to be, but then we found one that actually is a McBooger Eater.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he toppled the throne.
How recently did this happen?
A couple of weeks ago.
This was weeks ago? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Damn. Wow. What an idiot.
I got to get back, but...
All right. Let's get some W's in the chat, guys.
Yeah, have a good shift, man.
Throw up a W for Mickey, guys. This is the chat line. There we go. South the DJ. Shout out to Mike. Fucking ain't right, bud. I see you, W, in the chat, man. Hey, chat, what's next? Anybody else with Discord update on mobile? My boxes look all different now. For some reason. Oh, never mind. Back to normal. That was weird.
You and your damn iPhone.
Yeah, don't tell AI, bro. That was weird. It must have been a glitch. I posted it in the chat. I haven't heard a good freak out in a while. Like a good Glober crash out.
Oh, I got a group chat you might want to see.
Oh, nice. I'm sure you got plenty of those.
It's been like 2 days of just meltdowns.
Nice.
There we go. Enjoy.
Let's take a look. Has this guy spoken here before, or he's just more like a chat guy?
No, these are all people who were banned, but thought they were banned unfairly. And they also, at some point, had sent me a friend request that I just accepted. So I called them my special Pokemon that I've collected that we're going to build effective communication strategies. So I made up a group chat and be like, let's go through it, one by brick, step by step.
Nice. I'm reading some of this now. Shake your stinky leg.
Yeah, it used to be a GIF I would post when he would insult me. I would respond with just shake your stinky leg.
Oh, some of the stanky
really
leg, like the
upset by
dance.
that. He'd be like, "Crait, you're a dumb, fat, old loser who shouldn't be on the internet." I'm like, dude, shake that stinky leg, right? Then he would get mad and start insulting other people, and then get banned and be like, "Oh, your buddies banned me because I was insulting you." I'm like, well, no, dude, you insulted them, and then they got rid of you. I said, insult me all you want. But if you insult other people, that might not work out well. So shake that stanky leg.
Do the stanky leg, do the stanky leg. That's actually a song. It's
Yeah, I know. That's where I came up with it.
Oh, okay. Nice. That's an old one.
It was like we were on another server together where he didn't realize I was a mod because I had a different role. It was like Flat Earth Facilitator or something like that, right? Like Tolkien Flat Earther. So he's like, you can't moderate me here. You got no power. I go, I don't moderate you anyway. What are you talking about? And then finally someone moderated him because he's like, dude, why are you being the dick? It's like, Crait could have kicked you out at any time. He's like a moderator just like the rest of us. He just has the role, a special role to be kind of funny about it. And he didn't get it. He was just dumbfounded. He's like, "What?" Yeah, dude. Yeah, you got it. I could have kicked you out at any time I wanted.
It cracks me up when you do that. You're anything. You could have done anything else. That shit is so funny to me, dude. I love that. Do you notice you do that, or
Yeah, I know. Like
It's
the
so awesome.
voices, like changing the voices and stuff. Where
It's great. It cracks me up every time. It's a lot of character. I love characters, man. You had all the time in the world, and you wasted it. You didn't do any research.
you had all day.
Who's our most obsessed, you think? Like, who's like the most dedicated to hating on us? Is it Rich? Dogs? Donald? Who's up there?
Yeah, it's. I can't remember if Donald. Oh, I think he blocked me because at one point we were friends. Because that would be a good one to add to that group.
I ran into like Peter. Is he still around? I feel like we cracked him so hard he like broke himself. At least I noticed. He was one way. Then we cracked him. Then he came in another way. And like then he disappeared. Then he's back. Like,
Yeah, Peter, he wants to be part of the conversation again. He just hasn't chimed in the group chat. I've been talking to him in DMs and see where he goes.
Didn't he jump in not too long ago with like a fucking voice changer or something?
see, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he
We
did.
cracked him so hard.
Or at least it was
Man, I'm
him, right?
my bad.
Like it was speculated it was him, and then the guy left, so that was kind of like quasi confirmation, you know.
I see.
That was funny, yeah.
He really did not like me, bro. But I thought it was awesome. I could trigger him pretty good. Thought it was funny. Imagine thinking you're all that in a bag of chips and you get smoked by a bunch of freaking flatties.
Who else are you going to get smoked by other than us flatties? Come on.
Thanks.
We're the cream of the crop, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Randy Savage knew what was up. He knew that cream would rise to the top.
Okay. Okay, that's like cream like frog. It was like best of the, artists or whatever.
What did you say?
But where did that saying "cream of the crop" come from?
Oh, the very top, like when they make milk, and then when the process pasteurization, and they have to stir it, and then the cream, like the milk, the cream rises to the top, and they take that part off to make like ice cream and other things.
Yeah, Macho Man Randy Savage. He knew. Oh yeah.
That's why they called it skim milk, because they skim the cream off the top.
I tried to
Yeah.
have that Macho Man Randy Savage voice. I ain't got it, but
Ooh, yeah. You ain't no queen of the crop. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So I didn't know milk processing was a crop. I thought it was just like vegetables and things.
Yeah.
That's cool. Learning something new.
It's actually more like, oh yeah. He has a really deep voice.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Randy Macho Man Savage. Oh yeah. Dude, there's this person on TikTok that it's like him and his girl, and they do Randy Macho Man, like old interviews with like the old freaking like back in the 80s. It's hilarious, bro. She acts like little Jim McMahon, like right there doing the interview. I don't know if you guys, I don't know if you're young enough or old enough to know Jim McMahon, but old.
Wait,
I
who's my
can't
number one
stand
hater?
it. That chat likes to not like catch up, or it freezes me at a certain point, and I have to leave and come back. I'm sorry for posting twice.
Oh, there. Who do you think's our biggest like hater? You're number one.
Yeah, I mean they're kind of fans. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, are they haters? Are they?
Oh yeah, right. It's their hate
Yeah, they're
boner.
more like fans. Yeah.
Yeah, well, then who's got the biggest hate boner? Pause. That sounds weird. I know Donald's been coming around a lot.
Yeah.
They're like wants himself to be calm. He's like on the verge of crash out at all times. Say one wrong thing, dude. Start cackling again. You think the Earth's a planet? Like, are you okay? What the fuck? I would go on camera, but you're blocking me. You're not letting me go on camera. Bro, we don't want to see you on camera. I'm not trying to go bleach your eyeballs after this, alright?
Yeah, especially. I mean, like, yeah, I don't want to make fun of someone's looks, but holy crap, it looked like he hit every branch, falling out of the ugly tree.
So true. Like, bro, at least get some new glasses. You'll look so much. You'll look more G with some better glasses, man.
I mean, just his living space is just a disgusting mess. Like, I mean, if you're gonna go on camera, at least put on a clean shirt. Like, wash your face and like clean your glasses off. I mean, what the fuck, dude? Have some self-respect. You just broadcast your image across all of the internet.
Yeah.
I think you would run a comb through your hair at least. Like,
No, you did not. That's funny. He doesn't give a fuck, bro. I kind of respect it.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah, he's like, whatever.
A little bit of effort, man. That's all you need.
What does a crackhead look like?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Like,
You're
if you're to say, what does this person look like? Does this person look like a functionally normal adult? Or not? Like, no, he's not doing well. He's definitely not doing well. You know, but a lot of that has to go with his like being terminally online. You know, it's like he doesn't really have a lot of like the interpersonal social skills. He's not out there talking to people IRL.
Right. Everybody doesn't get bitches, that's for sure.
That's why I think these conversations are important for him, because they're going to help him get someplace where he's able to diffuse, when he gets into a conversation with someone at IRL. Like, his atheism is a big boundary to effectively communicate with like the vast majority of people out there.
You think so? Would you say like what percentage of like the globetards are atheists, agnostic?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's interesting because they shouldn't be. If they really believe what NASA and the Catholic Church is telling them, and that the Catholic Church and NASA can't lie to them, they should be fully inside the Christian faith, like all the way in. But it's quite odd when they say they're atheist and like heliocentric. Like, how are you going to adopt a Christian worldview and not at the same time?
It is.
And they could be like, well, flat earthers are religious too. Well, duh. Almost everybody's religious. Like, are they all in on it? See, at some point they think there can't be a conspiracy theory. It's if too many people would have to be in on it. You're like, well, certainly. So is Jesus real, or is that a conspiracy theory? It'd be like, yeah, Jesus is not real. That's a conspiracy theory. I mean, think of all the people who have to be in on it. That massive cover-up to basically remove this historic figure. That all the people were in on it.
Hey, Craig, I kind of wanted to ask you: was it really? Was it actually a Catholic priest, or was it more of a Jesuit-leaning, if not outright Jesuit priest who did? Because my understanding is there is a distinction between the two, even though the Jesuits are an offshoot or some sort of derivative group of the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Right?
There's definitely a talking point there, and it's especially good for Speculation Sunday. Like, is a Jesuit order part of the Catholic Church, or are they sort of like inside, kind of like Masons or whatever?
Right.
Or I'm trying to think of that other the Knights Templar and whatnot.
Knights Templar, yeah. Because I asked because
militarized organizations inside the church, do they effectively count? Like, say with Boy Scouts, would someone say the Boy Scouts is that Christian? Would they be like, well, yeah, but are they real? Are they? It's kind of like it's kind of like that.
But would it not be more accurate to say like for example, all Jesuits are effectively Catholic, but not all Catholics are Jesuits? Because I would
there we go.
right? Because I would speak to a
Mopus Dei. You ever heard about that group?
No.
That's a rabbit hole you could go down. They cover it in it's like the adversary for that show, the Da Vinci Code.
Oh, okay. Because one would speak to a Catholic, like your everyday run-of-the-mill, churchgoer, right? Like I come from, a Catholic background, Catholic family, and you speak to any one of them, and they're like, "Yeah, the Jesuits, they fucked up everything. There's a lot of shit, all the conspiracy theories and shit, whatever, comes from them." And they speak to it, or they speak to them as distinct from the Catholic Church. And even then, there's the Roman, right, sect or order, like the Western, and then all the Eastern Orthodox. Like it is a big rabbit hole in and of itself. Suffice to say, like there's a distinction. I'm not defending any one or the other. It's just like being specific. Right?
It'd be quite interesting to see like an internal critique, like if you got church leaders and kind of ask them, where do you place these groups? Where are they?
Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. I'm at a shop.
What is a Jesuit?
It has to do with a Catholic order where they it's something to do with Jesus, as like you don't have priests. Like everyone is your I'm probably butchering it. Okay. I should probably look it up. But basically my take is that like in Catholic Church, you've got the Heavenly Father, God, and then you got the priest, and then you got you. Like there's a barrier there between you and God that you need the Pope or whatnot. So the Jesuits, they think that is wrong. That that it's just God and you, or God, you, Jesus, God. And that Catholic priests aren't necessarily taking the place of Jesus, but rather kind of like your facilitator. You're somebody who's going to like you'll be like a religious scholar more than sort of like a religious leader or figurehead. But I mean, that might not be exactly right. I'm sure somebody who's really into it could probably say close, but not correct. You know.
Gotcha. Based on what you said, I kind of get where they're coming from.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, especially when you think about like the amount of like social justice, like they say that the Jesuits brought down slavery and whatnot, and things of that nature.
They were also, my understanding, they were also part of, like, they were called the spearhead of the Inquisition and all the explorations of the so-called New World. Well, we know America was called Isla Atlantis. America is Atlantis. America is actually the old world. But anyway, I digress.
But no, that's a good point too. Yeah, I kind of left that part out. That historical context of like almost like like I said earlier, I kind of touched on it, but these sort of quasi-military organizations. I don't know if you heard that earlier.
Yeah. Yep. So they were out in front of like these inquisitions and explorations, and they were like some of the first people on land that would go out and start exploring with a military arm to support them. And they would go out to the indigenous population, and they would, find out what was going on first and report back to headquarters or whatever, back to Spain. Now, some of the Jesuits, it's my understanding, some of the Jesuits were some of the best scribes as far as historical content of what was going on here in the so-called New World. They were writing about the languages that the indigenous people here were writing, using Proto-Egyptian hieroglyphics here in America.
Yeah, I remember
And-
you talking about that a few, like probably about 6 months ago, maybe, right? When you had a Speculation Sunday, you raised that topic.
Yeah. Proto-Egyptian, Proto-Hebrew, Hebraic languages. And, the phonetic kind of like, hieroglyphic type of writing, And so there's people that are doing investigations on that. And they're saying that these hieroglyphics and their temples, the way the temples were made, like the actual structural design of the temples are Egyptian in Central America. And that's a really deep subject, actually, because it goes into like Plato and his writings and other people writing. They're saying all of these, and the Greeks, as far as their myths go and their legends of, the Titans and all these people are doing investigations in that, and they're saying they're actually talking about America. That the Greeks actually knew that America was here. They were recapturing Egypt and the Holy Land. They wrote that in their books. They knew exactly where they were going.
We still live?
Yeah.
Okay. I had to go move my car real quick. And we are still live. Anytime says I think of Ethergress. I wonder if that's like did you do that on purpose? Or is that just like a coincidental entendre?
What did he do?
Probably nothing. But anytime I hear someone say "I digress," just like I always think of Ethergress, our boy at the bottom of the panel. It's like a coincidental entendre almost.
Or he just digresses from the point of conversation quite often.
Ooh, Ethergress, you're gonna let her talk about you like that?
It's actually Eater Grass, and he says, I do grass. You misunderstood him.
Mushkane in the chat says, I would consider myself a flat earther fan. Oh my god, that picture in the chat.
Ew. And nobody cares, Mushkane.
Well, we were asking who's got the biggest hate boner for flat earth. It's not him.
No, it's different than someone who generally hates somebody else. It's hard. Like they'll use code words, flurman, flurfer, things like that. They've added in some very destructful, hateful language to replace because they can't use other words because of TOS violations. So they have to make up other words that they can use.
You find that
I just don't like the whole idea of someone who's like, I'm a glober, but I'm a fan of you flat earthers. It just seems like it's placating and there's no good intention behind it. They're only here to disrupt when you're having a good conversation with someone else.
Well, I mean, I think that's okay because of entertainment purpose. If they really find flat earth this entertainment, it shows you who wins. Because the globe side, I mean, they've got multi-billion-dollar agencies, like trying to get their attention. All these every day. That's why I post the Science and Space News. These clickbait articles. These scientific communicators are working their ass off trying to get them to click. Just get one click, so they can fund their pet projects through advertisements and whatnot. But they don't care. They really don't care, because for them, the globe is boring. That's some dumb shit. They can sit there and watch Star Captain of Tomorrow, like all whatever, like Back to the Past, Future, Present, Now, like Star Trek, Star Wars, May the 4th be with you. They can do all this crap, but they realize it's just boring and dumb. So what they really need is this sort of like this discussion, this human contact that they get from talking about a topic that they think is important to them, the nature of creation. But the main problem they have is that they are tribalistic in their worldview. They try to win the internet. So they pick the globe side simply because they think that is the easy mode. That's got the cheat code on. They can just slap this button, photographs from space, or why would they lie, and they win. They'll just keep winning. But at some point, they're going to get bored with it and wonder, why is it this way? And then that's when they start talking about the flat earther, that they switch the topic away from, the topic, which is the earth, and now it's all about these flat earthers are interesting people. You're like, well, sure, you're interesting too. Why would you sit there and try to continuously debunk a topic you can't even define?
That was a really good breakdown. I wanted to ask, because you said they find it boring. When you post the space news, does anyone think it's cap when you post it? No, that's not true.
Yeah, sometimes, some really big derpy shit. They're like, that pisses me off. Like these scientific communicators, they're spreading misinformation.
Yeah, I find that to be the most funny to me. When you post their lore back to them, they're like, "Nah, that's not true." It's like, really? Okay. Well, now you know how it feels to be a flat earther.
To Creed's point, after the $1 billion investment on trying to get you to click, they come in here and they tell you, I don't care about the glow. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. After the $1 billion to get them to believe it. They don't even care about it. They still believe it, but they don't care.
Yep.
Peter's in the group chat. If you guys want to ask him something and see if you want to bring him in, he says he wants to be part of Speculation Sunday.
Great.
He's listening in on YouTube.
He's listening on YouTube?
Yeah.
They're so obsessed with us, dude.
That is such alarming behavior to me. It's like nobody acts like that normally.
No.
And if they did act like that in your normal everyday life, you'd be creeped out.
Hey, Platzi, can I get a song request?
A song request?
Yeah, let me hear some Mariah Carey. Why are you so obsessed with me? Go ahead and hit it, girl.
I don't think I know that song.
What?
I do know Mariah Carey. I actually sing one of her songs karaoke.
Yeah, I think Flatsy only knows both types of music, country and western.
Bro, Mariah Carey.
I know all different types of music.
There's only two types of music. What are you talking about? You know all of it. Country and
Oh
Western.
my gosh. Don't limit me, Crit. I go to
I'm not
heavy.
limiting you. I'm saying you've mastered both styles of music.
I like
Country
all
and
kinds of
Western.
music.
Who's that?
Hello.
Can you
Hi.
hit that Mariah Carey? Why are you so obsessed with me? I need to. Go ahead. Hit it, girl.
I don't sing in public.
You're not in public.
I do.
Hit it, Flatsy.
I don't know the song, I'm sorry, but I do agree they are so obsessed.
Why are you so obsessed with me? Oh, lying that you're sexing me. Oh, yeah, that. Yeah.
Why are you so obsessed with me? Yeah. Come on, Flatsy. How do you not know that song?
Yeah,
I don't
it's to Eminem.
Why are you so obsessed with me? Bro, that's
Yeah.
a good song. Okay.
It is a good song. Her Christmas music is pretty good too.
Let me drop it in the chat for you there, Flatsy.
And I really do like Mariah Carey. Her singing voice is amazing. That's why I do her song Hero at karaoke sometimes.
Nice.
But I listen to a little bit of heavy stuff. I go to heavy metal shows or, you know, I
Oh,
do
do
a
you have
bunch of.
tattoos?
I do not.
You do not. All right.
I'm going to Furnace Fest again this year. I'm excited.
Sounds fun. Where in the country's that?
Alabama.
Oh, I never go up that way. Sounds like you're gonna have a good time though. That's fun.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's at an old furnace in Birmingham, Alabama, and across the street is an Back 40 brewery.
Ooh, nice. Are you a beer or a wine lady?
Both.
Both. Okay, that's fair.
I used to be a bartender at a brewery. We did beer and wine.
Can't go wrong there. One of my friends gave me this cherry wine the other day. It was delicious.
That was probably some sweet garbage.
It was. It was
Yeah,
perfect
facts.
for what it was.
That's nasty.
My favorite
No, it was actually
wine
pretty good because the bitterness of the cherries kind of complemented the grape.
Nice. My favorite style of wine is a Petite Syrah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You ever got that Michael David?
Probably not.
The one with the two elephants on it.
Maybe. I just don't think so.
I'll send it to you, Flatsy.
Okay.
It was nice talking to y'all. Have a lovely day.
Where do you think you're going?
You too.
I'm disappearing.
No, you ain't.
Yeah, I have a multiverse to go check out.
The fuck?
Yeah, it'd be like that.
This exists in both universes at the same time. Just stay here.
Probably talking about like a video game.
Are you a
Stay
gamer?
here.
All right. This is a no leaving panel. Once you join, you can't.
Oh, once I join, I can't leave. Oh, did I accidentally join a cult?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
Wait, are you a flat earther? Or...
God damn.
what?
Have you been here before? Or is this, you just popped in randomly?
I've been in here once before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you a flat earther?
No.
Oh, so you're a globe earther?
I am an explorer.
So you said no to flat Earth, but explore to globe Earth. What does that mean?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about globe Earth. I said I'm explorer.
Okay. But when I ask you if you're a flat earther, you're like, no. So you're a globe earther. And you're
No,
like,
I'm not.
Are you a seeker of truth?
I am a seeker of truth.
She explored the flat plane of the horizontal place we live in. Good job.
Yeah. Earth is an interesting place when you drive all the highways from the East Coast to the West Coast and back.
You did that?
Yep.
Mm. Do you think the Earth moves?
In relevance to other planets, yes.
Oh Lord, what if I told you the Earth is not a?
Okay.
He cut out.
What'd you say? So yeah, you did cut out.
He said,
Sorry. What if I told you the Earth is not a planet?
Earth is not. Then what is it?
It's the Earth. Well, let's take a look at planets.
Defined as what?
Well, if a planet is something that moves, and what I see is like glowing and moving in the sky or whatever, the Earth doesn't move and it doesn't glow. So it's like the Earth isn't
I
even.
forget. Flat Earthers don't think we've been to space to observe our own planet from, say, like the moon or otherwise. I forgot. Never mind.
Correct.
Never
Outer
mind.
space is not real.
Even globalists thinks the same.
What would
I mean,
be more weird, lady?
there's no point in
Oh.
arguing with you in your own channel. I'm just saying, like,
There's no argument.
you know,
What's more strange if you have a solar system with a bunch of planets that are globes and then one flat disk? Is that weird, or if there's just the Earth and that's it?
so you don't believe in like outer space at all? Like other planets are real
Well,
at
that's what
all?
I'm trying to address. No, of course not. But what would be more ridiculous? You think if you have like a solar system full of a bunch of planets that are like balls, and then you've got one flat Earth. That's what you.
Well,
that
I
makes
guess
sense.
that's the extreme side of flat Earthing. Like, I don't know. I don't subscribe completely.
I don't think you know what we think. So, like, how would you subscribe to something that you're not familiar
Well, just
with?
because the thought that the flat Earth is flat in the first place is kind of silly, but okay.
But you don't. But do you even know what that means? Because you're probably making it up in your head. Think that means, but it has nothing to do with what we're. That's what people do. They're like, "Oh, this flat Earth that I made up in my mind, that's stupid." It's like, well, is that what we think? No. Okay, so then what are you calling dumb
No,
besides
but
your own
like
ideas?
physics exists, and so does science. And science says that gravity is a thing, and there's a whole equation for that. And I don't like getting into it with people
I
like you.
guarantee you, I ask you what science means, you don't know. I guarantee you, we ask you what gravity is, and you have no. Guarantee it.
Yeah,
Prove me
so
wrong.
people like to throw out these words that they don't understand, like you said, gravity. So we all practically use and experience Earth as flat and stationary. You're familiar with level, right? Sea level?
Okay.
Do you know what level is? Are you still there?
Did you ask me a question? Sorry.
Yeah. Do you know what level is?
Like a level, like when you're building a
Yeah.
house and yes, I know what a level is. Yes.
Okay. So what does a level, like say when you're building a house, you use a level. What is that replicating, that level?
That it's flat.
Yeah, flat, but not only that, listen, it replicates sea level.
Okay.
The horizontal
Yes.
plane
Yes.
or the horizon is not curved. When you go to the beach and you look out at the horizon, that's a straight line. It's actually in navigating, it's called the line of the horizon. And we navigate using it to measure elevation angles to celestial bodies like stars or planets or the moon. And we measure these with a sextant, an elevation angle from the 0 point, which is the horizon. And so could you tell us how would you get an elevation angle from a curved surface?
Oh, that's too advanced. That's too advanced for her.
Bro.
She doesn't even know what gravity is, Sonny. She doesn't know that shit.
Yeah, the horizon is also considered a plane. The things are in relation to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, you're basically speaking like Chinese to her right now. You gotta speak womanese.
I'm just getting high. I don't know. Like, I'm
Yeah,
trying to
totally, Jack.
participate in this conversation, but I think I've been what you people would call brainwashed by the globalists. So
you can't really even think through having a conversation with us.
Wait, how would we be
no,
brainwashed by who?
I'm just wondering. I'm trying to think in my head about like these things you're saying. So if you think the Earth is flat and there's no other planets and outer space isn't real, then what kind of like I don't know.
Do you know why we say that?
No, I don't. But you
okay,
do
well,
say
I
that.
can tell you why. I can tell you why we say that.
Okay.
Because the confounding variable of gas pressure, the antecedent to that is a container. You can't have gas pressure without a container by definition. So there is no way for objects and gases to be objects to leave the earth and then the gases don't leave the earth because they're at pressure and there's supposed to be some sort of really ultra high vacuum adjacent to the gas pressure. That's not, in reality, in physics, that doesn't happen because the gas will always fill the available space. So if there was a vacuum of space out there beyond the gas pressure, the gas would fill the available space violently.
Interesting. Do y'all believe in dinosaurs?
No, hell no. What you said brainwashed. Who would be brainwashing flat earthers?
No, I didn't say flat earthers. I said brainwashed globalists is your opinion of what globalists are brainwashed.
Oh.
So dinosaurs didn't exist either?
We didn't make that claim. We were just talking about the
I
earth.
just asked somebody and they said no.
In the vacuum of space. Well, I mean, there's no reason to even talk about that.
No, I'm curious because it says that the dinosaurs were destroyed by a meteor. But if you don't believe in space, that means you don't believe that a meteor fell.
Dinosaurs don't have anything to do with Earth, flat Earth at all.
No, I know, but I'm trying to make a connection
All right,
about
so
a
what,
meteor
you're going off
falling.
the topic. This is not about dinosaurs. You're in a flat Earth room.
Yes, but part of Earth, like part of being a flat Earth, is you're saying it's been a
It's a
flat
part
Earth.
of right. It's a part of your
Yeah, that's
globe
part-
Earth lore, so that you can have
No, but
billions
what I'm
and billions
saying
of
is-
years.
What I'm
which
yeah,
the more-
exactly. So what are you? How many years do you think the Earth has existed?
It doesn't matter. We do know that it had a beginning a finite time ago because of the second law of thermodynamics and the way entropy only increases. So it had to have an absolute beginning, and entropy has to increase to a point where there's a heat death or the big chill.
It seems like you're trying to get away from the entropy connection, which is natural law. Remember, you the one that brought up physics. Now, this is physics. This is a law of
That's
nature.
natural law, not physics. But I get what you're saying, right, Joe?
But physics is the study of the physical natural world, and the physical studies in the physical natural world contains laws of nature. She the one that brought it up, and now she's trying to get away from it, talking about dinosaurs.
No, I was just curious. It was a random thought.
You know, the
Yeah, so you
billions and
would-
billions of years only works worse in your favor. The more you expound on that, the more you violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, you're not curious about the loss of gas pressure and the space being claimed as
Oh
a
no, I
vacuum?
can't have that explained to me right now. I gotta go look up all of
I mean,
that.
well, you're the one that came in here talking about the multiverse. You the one. I mean, you came in here talking about the multiverse, about space.
No, I said I was gonna leave. I said, and then he said to stay, and now I've stayed, and now like you're being
And now your mind
you're
blown.
and you're being like, I don't know. You're trying
Your
to create
mind-
conflict where there is no conflict. I'm trying to listen to the nice Southern lady explain sorry, I lost the word, but I'm trying to listen to the nice
Dynamic.
lady from Alabama, and you're like being rude. And then the dude who told me to stay is like, well, haven't you ever thought about it like this? So I just had a random ass question about dinosaurs because it was random. It's not a big deal, dude. If you don't want to talk about dinosaurs, I won't talk about fucking dinosaurs, but like
Reg,
chill
you're gonna
out.
make her cry, bro, dude. Reg, you're gonna make her
Jesus.
cry.
It's fine, Violet. Listen, if you got to go, we understand. Just come back while you're leaving. Think about the horizon. What I said about it, and
There's no
gas
reason.
pressure. We have gas pressure
Gas
here.
pressure.
It requires a container.
Interesting. Yeah,
so
I'll go look some stuff up about that.
Yeah, the horizon.
Horizon.
How can you have a horizon on a globe?
Yeah, dude, I saw the horizon the whole time I was driving. I'm telling you, all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast, it's the same horizon. Sun rises and the sun sets, and the only thing that changes is time zones.
But they think horizons is sunrises every time, bro. That's so funny to me. I don't think you know what a horizon is.
It's okay.
I pictured the horizon. Never mind.
Yeah, we're not denying the horizon. And if you think I was being rude, I was just trying to, see, you came in here talking about the multiverse. You know what space is? You know what they say space is?
What?
I'm asking you. You're the one that's talking about the multiverse. Do you know what they claim about space?
There's many claims about space, so I can't narrow it down with such a vague question.
I mean, they only got really one claim about it. Space is a vacuum.
Yeah, that's
right?
what they
Empty
say.
space, right? So gas requires a container, gas pressure. In order for you to have gas pressure, the air that we breathe, that requires a container. Now, if you have a space vacuum right next to our atmosphere, then that means gas will do what? Will gas stay with the earth without the container, or will it fill the available space?
Interesting.
I mean, if it fill the available space is vast. It's pretty much infinite, right? It expands all the way into multiverses, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Then how will we be breathing air when the gas is filled that infinitely? So I mean, if that is true, then we would be dead, right? There would be no life. There would be no billions of years of dinosaurs and none of that. But they wouldn't be breathing. They wouldn't be breathing air because air is filling that infinite space.
Yeah.
So do y'all
Just
believe in like
breaking it down.
Yeah,
That's why flat
yeah.
earthers make that claim.
All right. Well, it's been lovely
That's-
talking to you
that's
flat
why-
earthers today.
All right. Hey, come back
You take care.
anytime.
Yeah,
We'll see you
sometime
next week.
eventually. I'll go look up something about the horizon and come back and talk.
That's a good idea.
Well, you take care.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
There we have it, folks. Hey, listen. Another one bites the dust. I'm just kidding.
She'll go out and find Psyman Dan and Professor Not Professor Dave and fight the
Lord.
flat Earth. But that's okay.
Yeah.
She'll come back. Hopefully, she'll come back with the information. We can show her.
What about- Anybody talk to Top Cat? Is that what's going on? Or is it Bottom Dog?
I seem to remember seeing that Top Cat before, but Top Cat, have you been here before?
Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Meow, meow.
Yeah.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. What's going on, dude?
What up?
Oh, we're big chilling. You've been here before, right?
Yeah.
Nice, nice. What is it that keeps you coming back?
Oh, I just leave this playing in the background just to hear.
Background. Oh, why's that?
Just to hear what's going on.
Nice. Are you a flat earther?
No.
All right, guys, light the torches and get out your pitchforks. Are you a globe earther? Like pretty staunch or what?
Or you an explorer?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I've talked to Top Cat a few times. I'm saying not really directly, kind of indirectly, different chat rooms and stuff. And he's all right. He's really into that atheism theism debate. And just overall, I think it's kind of nice that he likes to be a member of a channel rather than like a mod or an executor. Like, you know, the head. He's got, I drawn a blank what his channel name is called right now. Like Up in Smoke or something like that. Or, again, let me just click. What is it, Top Cat? Or I have to tab in and see.
What's the channel? Holy smokes.
Holy smokes. There we go. I know. As soon as he said it clicked. I was like, yeah, holy smokes. So check it out. It's a good channel too. They got a lot of lively debate and going back and forth.
Nice. Okay. Listen in the background. Wait, so is he a globe? Boring.
Well, Top Cat, if by chance off the top of your head,
I see what you did there.
if you can think of any globe proof, we'd love to, discuss it. Or maybe keep it simple. What is your favorite globe proof? The very number one.
No, I think he wants to kind of hear our position rather than his own.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, so if you could like give him a flat Earth and like
elevator pitch.
Yeah.
I do have one question I was pondering.
Yep, hit it.
You guys were talking about the air pressure against the vacuum, and it had to be in a container, but the air pressure gets lighter, almost to zero as you go up. So in a container, it would like equalize, wouldn't it?
No. You have butane. You have butane tanks that have liquid on the bottom.
Yeah, just real quick, let's have one person take lead. Who, the CB or Sonny? What do you think?
Sonny, you got it.
Okay, so go ahead, Sonny. Everyone else.
But the pressure's the same in the tank all the way.
No, it isn't. It's not the same. Like I said, you can have butane or propane. For instance, like on a smaller scale, like a lighter.
I'm talking about the gaseous area where it's like not the liquid, but the gas. It's all the same pressure.
So the gaseous area can have a gradient. So listen, you have X, which is gas pressure. You have delta X, which would be a sub part of a gas pressure system, would be the gradient. You can't have a gradient without already being in a pressure system. So in other words, gas on its own, without being contained, doesn't make gradients. You can only have that gradient of gas pressure within a pressurized system.
I'd have to, can you show me list something that has a container with a gradient in it?
Yeah, I already did. Butane tank. propane tank, liquid down at the bottom, and a gradient going out to the rest of the container. Another
Well, it's like-
example of this
that's
is a
like-
scuba. Another example of this is a scuba tank. You pump down, you compress the air to a point where all the moisture is squeezed out of it, but they can't get all the moisture out. So usually in a scuba tank, you have water down at the bottom, liquid water. And going up, you can have water vapor gradient of gas pressure in the tank itself.
So if they put a pressure gauge in the middle of the tank and one at the top, you're saying it would get different pressure readings.
Well, I don't know specifically how you would actually measure that because if you were in the middle of the tank, the pressure's pushing in to the pump or the pressure gauge, which is actually another container. So it's going to push into it with the pressure. So you're going to achieve, it's going to achieve the same pressure.
You know what I'm saying? No matter where you hook a pressure gauge up, you're going to get the same pressure. You're not going to get a gradient.
Yeah, but can you tell us if there's a demonstration anywhere in practical terms where you could create a gradient without a container of gases?
Well, according to the globe model.
Well, not according to the globe model. I'm asking you for a demonstration and a practical demonstration.
Yeah, because that would be begging the question.
Yeah, I can't create the force of gravity that the Earth does to make a container with a gradient.
Okay, so that would be making your claim unfalsifiable, so it can't be tested. So that can be dismissed out of hand. Something that's unfalsifiable can't be proven. So you would have to be using your imagination only. Oh, because they said so, but I can't prove it or validate the claim. Unfalsifiable.
Yeah, we'd have to build a spaceship and fly up into space.
Yeah, which no one's doing because they're gonna run into the physical barrier that contains our gases here.
So where do meteors come from? Are they chunks of the barrier falling apart? Then the gas would escape.
Yeah, once again, the things that are in the sky, no one knows like what is actually going on, what that is made of, nor have they ever validated something falling out of the sky and hitting the ground and then picked it up and said, "This is what it is." Have you ever seen a meteor hit the ground?
There's been films of it.
Okay, where?
I didn't do it myself specifically, I'm sure.
Where's the film? What film?
There's that one in Russia that there's all kinds of film for.
Did the film show it hitting the ground?
They got the spot where it fell into it was ice-covered lake and it made a big asshole in the ice.
Are you talking about Tunguska?
No. One was recent.
Yeah, the more recent one. Yeah, but I don't believe there's any film or video of it actually hitting the ground.
And then again, we don't know what's in the sky like that. So.
Yeah, so we don't make claims about what's in the sky. We don't know what's in the sky, what it's made of, how it works. Neither do you. So that's kind of a side topic. It's not really like whatever it is going on in the sky doesn't have anything to do with the surface condition. So we stick to the surface. No pun intended.
No problem. Yeah, I'm not claiming I got any proof that would convince you or nothing. That's
Well, no, listen, so that's kind of fallacious reasoning. Like, I mean, that we would accept or not is besides the point. Do you have any proof of Earth being a sphere? That would be something like somebody had gone out and actually measured the surface, like particularly over water, and found it to have drop over distance at the prescribed rate, based on a radius of 3959 miles. The surface would have to drop away in all directions at a specific rate. This is not negotiable. So at 1 foot above the water, the geometric horizon of this sphere Earth can be no further than 1.22 miles. Do you have that by chance? A repeatable, practical demonstration or test of the ground dropping away or the geometric horizon being at 1.22 miles at 1 foot above the water? Do you have that or know of that?
Oh, I'd have to dig into it. I don't have anything right now.
Okay, well, that's good. I suggest you do dig into it, but in your search, I would say that the key point is an actual direct measurement of Earth curvature. It can't be secondary claims. It can't be somebody saying, oh, we looked at the sky and that's how we tell, or refraction. See, when people say refraction, they're giving up the geometric horizon, period. They're saying that what we've been saying the whole time, that the horizon is an optical effect. It moves based on the conditions. Sometimes you see further, sometimes you see not as far. That's because air is opaque at distance. But on a clear day, you can see islands off the coast of California at least 30 miles in the distance. It's basically impossible on the globe. Being that you can zoom into the shoreline 30 miles away, on my photo, for instance, and I can post it, and you can see lights at the shoreline. That's supposed to be 600 feet below my line of sight. It's not possible. And also, the other thing is, a lot of people want to dismiss or not talk about this aspect of our reality. When you're looking out over water, and you can verify this yourself, you can look over a large body of water, and everything extending out away from you is rising up in your field of vision. So what I mean by that is, let's say you're standing at the shore of a lake. The water that's right in front of you is lower in your vision. As you look out further, let's say there's a boat out in the middle. That boat out in the middle of the lake is going to be higher in your field of vision. And then let's say the far shore of the lake is going to be, once again, higher up in your vision. And if you're looking over the ocean, everything going out, let's say there's oil rigs, like in the Black Swan. In the video of the Black Swan, you see surfers. They're lower in your field of vision. As you go out, you see the first oil rig is higher up, and then the boat in between is a little higher up, and then the last oil rig is higher up in your vision, and then the horizon itself is higher up than all of those things. So that perspective of things rising up in your vision as you look out further over water is impossible on the globe. The globe is supposed to be dropping away as you look out, not rising up. These are known effects over flat surfaces that you can replicate even in your house on a table. You can replicate this. So I'll leave you with that for now. Thanks for listening.
W. Who's seen rocks fall from the sky, bro? I've never seen a rock fall from the sky. Anyone? Top Cat, I know you ain't seen no rocks fall from the sky, man.
That's a space peanut.
Like literally, I've seen things like I've seen something that looked like truly amazing. That looked like a crumbling green. What are those called? At 4th of July, that sizzle, sparkler.
Sparklers?
It looked like a green, crumbly sparkler falling into pieces, but it was glowing green. It was the weirdest thing. But yeah, I can't say that was a rock. Like, who knows what that is?
Wasn't that maybe a sprite? No, I don't know.
No, it actually looked like it looked like it ignited somewhere in the air and then just slowly came down, crumbling into pieces as it was glowing green.
Oh wow. The only time I've seen anything like crumbling, like kind of like what you're explaining, if it is like when they show sprites. That's kind of the only phenomenon I picture or imagine when I hear that.
Yeah. Like it sort of looked like what you see in a meteor shower. But this one was very visible to me late at night. I had a good view of it. And that's probably the only time I've ever seen anything that looked quite like that. I've seen other things streak across the sky and then like disappear, different than what you would call like what I call satellites, whatever they are, satelloons. We know they have technology or hardware up in the sky above us. Like who knows what that's doing or what is actually going on up at those heights. But these things mentioning, streaking across the sky and then kind of like fizzling out, I've seen that before. But usually they're like white in color. And then I've seen things that I call satellites that move from the horizon and move across the sky like at a constant speed and go all the way from one side to the other.
Did any of you see Haley's Comet?
Yeah. Hale Bob.
Cool.
Do you remember
I saw
Hale Bob?
Yeah, in the 90s, Hale Bob was visible for months.
And the thing too about the comets, when you look at that, how big is that comet said to be?
Yeah. It's no way to tell, really. It's you can't really get a perspective.
If they tell you, they say, "Hey, this comet is as big as Manhattan."
Right.
Could you be able to see something the size of Manhattan that far away? Or they tell you that it's made almost of water and ice entirely. What happens to water in a vacuum?
Exactly.
Does it freeze or does it boil?
What turns into comets?
Yeah, but they say they're supposed to be like ice. How can you have ice in a vacuum? That's a really good point.
Maybe you hit like a gravity pocket or something.
A gravity pocket. A pocket of gravity. What? What would cause that? Like, really? It's really weird. I mean, this whole gravity nonsense is really quite ludicrous.
Hey, CB.
Yeah.
You're from Cali, right?
No.
Oh, I thought you were. My bad.
I'm here, but I'm not from here.
Well, anybody in Cali? I mean, did y'all see the two moons on Friday?
What?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it got a lot of people captured it and recorded it, and for some reason they're like, "What is this? Like an eclipse that we never got told about, wasn't predicted." But like, there's a lot of video and people seeing like two moons, and it's kind of weird, bro.
Wait,
You
how
didn't see
come
it?
I not hear about this?
It's been cloudy here for like the last week.
Yeah, it has. That's so weird. Wait,
Overcast.
did you
Completely
see this
overcast.
stuff?
Yeah,
No,
here what?
We did. Are you in Cali? What part of California are you?
I'm in Southern California, LA area.
Okay.
What the
Not
fuck?
far. Not far from us, probably. Like LA or something, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
between LA and San Bernardino.
Oh shit!
Oh, okay, so a little bit eastward. Yeah, you would have a better view of it out there because you don't have the marine layer like we do.
You got pics?
Yeah, there's a lot of video. It's kind of weird, bro.
What are people saying?
Heard it.
What are the Globetrotters saying about it? The
This is from
refraction.
Bakersfield. Here, I'll just post a video. It's from this dude's account, this YouTube account. He kind of gathered a lot of different videos. If you go to X and just type in two moons, there's a lot of video, bro. Like a lot of people uploaded it. It's kind of like, what the fuck? What's going on?
Is there like that like box underneath that's like, actually, we'll explain it like this?
No, there's no. But he talks about like a lot of the comments, like like people are trying to explain it, like, oh, it's this, oh, it's that, but like it's just not adding up, though.
Yeah. What do you think that is?
I honestly don't know. I think we're at the end of the world. To be honest, I don't know what's going on, bro. There's all kinds of weird stories coming out that the
Low-key,
media's
yeah.
not covering, and people are like, dude, it's crazy, man. The internet is like, there's so much like information, bro. People are like, oh, this happened, and it's not just one person. It's like multiple people.
Damn.
So it's interesting, dude. You got to go like a few minutes in, though. At first, he's talking about like blue rain, cloud seeding, blah blah blah, and then he gets into brand new color humans have never seen before. But then, like about 3 minutes in or 3:30, then it's something.
Interesting. Does anybody want to speculate on that? I'm so curious.
It is speculation. That's why it doesn't say anything, bro. But it's speculate Sunday, bro. So.
What's it like a reflection of? Because actually, my boy Crow 777 did like some content about two suns also. So I don't know, man. I don't know what this world is.
Yeah.
You know how they say flat earthers are holding us back? Like, I actually think the Globetrotters are holding us back because I'm trying to think more about what this place is, but
You know what? Now that you mention it, on Friday I did see the moon. At first, it was high in the sky, kind of above the clouds, and it was a smiley face.
Yeah, it looked weird, huh?
I saw that. I
Kind
saw
of like
that.
a selenel. What do you call it? Selenelium. Whatever.
Is what was the phase during this two moon thing? Because it just came out of a new moon, right?
I don't know, but it's underneath though. The shadow's been underneath like a selenelian eclipse.
I've seen that. Yeah, I saw. It was underneath.
Yeah, it's been looking like that for like a couple of days now.
Interesting. Yeah, the moon is so mysterious. That's why when people are like, "Oh, it's just," have you even looked at it, dude? Like, do you ever go outside? That shit is weird. It does weird stuff.
And they show one from Bakersfield back in April 29th. Somebody recorded it. Just all these anomalies, bro. Like, what's going on? Like, what's happening, man?
Fascinating stuff.
Pretty interesting.
I figured that CB wouldn't like the moon since it has cycles like a lady.
To be honest, I'm more of a sun bum, so
Yeah, facts.
That's funny.
Oh, you know, my washing machine has cycles. So just gotta put it to work.
So it's like a woman. Wow. That's hilarious.
Got him.
Got her. That's funny. Dude, I went to the toxic server earlier, bro. Just remind me not to ever go back, bro.
Which server?
I thought I was back in 2018, bro. Like I'm like, what the hell? Same people, bro, saying the same things. Like, man, y'all still haven't got it. Saying the same stuff we were arguing about way back then.
Which server are you talking about?
Omnis. Because I used to be a mod in FED way back in the day. And I remember I used to mute those fucks all the time, dude. I used to... Yeah. That's funny. So when I saw them, dude, I was like seeing like names I haven't seen in a while, bro. I was like, what? This guy's still around? And then I hear him talking, saying the same exact stuff, bro.
Like who?
Let me look. I'm gonna have to look. I read that's how memorable they are. They're not. They're just waste of time and space, pun intended type shit. You know what I mean? Let me see. They're probably all the ones that I'm looking through their chat list and I'm seeing all kinds of blocked messages. I'm like, that's probably why I have a bunch of them blocked.
Wow. Omnis. Is that like Earth Awakenings or what is that?
No, it's OmniTalk. You know who Omnivore is. He comes over this way sometimes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He started his own server, but what I trip out is I even like DM Dicelo, who I haven't talked for in a minute too. I was like, Dicelo, I was like, what happened to Geo servers, Earth Awakenings? Like, because everybody from Earth Awakenings was over there. Like everybody, like even all the flat earthers. they were going at it, dude. And then SE is like one of the head mods there.
SE,
So
wow.
I'm like, did SE leave Earth Awakenings too, and like bring everybody with them? I'm not a part of Earth Awakenings anymore. I left that server last month or two ago. I was tired of their bullshit. But I don't know what happened over there.
I only for real hang out with you ninjas.
So what?
I said I only really hang out with you ninjas.
Oh yeah. It's probably a safe bet, bro. To be honest, there's no like, you know what the scriptures say, bro? Like, what business does the light have with the darkness? None.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, no point in going over there, bro. And you know what? Let me take my own advice, bro. I'm gonna leave the server right now, bro. I'm just take my own damn advice. Let me just leave this server. It's a train wreck over there, bro. Like it's like a train wreck, bro. I'm leaving it. Leave. Yes. Goodbye. Don't invite me back. All right, I'm out.
Nice.
Yeah,
we do it live.
Right, in real time. Nah, it's just no point being there, man. Like, what? I thought about like, dude, like, why? Did I really need a hole in the head right now, bro? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just slapping myself with the hand.
Wow.
Yeah, I just left it too. There was a couple of random servers that I had that were like the Interstice, and like there were a bunch of weird ones. The Obsolete.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that one still? Are they still? Let me see.
There's
Dude, I have
no traffic on them. Like the Secret Sanctum, like nobody's on there. Extra Land. I think I'll get rid of that one too.
Secret Sanctum is Shines, right?
Flat Earth Reality.
What the hell? I haven't heard that name in so long.
Flat Earth Reality. Isn't that one Battle Mods? Flat Earth Reality?
I think so, yeah.
Nobody's ever on there, man.
Nah, they're all dude. Let me tell you, they're all dead too. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Extra land. Nobody's on there. Like
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30.
a place to call home, whatever the hell that means. Nobody.
40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63 servers I have on my side list right here. And you're right, dude. So many of them are like just dead. But some of them are like from a long time ago too, you know? Like they're not. Yeah. I just have them still. Let me see here. Yeah, there's a lot of dead servers.
It sounded like you just went Rain Man there for.
I was counting them. Let me see here. Dude, I even have like the old, like Bob the Science Guys server still on my list. He used to go there and talk about shit to him. That was good times. He used to get mad. Don't post things like that in my chat. The Parkathon. I think the plain objective is Hammer's server. I have Professor Park's PhD server.
Dead. Guarantee it's dead.
Yeah. All of these are dead. Flat Anonymous. I don't even know whose server this is. Council of Truth, Sanctum Hermeticum, whatever that is.
It is always funny when they try to make communities and bring people out here. They're like, join my clubhouse. No.
I had this Islam one, and they like talk about like flat Earth, but from like a Muslim position, and they have like a lot of scriptures that they always like put on the Globers. Flat Earth Lounge, Restoring, The Gathering, LSS.
Oh my God. Ether Cosmology. I got rid of a bunch of them.
Yeah, I still have Ether. That's Ellen's, huh?
It's a spring right now, right? Spring cleaning.
Right?
Yeah.
Beyond the Imaginary Curve. Whose server is that?
That sounds like the Infinite Plane Society, IPF.
Oh, Sonny, what do you know about IPF?
He was a shill from way back. I even was on that stuff.
Beyond the Imaginary Curve is Dell.
Dell, that's right.
You're saying Tim's a shill?
Yeah, man. IPF. Oh yeah.
No, I forgot all these servers.
Infinite Plane Society. Yeah, that guy was a shill, man.
Is he really though?
Yeah, dude.
Oh man, I used to listen to those guys for a while.
Too.
I liked that a lot.
I even used to follow them around. They would go, "Let's go raid this live chat, like NASA live stream," and like we would go from place to place. But I heard some pretty shady stuff about that guy.
Really? He's on camera now. He does work. He goes on camera now.
Yeah. So not Dell, but this other guy, Infinite.
I know there's like two Tim Osmonds. There's there's like one that's like super anti-flat earther guy or what. Tim Osmond from I.
Yeah, and this other guy came on and said that his name was the same. Wow. Which is really fucking weird. Like,
dang, I kind of liked him. I'm not gonna lie. Sort of.
I did for a while, but that was way back. That was like 2017, 2018. Like,
you know what? I think their thing is they're just like anti-dome or they're like anti-container or some shit, right?
Not really sure anymore. It's been years since I've even gone on any. I didn't even know they were still around.
Yeah, that was my understanding. Is like that's why they called it Infinite. They were still flat earthers, but felt like I guess they had an issue with like the container or something.
Yeah, wasn't that the guy that like came on one time and said that, or he went? I don't know. He went on and said his name was Mark Sargent. Like he's like gone in different places. I could be wrong about that. Someone else might correct me.
I'm usually pretty good about like reading people and whatnot, but maybe I don't know. I thought he was, but I don't know. I'm not over there anymore or anything. I haven't been over there in forever. But I would just like to follow them for like if something happened in the news and the news is reporting something like the Infinite Plane Society, they would have like different takes on what's really happening and stuff. I was really did a lot of good work during the Coco situation as well. But yeah, man. Infinite Plane Radio. Actually, yeah, at least I've been pretty happy, not gonna lie.
Whatever happened to Demon Stride? His medicinal mass media server is dead. It's gone. Well, I mean, no one's there.
Yeah, I got rid of a whole bunch of servers. It's like they're just useless, man.
Yeah, I really gotta. But Shine jumps on there every now and then, so I won't delete hers. Every now and then she'll do a little invite, like, come chill with us. Maybe her and a few others.
I mean, remember there was a big shakeup a couple of years ago, like where like if you were part of like one particular server that got shut down, they would close your account on all servers, like, and a bunch of people like got shut out of like all the servers, like because they were a member of one particular server, they got shut down. Remember that?
Yeah, they're like they would they would ban your account, and a lot of people had to get like new accounts. Like I had to get a new, like this is a new account. Like this one is a new account because, like you're saying, back in whenever I started, I don't even know when I started. I don't remember at this point, but I got my old account got banned, and that old account was a new one to my older account.
Yeah, it was like in 2020, or like right after I started. Like, but I never had to change mine.
Yeah, that's probably around the time that I started this one. To be honest, that's about 5 years. Yeah, maybe around 5 years ago. That's when I created this one.
Yeah, I came to the original server 2019.
Yeah.
The 2.0, 24/7 2.0.
Wasn't Medicinal Mass Media Marty? Wasn't that Marty's?
Medicinal Mass Media. What's his name? Is that his real name? I don't remember his real name.
Marty. That's real Flat Earth Bear. Yeah.
Is that his real name?
Yeah, I met him in
He always wore the top hat.
He's a good dude. I actually met him in Arizona.
Was he wearing the top hat?
No, I don't know about that. He's a good kid, though.
He always wears the top hat. Your kid, he looks older.
I call him a kid because I'm 56. He's like freaking Marty's like 35, maybe.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
So speaking of Mark Sargent, I met Mark Sargent at one of the get-togethers in Huntington.
Oh, cool.
Who we had
He
breakfast.
he
Yeah,
came
he
this-
had a whole entourage with him, like all of his crew like came with him.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But I mean, he seems like a nice guy, but like I mean, he was in the film industry, so who knows, like he was one of the very first, one of them that I started listening to, and his 21 Proofs actually I thought was pretty good. A lot of people go like, "Nah, that was garbage," and put it down. But I mean, like whatever his motivations were, I don't really know. Like, but I think there was a lot of shillery going on. Like, I don't know exactly what was happening, like with Patricia Shear and Spear, whatever, and all these other people. Well, they've been kind of called out, like with Jaron and all that stuff now, Patricia Steer, what a name, man. Moo. There are all these
You
people.
mean Patricia Spear?
Steer, yeah.
No, Sphere.
Sphere. Patricia Sphere, exactly. Like, what
Yeah, I
happened
guess
to
she
all
went
these
back
people?
to the globe.
They all, like, anybody that could go back to the globe were nonsense to begin with. That's my take on it. How do you go from fantasy to reality, and then you decide reality doesn't work for you, so you go back to fantasy? Retarded.
These were all people that were claiming the AEMAP snow globe model, right? And they believe that was it, right? They're promoting it online, so it's actually good that these people are going back to the globe, right? It's much better than them staying on our side and promoting this bullshit.
Exactly. Yeah. They just decided to circle the drain and they got flushed. But they're banned from our society. And I even saw this thing. I saw this thing when Katy Perry, that debacle. Jaron is looking at it and doing a live, and he's saying, if you think this is fake, you're retarded. Like, really, totally went back to the other side. Like, unbelievable, man. Yeah, I just unsubscribed from a bunch of channels on YouTube, like Jaron and Globe Dumpsters, and get rid of them.
Yeah, get rid of them. Yep, good idea.
Just
it's
garbage.
the thing that happens as well, right? Sometimes trolls will take over a channel that you're not active in, right? And literally, like 3 months ago, I was part of a server called Dremora, right? Run by a really cool flat earther architect from the home server. Really well-run server, right? But something happened on it and it got suspended, right? My entire account got shut down and I got locked out of it. And I was just a member of it. I wasn't even active. I wasn't a mod.
Wow.
It's best just to like avoid any servers you don't use regularly.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody that could go to, supposedly, we don't even know if they actually went, but let's say that they did, give them the benefit of the doubt. Anybody that could go to Antarctica and because of what the sun was doing, go back to the globe. Talk about retarded. That truly is retarded. I hope you're listening, you people, because you're retarded. Go back to the globe. We don't want you over here. We're glad you're gone. And they can drag all their retarded like subscribers with them. They're a waste of time and space. Space time. A waste of space time. I'd like to see how they're standing on the globe. Like, I'd like to see them come in here and argue for their globe Earth. Let's see the fake flat earthers arguing for the globe. Love to hear that. Karenism, bunch of them, man. Like, exactly. Yeah, how Jaron has 160,000 subscribers.
Dude,
unbelievable.
I remember back in 2020 when I joined 24/7. Like I used to watch all Jaron's videos back then. I think he had something close to that back then.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think he got up to like 100. Like his subscriber count never moved anywhere. I don't know how he got up to that. Maybe he bought a whole bunch of subscribers at one point. But he had like, I think he had like 167,000, right? And when he started trashing on the Bible, people started turning on him. What was that, like a year ago or something? And it went down to like 165,000. Right now he's gone back to the globe. He probably thought he was going to cash in and start getting tons of subscribers, but now he's gone down like another like 5,000 subscribers. So
that's what I've said. Like since this whole thing started. I mean, it started a long time ago, but like recently, I started thinking about it, and I go, the people that whose motive was to like cash in and like profit was their motive, then they're suspect right away. I mean, there's no reason to follow these people that you could see, okay, they're into it for the money.
Yep.
What money? So they could just drag their subscribers around. They could just believe anything they want and change back and forth, like flip flop. We don't care, like whatever they're doing. And the people that are following that kind of thing are just really retarded as well. I'd like to hear any of those 160,000 idiot subscribers come on here and argue for your freaking globe. Let's hear it. No doubt they're listening.
What's that, Matthew?
I said I do it all the time. Argue for the globe.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm one of his subscribers, though. I don't remember.
You said 160,000. Are you talking about Jaren's YouTube?
Yeah.
You know what never made sense? How do you have 160,000 subscribers, but like 2,000 views?
That's not uncommon. I mean, that's the way YouTube is sometimes.
That never made sense to me though. Like, how do you? Because I see some people with like, like let's say they have 80,000 subscribers and they'll have like 60,000 views, 50,000 views. Like that makes sense to me. Like not everybody's going to watch it, but like obviously if someone subscribed to you, like every time I get a notification of like a video of somebody that I'm subscribed to, like I'll check it out. Like I'll look at it, Like that's the whole point of subscribing to somebody. You want to see their content. But I don't know. I for a while there, I'm like, there's no way you have that many in that little. Like, or even when you live stream, how do you have 200 people watching you if you have 160,000 people subscribed to you? Makes zero sense.
Yeah. Look, man, you can just go on like Jarenism. Like he made so much content since 2020. Like when I used to watch him, right? He had like 160,000 subscribers back then somehow. He made so many videos, so many live streams, right? His little documentaries, so much content, and it never even went up like much, right? In like the next 4 years from 2020. Right. He hardly gained any subscribers. It kind of goes to show maybe he purchased a bunch of his subscribers. I'm not claiming he did, but I mean, you can just go on Fiverr and get thousands and thousands of subscribers for a couple of $100.
Yeah, that's true. And
they don't click on you. Usually they're just bots or accounts that are just being created like in bulk by people in India. And then when you release a video, they don't click it, right, or anything like that because they're just fake subscribers. It kind of fits in with how many views he gets, considering how many subscribers he has.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I don't know. That's. I don't know. I think that's a bad look. Like if you're like, I have 10,000 subscribers, but like only like 7 people are watching your video. It's like, hold up, bro. Like you look like you're buying your friends here. Like.
Yeah. He's screwed up his channel as well because he probably doesn't realize how it works, right? I screwed up a YouTube channel in the past. I had a travel channel. It was doing really good. Every video would get like 10, 20, 50,000 views. And then all of a sudden I just changed the name of the channel and started making like documentary style videos about like paranormal crime and all sorts of different random things like that, right? And what happens is your subscribers don't click on it, right? And then YouTube algorithm doesn't push the content onto new people because they think it's not good quality content, right? Because that's what they do is they test out your new content on your subscribers. If your subscribers click on it and you have good watch time, then they'll start pushing it out in people's recommended videos. Yeah. So now all of a sudden Jaren is creating content that people don't want to click on. It's not going to get pushed out there anyway. That's why he's dropped thousands and thousands of subscribers just in the last couple of months.
I don't think that's anything unusual to his channel. That type of thing's happening all over YouTube. So, for example, like the Rubin Report, Dave Rubin, super popular, 2.8 million subscribers. But he put out, let's see, like a video about the Daily Show called "How the Daily Show's Jon Stewart Misleads His Viewers," but he only got 32,000 views. So, you know, a popular YouTuber with an interesting title is still not getting a lot of views. So I think it's just systemic to all of YouTube that people aren't watching stuff as much anymore.
You know what's happening though too, Matthew, is a lot of it is also like there's accounts getting suppressed. Like
Right.
not necessarily censored, but they're suppressing. Like I noticed that on my TikTok account. Like right now, I have a video. And I've been doing this social experiment, if you will, as they call them. And the problem is so. For instance, one video, it has 242,000 views, and I blocked out it saying heliocentric model. The one that says heliocentric is the same exact video posted at the same time. And then the one that says heliocentric model only has 153 views. So imagine the one that says destroying the heliocentric model got suppressed, only has 153 views. But the other one that says enjoy it and I love it, it says 242,000 views. So there is suppression going on. So maybe because the algorithm, sometimes even in ChatGPT lately, I'll be make a meme that says this. I think I did I asked it to do Jedi defeating a person and then being victorious. And it's we cannot. It's us. I'm sorry, we can't create that. It goes against our policy or our terms and conditions because we don't want to have what does it say? Something along the lines of it could be mocked or mean. I forgot what it said. But there's let's say the algorithm, if he probably just titled it wrong, where the algorithm found it as that could be offensive to to Jon Stewart. So maybe, it got suppressed. And that's probably more what happened.
Yeah, I think those algorithms are pretty complicated. Look, YouTube's main goal is to improve engagement and have people watch as long as possible and watch as many ads as possible, so they earn as much money as possible. So, they have all these sort of secretive algorithms attempting to guess what types of things will engage their viewers. There's a whole industry of trying to match that so you can get your video optimized, but I think it's a fool's errand to try and figure out what YouTube is doing, because who knows?
Yeah, there's a lot of digital suppression going on though too. Yeah,
there probably is. I would say make good content that you think people will watch, or at least a niche of an audience. Find something that you think will be highly engaging to some people, and then just keep making content, and that's the best you can do.
Well, it's probably creating so many views too on my TikTok is all the Globers are coping on it, bro. They have comments galore. You should read the comments, bro.
That helps a lot.
Yeah. So it's engaging content, either something you really, really agree with or something you really, really disagree with. Both of those extremes generate a lot of views, a lot of engagement.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me see how many. Still climbing though. It's not a lot though. It's only 700 comments, 716 comments. But yeah. They banned my other account. I was so pissed, dude. I just had hit the 10,000 followers, so that way I could monetize it, and bro, they banned it right when I barely hit 10,000 followers. They banned my account. I had over 1 million likes. Sucks, dude.
No, that's too bad.
Banned it. I gotta start all over. Matt, did you see the two moons? We were talking about it earlier before you got in here.
Moons?
Yeah, there's been some people recording they're seeing two lights in the sky, and like it's kind of weird. And even like the moon being like eclipsed, it looks like an eclipse.
I've only ever seen one moon. Did people post a picture of it somewhere?
Yeah, there's videos like this weird, but remember that old, like, dude, this is like a decade, maybe more ago, like Planet Narubu's coming. Remember that? Way back. And
yeah,
I think
I've heard those things. Yeah.
and then like people are like, oh, you know, like NASA found another planet. It's coming or whatever. Like this has like been in the headlines for years now. But I think maybe some people are like, maybe it's Narubu. Maybe it's like in our, it's here. Like that was the whole end of the world, like planet coming crap.
Yeah, the 2012, the Mayans calendar is coming to an end or something. Yeah, I never really bought that. I think the Mayan calendar ending is about as significant as the year ending on Saturday, the end of the week coinciding with the end of the year. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, no one knows the time or the day or the hour. So
that's right. That's right.
We just gotta wait, see what happens. Oh, the video of that, Matt. Here, I'll tag you to it. I posted it earlier. Where is it at? Oh, here it is. I'll tag you to it. Reply.
Thanks.
You can check it out. The guy was like driving in Anaheim off the 5 freeway. He's like, oh, I saw it. Karenism. That's funny.
Hey, Matthew, have you ever been to globe.gov?
Globe.gov? No, is there one?
It's a legit website. I'll link it in the side chat.
I just typed it in.
I'm sure that would actually be easier.
Create your Globe account, bro.
I have an account here.
Rain depth, cloud cover. Was it just data?
There's a lot of different information up there. There's resources for teachers, a bunch of data. There's like programs where you can, like visualizations. That's a good way of putting it. There's a lot of visualizations. But you can actually send data to them too and get it marked on the map.
Oh yeah, there's a different members and where they're from and what country they're from. Well, sponsored by NASA. It's gotta be real. Do globe. What does that mean? Let's see what that means. What does do globe consist of? Do globe, do science. The Globe program is a science and educational program that focuses on advancing Earth system science through data collection and analysis. Oh, this is why so many Globers come in here and say that they have science proof of the globe.
Well, it is Star Wars Day today, right?
Is
Do
it?
globe for the do
Yeah,
lickers.
May the 4th be with you.
Oh, that's right. May the 4th be with you. I'm sorry, what was that, Sonny? That's Sonny?
I just made an offhand comment. Do globe for the do lickers.
And then 2 days from now is Revenge of the 6th.
That's right. You know what? Back when I drank a lot, and when I say that, I mean more than now. Dude, the bars get so packed on May 4th because of that. Because of that the May the 4th be with you.
Well, Sonny may know this story, but like in the 1800s, there was this ship off the coast of California that was sailing down to Baja, and they had a whole shipment of just mayonnaise they were delivering to Cabo San Lucas. But there was a storm, and all that ship and all the mayonnaise were lost. But they still commemorate that day every year tomorrow at the Cinco de Mayo.
What?
Oh
I didn't even know about that. I'll have to go look that up.
Yeah, all that mayonnaise was lost in the storm. It just sank to the bottom of the sea. So Cinco de Mayo. There you
go. Wow. Wow.
I probably offended somebody. Sorry to all those They're
like, we lost soldiers that day.
Hell, man, that's bad.
Yeah, that's a lot of French and killed the Mexicans that day, bro.
You are nothing to me.
They won actually, so I guess they had less casualties. Dude, that's right. Cinco de Mayo is tomorrow. Oh my gosh, there's so much beer opportunities, and I'm just here at home not drinking, trying to be good. All right, tomorrow night I'm gonna get on here all toasted, get muted, banned. Come here all liquored up. Nah, just kidding. I'm gonna be cool.
All right, let's bring up a topic. Speculations. Give me some Bible speculations on like how it relates to the flat Earth or you know.
I got you.
Thank you.
Have you ever heard of George de la Montre? Belgian Catholic priest, father of the Big Bang. Okay, then.
He asked for the smoke, and then he didn't get the smoke.
Nah, I'm just trying to listen. I'm playing a video game.
Well, I asked if you had ever heard. Have you ever heard of the Big Bang before?
Yes.
That originates with the Belgian Catholic priest and Einstein having a discussion. Well, at least how we know it now. It originates back then. Einstein said that it was the most beautiful and satisfactory explanation for creation to which he had ever listened.
That reminds me of the scripture that talks about like beware of false prophets among the people, and there'll be false teachers among you who will secretly bring in destructive heresies, and how like, and then Peter kind of like he talks about like the false teachers would emerge from within the community of believers, and it just reminds me of like how from within the church came out all this heliocentrism and and Big Bang, and it's like they're the ones talking about these heretic ideologies.
I would see more the prosperity gospel or works-based salvation. I think those kinds of things are more prevalent among false teachers. Like they say, "Oh, if you just do the right thing, be a good person, that's good enough." That's not
like Joel Osteen,
right?
Yeah,
name it and claim it, grab it and blab it. I call it.
Yeah,
yeah, like somewhere between hyper grace and prosperity preaching. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's
Inwardly, they are ravenous wolves. They come in sheep's clothing, though.
Yep. Yeah, I would even say, Mormonism.
I remember a video of. Sorry, Matthew.
Go ahead. I was done.
I was just going to comment on Creflo Dollar dancing on a bunch of money on the altar. That was pretty disturbing to see. When I saw that video, I'm like, what the hell?
Oh, yeah, I remember Creflo Dollar. That dude was like, he bought a jet or something, and like the church was mad at him, but then he's like, don't be mad at me. Don't be questioning me. But it's just interesting, like it's some of the most dangerous spiritual threats came from within the church itself. And I feel like the teaching of the heliocentric model is one of them. That's my personal opinion.
So how is the heliocentric model keeping people from God? Because most Christians believe in the heliocentric model and still love Jesus. So I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, I think it gave birth to a new type of science that allowed people to not need God anymore, because then science was God. And the Big Bang, yes, a Christian or someone that believes in God would be like, well, God did the Big Bang. Okay, that's because you have that upbringing and the spirit in you or whatnot, to where you're still going to hold on to God no matter what is taught to you per se. But that gave an avenue for someone to be whispered to and say, hey, there is no God. And then someone's like, yeah, there is no God. Yeah, screw that. And then they don't believe in God, because why would they? They just told they were insignificant speck of dust in an infinite universe, and God didn't create it. God didn't say, like, let there be light and create the earth before the sun. Because the Bible says that. The Bible says that the earth and the moon were created after he hovered over the void of the of the waters, the darkness of the waters, and said, let there be light. And then later, 4 days later, he created the sun and the moon, a greater light and a lesser light, to divide the night from day. But then if you have this position of like, well, I believe the Big Bang, and I believe that the sun, started spinning around, and then it collected all this, and the gravity, blah, 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 blah. Like, if you believe that, like, that does discredit God. I mean, I think even a Christian would be like, yeah, I just have to turn a blind eye to that, or gotta, have deaf ears, because I still believe God did that. But it did give an avenue for people to then be like, nah, there's no God. And man, and we are gods. And it gave this a whole new birth of of like this new spiritual, we are gods. You're a god. I'm a god. We're in control. We don't need this deity because there's thousands of them. I'm just saying, I think scientism is one of the worst religions that has been created in all of our time. Because
I actually would agree with you there. I would say I would locate the start of that even earlier with the origin of the species, or as I like to call it, the origin of the species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. Quoting the whole title because it talks about favored races. But
yeah, you're the racist dude. Yeah,
yeah. With that, that was the first time that people said, "Oh, we have this intellectual basis for atheism. We can now believe that we don't have to have a God to create life." Because before that, people just pointed in life and said, "Well, where did life come from? God must have made it." So I would say it started back then.
Yeah, but along those lines, though, I would say that there's this whole, the whole ideology of it. It's a long, deceitful lie that's been, I feel like it's been, honestly, Matthew, it's weird because I've known you for years now, and the arguments and the discussions in the rooms, but it's like I don't know how the 2016 Black Swan didn't wake you up. Like it didn't. I don't know. I just don't get it. Like, how did that not wake up all the Globers? Because that just completely knocks it out the park.
Yeah. So first of all, to your earlier point, I agree with you that scientism is false, and that we can't just sort of explain everything away without God. I think there are ways of putting some scientific ideas within the realm of Orthodox Christianity. As far as the 2016 Black Swan, I've seen it myself through a telescope.
Yeah, you can't just explain everything away with refraction, just like you can't explain everything away with God.
Right. But to me, it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. Like it's only
See what you're doing?
I'm explaining how little of a difference refraction has to make in order for that to appear.
No, it's not little. You agreed with me the other day. It's orders of magnitude.
Right. Between 0 and 0.003.
Which is what results in what? Something in orders of magnitude further. It's not little.
The other day, Matthew, I was talking about how when I realized that a lot of Globers, when they tried to invoke refraction and they slide that refraction formula over, you're still dealing with something that would be poking from the top. But the bottom line is we're seeing the surface of these things. And when you try to calculate in that refraction formula how to calculate for zero elevation, that you can't. That will give you a zero answer. There is no way possible, mathematically even, that you can calculate to see the surface of the other side of a hill. Now, you can calculate how you can see the object itself, right? Like the height of the object, but you need elevation to that. You can't see the surface. Even with the most extreme, it's like 3.94 miles or something like that. Let's double that shit. Just to fucking say, go big or go home. Let's give you guys 7 miles, okay? That you can see something. That still, it doesn't mean you can see the surface of it. It's just saying that you can see it still. Like there's going to be from the height of it. But you can't calculate the surface of it, the ground. You're not seeing the backside of a hill. And that alone, like, I don't know, Matthew, like, I don't know what it is, but I don't know.
To me, it's just because it's not that much difference. And I think the other observations are sufficient to swing in favor of the globe model, like,
why do you keep saying
celestial navigation.
Why do you keep saying that? It's a huge difference.
Yeah, it's a difference between 0.007 degrees per mile versus 0.00 degrees per mile.
It's massive, bro.
0.007 degrees is
You're
massive.
saying it's lifting something that should be at least 66 feet
Right, because it's so far
below
away.
your eye line. Right.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, but Matthew, that math though, with the extreme refraction, all that's saying is that okay, well then you can see 4 feet of it. That's all it's saying, because you have to realize, you have to grasp that they're calculating it over the hidden height, like from the top of the Water Mountain Hill. They're not saying you're going to see 4 feet from the surface. They're saying you'll be able to see 4 feet of that object that's 66 feet high, but you still need elevation to it. I don't care how much. Dude, let's give you more, even like way stronger, double that. You're still never going to see the surface, the feet, the bottom of that object on the backside of a Water Mountain Hill. That's why I gave the analogy. If I sprayed a smiley face on the dirt of a hill, a mound, you go on one side, you can never see that smiley face. It's on the backside of the hill. You can see me, and let's give you this crazy day, refraction and light bending and, the atmosphere, there's lensing going on. Let's go with all the craziness that we talk about within these channels. But you'll never, ever see that smiley face that I spray painted on the dirt, because that is zero elevation. Matter of fact, it'd be like negative to you, because it'd be dropping from the top of the mound. So it's even worse. You're like -2 at that point. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know how Globers can't grasp this. That black swan is literally the knockout blow. Like, there's no coming back from that. But for years, we've been talking about all this other stuff, nonsense, this. Now we have the TFE. They're like, oh, there we go. Like, they rebirthed the dead globe. They blew it back up like a beach ball. Put air in it, quick. Now it's a beach ball again.
Well, hang on, Matthew. Do you know the distance to the horizon? Do you know the distance to the horizon in the Black Swan image?
I don't remember. Off the top of my
So
head.
you don't know how much to account for, do you? You don't.
No, I'm saying that the difference between perfectly straight, perfectly flat Earth and a round Earth of 3959, the refraction would only have to be 0.07 degrees
How do you
per
know
mile.
that? How do you know that if you can't get a distance to the horizon?
Oh, because that's just the general number for that size of a globe.
What size of a globe?
3959 radius.
No, but you need to know the distance to the horizon to know how much the light's being altered.
Yeah, if we want to look at something specific, I'm saying that it has to be at most that. That's the maximum it would have to be in order to get something like that.
What
Could
sort
be
of distance
less.
to the horizon does that give you?
Infinite. You can see something infinitely far away.
Are you fucking insane?
You could see all the way around the globe if it kept being 39. If it kept being 0.073 degrees per mile.
Are you really saying this right now?
Yes, that's what a globe of 3959 curves 0.07 degrees per mile.
You're saying you could see the what? Are you going to be like Donald C and say you could see the back of your own head with the right conditions?
If there were, if there weren't any atmosphere, then yes. But the atmosphere is the thing that causes the refraction, so no. But I'm just saying that that's the curvature that matches the globe. So all you need is at least that much, and then that's enough.
Unreal.
But here's the thing about that WS photo you put on side chat. What they are saying, this is what is. It's just pure fallacious, because even mathematically, Matthew, if you look into it, if you put the elevation at 0, what do you get when you multiply by 0, Matthew?
0.
Then there's no that's 0 visibility. Like, you cannot see 0. If the elevation's zero, if the surface is zero, it doesn't matter how far you slide that retractor. Like you're saying, you can see all the way around, like 3959, and it's going to curve around and see the back of your head. Well, that is just, man. That's a hand, like a blind eye, deaf ear to reality. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just no. You just gotta think of it logically. But then again, Matthew, you know what? It's crazy. You know, for some reason, people's hearts are hardened. People, eyes are blind. People's ears are deaf because there's a reason why. For some reason, we don't know. I mean, who are we, right, to know? But
yeah, I mean, likewise, I would say the same about you guys. I'm not sure why you're so blind to the obvious reasoning, and but
so you're telling me, Apocryphon, how are you so blind that you don't get that you can see the backside of your head? Like, that's what you're telling me right now, bro.
No.
Like, no.
I'm saying, how are you so blind that you can't just look at a regular sunset and realize that the Earth is a globe? I mean, it's not that hard. GPS,
it's not obvious.
Satellite TV, sunsets.
No, but all those things exist over a plane. And we know that, Matthew, because we know by the observation of seeing something 10 miles away, it debunks the 25,000 or 24,901, whatever the number is. We'll just say 25,000 mile circumference ball. Because to be able to see 10 miles away at 1 foot means that you're giving your circumference now like 1.6 million miles. Mathematically. Now, I know you're a math teacher. Just go do the math. But the point is that you have to at least just see, like, logically, like, wait, I can't see the backside of a hill, the surface of it. Not to say that you can't see something standing up, and then, like, like if you could barely see the top of their head, and then for some strange reason it's really hot, and all of a sudden there's like a little bending of light, and whoa, I can see your nose now. But you're not gonna see his tennis shoes. No. Like, that's where the globe kicks in, and it's like, like, put your brakes on. Hold on. It's still a globe. Look it. I can see your feet. Yeah. Like, no, that's not logical. I think God would be disappointed.
I'm not afraid of what God would say. So, it sounds like you're saying that it's impossible for light to bend even 0.07 degrees per mile, if that's impossible.
No. Because
that's all you need.
0.7 is a measurement compared to what? What is the maximum refraction?
That's the maximum you would need.
No. Not what you would need. What is the maximum that's recorded in reality? Isn't it like 0.3? It's 0.03 or something like that. Like, yeah, and you're going like, wait, it's point. Let me look it up. I was just looking at it yesterday. Let me look it up.
No, that's a good question. I don't know the actual numbers. I was just saying that theoretically the mathematical amount you would need is at least 0.072.
Yeah, that's all you need, isn't it? Is an excuse. That's all you need to save your religious belief. Is an excuse. You don't know that that's actually happening. You can't prove that that's actually happening.
This is
you just want it to be actually happening to explain the observation away.
Right, and these are all
right. To hold on to your fundamentalist religious belief about being on a big spinning ball. Thanks, Matthew, for admitting that.
To be fair,
religious globetard.
To be fair, Matthew's always said he does know it's a belief at this point. I mean, at least I remember him saying that before.
No, he's saying that should be obvious to you, Apocryphon.
No, I know.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot for not realizing. You should be accepting that excuse. That should be enough for you.
Yeah, I know. He's got his way.
Yeah, he acts nice, but he's actually very antagonistic.
Matthew, are you a wolf in sheep's clothing? Okay, hold on, real quick. So the maximum theoretical refraction, there is no strict upper limit, but practical maximums for K, or refraction coefficient, are typically 1.0 to 1.2 in strong temperature inversion layers, like over ice, deserts, or water at sunrise, sunset, etc. Occasionally, reported up to 1.5, though. This is considered extremely and highly localized. At K equals 1.0, the curvature of the light ray matches Earth's curvature, meaning light bends around the Earth as if it were flat. At K 1.0, or greater than 1.0, light curves more than Earth's surface, meaning distant objects from behind the curve can appear fully visible, sometimes even inverted or displaced vertically. In terms of visual range, using extreme refraction, K equals 1.0, you can see objects well beyond the geometric horizon. That should be miles behind the curve under normal conditions. This is all globe position, by the way, just to let you know. Obviously. Quick visual example, if you're 1 foot above water, geometric horizon is 1.22 miles. With K equals 1.0, that range increases to practically unlimited depending on clarity. This is what Matthew's saying. Okay, now, let's say this. Give me a second.
Thanks for looking that up. I hadn't heard that.
Now I'm going to ask it something, and then I'll tell you how I'm prompting it or premising it. But I want you to. I did this yesterday, so I want you to hear it. Watch. And I think that's where there's it's being misconstrued. Hold on, it's thinking. Now, okay, so listen carefully, Matthew. Okay, I did this yesterday. Pretty cool. Great question. Here's the question I asked it. Can I see the surface of the object, or does the object have to have some type of elevation? Here's the answer. Great question. And the answer depends on two factors. Your elevation, eye height above the surface, and the object's elevation above the surface. Here's the key principle. If the object is behind the geometric horizon, then, without refraction, you cannot see it at all, not even the top. With standard refraction, K equals 0.167, you may see the top part of a tall object, like a mountain or a ship's mast, but not the base or surface. With the extreme refraction, you can see the surface of the object, even if it should be hidden behind the curve. Example, you're 1 foot above water, horizon 1.22 miles, an object 10 miles away should be 66 feet behind the curve. Without refraction, you can't see it. Standard refraction, you might see the top 10 to 15 feet or something tall. Extreme refraction, you may see the surface of the object, the waterline or base. This is why you Globers keep saying this. Because again, this is all from the Glober. I'm allowing it to just keep that, falsehood up. So bottom line is yes. If refraction is extreme enough, approaching K10 or more, 1.0 or more, you can see the surface of the distant object that should otherwise be hidden. No elevation is needed or on the object side. Refraction bends the light path so you see it as Earth. So you see it as if Earth were flat. Okay, now let me go to another way I premised this, where it gave a completely different answer. Give me a second, though. I gotta find it. I gotta check through the long conversation because I was making a lot of memes yesterday. Is it this one? No, this isn't the one. And it's interesting because it's just all the way you premise the question, and it either spills the programmed answer, what we're told, exactly what you're saying, Matt, or it tells you some other stuff, which I'll show you. Hold on. Where is it at? No, there's no. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta find it. I guess I was talking about a lot more things. I have 17 different questions here. Hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, observations like this, it's hard to see, if refraction is going to be this much or that much, or if it's really rare and extreme cases and that type of stuff. So, in general, I usually say something like, "Oh, looking at the horizon isn't going to be super helpful for my side or for your side, either side." And so that's why I generally say, "Well, it's interesting, but I don't think anybody's going to prove anything definitive by saying that something is visible or isn't visible."
Yeah, we can. We can prove that you don't have a geometric horizon. You don't have grounds for saying that the horizon is the result of the Earth being a ball.
If the Earth were a ball, then it would.
And it's also not the thing. The Earth curvature is not the thing responsible for you not being able to see the bottom of things in the distance.
It could be, is what I'm saying.
No, it can't be. It can't be, because you admit you can't see it.
But I'm saying if the Earth is a ball, then it would make sense it would cut things off bottom up.
If, how about you prove that if?
Right, I'm just saying that it
right.
It could be an explanation.
Man. Right,
That's what I'm saying. It's not a proof.
It's so obvious, isn't it? Fucking idiot.
So Matthew, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so I found it. Okay, so I put, can I calculate, this is from yesterday, can I calculate the object at 0 feet elevation if my camera is 1 foot off the floor and the object is 10 miles away? Great question. Let's clarify what's happening when your camera is 1 foot above the surface and the object is at 0 feet elevation, 10 miles away. Globe Earth geometry, no refraction. It says, using the standard Earth curve formula, it has it all laid out for 10 miles, then subtract the bulge cleared by the 1 foot observer height. This gives horizon distance. So on a globe, you'd only see up to 1.22 miles before the surface curves away from 1 foot high. At 10 miles, a 0 foot tall object would be 65.5 feet hidden behind the curve. Real world observation. If you can see an object at 0 feet elevation from 1 foot above the surface 10 miles away, that's a direct contradiction of the globe model prediction unless extreme refraction is invoked. And it gets to that. Even under standard refraction, only 7 miles would be visible at 1 foot elevation, not 10. Summary. According to Globe Earth math, you should not be able to see an object 10 miles away at 0 feet elevation with 1 foot high. You'd need the object to be at least 65.5 feet tall to appear above the horizon. If you can see it anyway, it suggests either extreme refraction or a flat plane. Then I say, what if we include the highest refraction maximum possible? Great, let's calculate that with maximum possible refraction, often cited as around 1/3 to 1/2 of the Earth's radius in adjustment, or equivalently modeled by using refraction coefficient K of 0.17 or 0.33 standard. That's what I was looking for, is 0.33 standard, or 0.13. But for extreme cases, we'll use K equals 0.33 or even higher. So then it goes into the math, K refraction, the height formula, and then the subtract the visible reach from 1 foot eye height. Final summary. Even with maximum terrestrial refraction, which is 0.33, drop at 10 miles would be 44.7 feet. From a 1 foot observer height, you'd still have 43.5 feet of the object hidden. If you can see the object, if your camera is 1 foot off the surface and you clearly see 0 feet object 10 miles away, that violates both globe geometry and refraction limits. That's why such observations, for example, the Black Swan photo with oil rigs, are used as flat Earth arguments. They show 0 elevation targets visible well beyond the supposed horizon. Want a custom meme or chart showing this logic visually? I said yes.
Oh, it's offering a custom meme. Nice.
Yeah, and then it made one. I said yes, and it made one. But that's what I'm saying. It depends on how you're talking to it and how you prep it beforehand. It can go full on globetard on you and just spout exactly what every glober says and what a teacher's going to tell you and what the paradigm is, what the narrative is. That's the ideology. That's the brainwashing. That's the indoctrination. But when you ask it from like a different position, like, okay, let's set aside what we've been told. Let's just think logically. Let's use critical thinking and actually look into the math. Okay, let's do that. And then you're like, ask the same question. then it's like, no, you can't do that. No, that is impossible. Like, and if you do see it, it violates not only the globe geometry, but also like just whatever that answer was. It violates the globe geometry, and refraction limits. Literally, it's like it's telling you, it's Narnia, bro. Like it can't. That's not possible. But the only place that exists is in the story, in the lore, in the teaching, them telling you this is what is. But it doesn't make sense logically. So I don't know, bro. Watch, I made two. Matter of fact, I made 2 photos from the AI using this same, like, like language and like the discussion. I want to show you, it couldn't even create what I was trying to have it like I was explaining, and it was like it couldn't understand it. It was almost like it probably, if it could speak, it would probably be like, "Are you retarded?" Like, because the way. Look at this is what it came up. I was like, make a surface, with 2 boats on the horizon, make a curved surface. This is what it gave me. It heard the word horizon. It knows what a horizon is. That's a horizontal position. But because I said but there's the curvature of the water of the horizon, and that's what it made. Like it was like it didn't know what the fuck to do. Finally, I was like, well, I know what to do. What I did, I just I ended up just cropping this photo and saying, this is what we not that one, sorry, that's the wrong one. Where is it at? It's like early.
Taking a while to load. They must be pretty big.
Here it is. So this is what okay, Matthew, this last photo I've posted, this is what you think is happening in your paradigm. You think that, but let's say the boats are the yo-yo rig though, right? The first boat is you. Then over the hill of water, where there's 65 feet of drop, that's where the boat's hidden behind the curve. But this is what we see. Let me grab it. We actually see this, right? We see that oil platform with water behind it, and you think that's a globe in between us, just like the first. But what we're telling you is, no, that's flat water, bro. Because it's not curving.
2 things. One, I need to go in a couple minutes, but
okay, no problem.
Second, because you're talking, I think that your upload is saturated, and none of those 4 videos have posted. But maybe if you're quiet for like 20 seconds or something, it might finish. Let's see. Anybody else see Apocryphon's image?
It loaded. That's weird.
Still spinning on here. So let me close it and open it up again.
Yeah, maybe you have to close. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, you have bad internet, man. We can see it.
What up, Alpha? Oh, you pulled a me and you slid in here quiet. I didn't even know you're here.
Yeah, I just got here. Well, I had to reconnect my Bose earbuds.
You can see the 4 images he just posted at 38 past the hour?
Yeah, there's it's an
Okay.
It's an exaggerated image of boats like with the hump of water in between them.
Alpha, I was telling him that first one I did, like the AI didn't know what I was asking. Like it would not give me what I was asking. Like it kept creating, like it didn't know how to do it. It was like making circles, I couldn't prompt it because it was like if I said horizon, it knows what a horizon is. But when you try to say like a curved horizon, that's what it came up with. Like it couldn't. It was like, like Johnny 5 short circuiting, bro.
Yeah, it does that.
But Matthew, can you see them yet, Matthew?
I can see one of them. I don't see the.
Okay, maybe you just. So the point here, though, is when you see it, when it pops up, the second photo is the one that, like, because all I did was just crop the first one. I was like, let me just use this as a reference. You think that there's things on the other side of the hill, and they can see each other like the third photo.
Yes.
You think that's no curve. You think that the backside of that water hill is looming up into your vision to look flat. But the reality, Matthew, is no, it's just flat, bro. It's like looking across an Olympic swimming pool, bro. Olympic-sized swimming pool. You got two little floaties on in there. It's that water is horizontal, bro. There's no curving water. Sorry, Black Swan has the 9 years ago now, right? In 2016, it destroyed it, dude. It ruined the globe.
And that's why the flat Earth is taught in every school, in every college and university, in every country on Earth, right?
No.
You're appealing to education, bro. Seriously?
Hey, I gotta go. Nice chatting with you guys. I'll be back later on.
All right, later,
that's about time to go, huh?
Nah, he did say he's gonna go in a little bit. Later on. We'll get him later. Don't worry.
Time for lunch.
He'll be back.
I'm not bothered by him, but he's like appealing to, oh, that's why it's taught in schools. I gotta go bye.
Well, the point though would be like, no. It's not taught in schools because they got a good thing going on. They make a lot of money off this. Industry after industry after industry utilizing this lie to make money.
I forgot to tell you, it's not taught in school. It's told in school.
Ooh, yeah.
You ask these idiots, man, like how the Earth is a globe. They're like, 9 planets, and they don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
So they're not taught. They're told. That's how it
That
goes.
is a fair evaluation. Because if they were truly taught, then they would know, and they don't.
Yep, exactly.
It's a good
Because you ask them, like, what did they teach you at school? Oh, I don't know. There you go. And it doesn't matter what grade you pick them at. Get the young ones that come in here in high school. They don't know what they're being told about the Earth being. They're just, dude. I'm telling you, they're oblivious.
Yep. They're being programmed.
Yeah, they have enough information to think they live on a globe, based on like Christopher Columbus sailing off the edge of the Earth and stuff like this. You know.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I finally found that video. Dude, it was so hard to find this video, man. I could not find it anywhere. And finally I found it. Here, I'll post it. Because I want to make a video. Dude, I think I want to make like a presentation video. Like this, of kind of like what I just did with Matthew Learns right now about like the boats. And like, this is what you guys think. But really, we see it in this. But I want to start off with this. With the original Bill Nye.
Yeah, Matthew's only here for Yappuccino. He's not here to talk about truth. He's lying to you over fences. That man has no truth in him. He's one of the He was one of the biggest globe cultists that's in this like forum.
Yeah, he's been around chanting the same thing for a long time.
Yep.
One of the priests.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a high priest, but he's one of them, yeah. Speaking of which,
he's the IT guy. Don't let him actually trick you. He's not a professor.
Speaking of Jesuits, they just found their leading Jesuit. They blew out that white smoke.
Did they finally pick a pope, bro?
Yeah.
So that Abdullah guy that was claiming that I'm the rightful next pope. They
just picked a pope, and FTFE just picked his nose.
Oh man. You know, I don't know what's worse, bro. Glober's salty tears or Glober's salty boogers.
Here, I corrected the meme for that. Check this out.
All right, nice. I'm not. You know, it's funny in this video I post. Tastes like candy. Oh man. That's like a perfect position too, because he also looks like retarded, you know, yeah, that's a good one.
Oh man,
That's
I had to mute my mic because I kill myself.
Hey, so what's interesting about this video that I posted at 59 seconds? See, I remember watching this show, bro. Like this episode, I remember watching on TV when I was a kid, bro. And him saying there's pseudoscience and then there's science. And pseudoscience, you can't test it. And then he goes on to say that, and the test for flat Earth failed, but the test for globe Earth, like, it proved that there was globe. So, like, that's why people that are in that globe, brainwashing, that's why it's such a good question to point out, like, no, that's not science even to begin with, because it's the shape of the Earth. But Bill Nye was teaching us way fucking back then that was science, and that was a test, dude. Complete like disinformation, bro. Remember how I said, like, there was a point where science, they got it, like, it switched up, dude. Like, you no longer how to prove anything, or not prove anything, but test anything. Even though he's saying like that there was flat Earth test. I wonder what he would say nowadays. Now that we have the cameras that can prove by observation that boat isn't going over that geometric horizon that he thought was way back then. It'd be cool to talk to him today.
Everything's relative, man.
To at least just hear what line of bullshit he would have now.
Right. Yeah, and like even maybe like have this like on pause on the phone, and you meet him like, hey, I remember watching you. I was a big fan of you. And then he's like, oh, awesome. And then like he doesn't realize that you're about to like get him though, like be like, well, how do you feel that now we have cameras that we wouldn't see that boat do that? Just to like throw him off guard, dude. Like, I wonder what his answer would be. Like, how do you feel about your geometric horizon being destroyed back in 2016 with a modern camera, digital zoom? I'm curious. You know what? Just real quick, over fences, dude. That's actually a really, like, you might be onto something, bro. Like, maybe he did do coke before the show, booger sugar for the show, and maybe that's exactly what he was doing. Dang, I didn't even see it. That's like a strong possibility.
Yeah, I swear that when Dean Odell had that debate with Greg Locke, that Locke seemed like he had been taking some booger sugar.
Yeah, for sure. The way he smacked the mic, like, yeah, he seemed like he was high, bro.
Well, he to me, his nose toward. Let me back up. Towards the end of that, before he spazzed out and spiraled out of control, he was twitching his nose a lot, and he was doing that whoa thing a whole lot more, and like he's like talking about Dave Weiss, and he's like, yeah, and he's like, in real life, Dave Weiss and I might get along really well, but boy, we talk about this topic, and our world's going to like revolve, and then he starts like spinning around like somebody that had a little too much booger sugar might do.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, maybe, man. He's just over there just rubbing in his No, it would have been maybe it would have been more believable of it being that if he just like started like rubbing it into his gums. You know what I mean? He's like, but he just sucked on his boogers, and that was gross to watch that.
That's so freaking nasty, bro.
Yeah, right. God, dude.
Golly.
I tell you what, I think you'd have to be on some kind of drugs to be such a longitudinal anti-flat earther.
Yeah.
I don't know how they could do it. That's the I mean, like any other way.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I got a lot of Globers coping in my TikTok in my DMs. 400 notifications. Hold on. Yep, that's a lot. Here, let me explain.
When I go on the internet and I see people that I think are wrong, I don't waste my time. I just move on with my life.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's this, whether it's the orange juice jabs or whatever the topic is, I move on. I don't have meltdowns. I don't waste my effort sending private messages to people. I just wonder, what is it about this topic that it's like there's a mind virus attached to it? So maybe somehow we became immune to it, but it seems like there's a virus there that just totally melts down their ability to reason, their ability to communicate.
I said it before, Barrington. It's an identity crisis. They identify with the cosmology being where their place is in the universe, the world. So once you detach them from that, or you start telling them that it's not the case, they have a meltdown because they identify with that cosmology. Because they think someday they're going to leave this rock and go populate another planet. So they think that all of that is true. The whole Star Wars, idea. So when you tell them that's not the case, they short circuit. They have, what is it called when you break down? A mental breakdown. I don't know there's probably other terms for it, but they can't reconcile the fact that just can't be the case after all this time. You mean to tell me that all of academia is lying to me? Everybody? People making observations? Planets?
My point is, if I thought that about somebody, I would just move on with my life. If I had a 5 or 10 minute conversation with somebody and I just thought they were an idiot and a retard and things like that, I would just move on with my life. I wouldn't come back around. But some of these people, like you say, they have this identity crisis, but it's worse than that because they have to come back for months and weeks, and they have to get angry and angrier and angrier every time they're around, and they just got to keep coming back like it's some sort of torture porn.
Well, some of them aren't angry. Like Matthew Learns don't get angry. He makes me angry because he is a liar.
He's learned the art of he's learned the art of sophistry, man. That's what he does. He's learned that there's a unique way to do this thing. If you're gonna do it this way. The way he's been doing it is like the way to do it. Be as soft-spoken as you can possible, and charitable, and you can say anything you want, so long as everybody's your buddy.
I'm a soft-spoken Christian mathematician, university teacher. I'm innocent.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, he's lying to you and the audience. He's saying, well, that's not much. That light only has to bend 0.00000 per mile. Bro, that's what they call extreme refraction. within his paradigm, I'm not saying it's even refraction, but within their idea of what's going on, that's extreme. They wouldn't give it the word extreme if it was, just a little bit. It's just
It'll surprise you. It'll surprise you how many people would raise their hand right now if they think Matthew's a cool guy. It would surprise you.
It does surprise me, but I already know. That's why I wanted Matrix. Every time someone gives Matthew Learns kudos to play the fucking theme music to the Titanic from Celine Dion. It's disgusting. I cringe every time someone gives him kudos. And I cheer when someone like QE comes in and says, "Get the fuck out, Matthew. Fuck off." And demonstrates him to be a retard and a liar.
Yeah, I think he's actually a closet flat earther, but he feels like he'll lose his IT position at the university if he.
Not.
No, he's not. He's doing the thing that makes everybody. The old Jedi mind trick is to slide in here, and like I said, be as soft spoken as possible, which makes it. It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's an educator. He has a lot invested into the globe.
Oh yeah, exactly. He can't. If he ever said he was FE, he would lose his position because remember he's now just in IT. He teaches an IT course, but he is just an IT. He's not a professor, so he's at their mercy more or less. So he is one of the few Globers who will admit things like that when they talk about the Eratosthenes, that he's one of the few Globers who will admit that you first have to assume the Earth is a globe, then you do your calculations, and then say, "Oh wow, the Earth's a globe."
That's how you stay in this forum. You stay in this forum if you're not saying that you know that the Earth is a globe, but that's how you also befriend people and get as close as you can so that you can keep pissing down their backs at every chance you get. Just saying, because when he doesn't take it like, okay, yeah, you guys are right. I'm just assuming. He's like, well, at least everybody else knows that the Earth is a globe, and you got your friends and family to tell you that. That's him. That's Matthew right there. He's waiting to tell you that versus you tell him that he's wrong about what he's saying. So it's a bit diabolical if you ask me what his intent is. I've been observing him. And
why not just kick him out like we kicked out the Bevites?
Because it's a bit complicated. If I was to say, he's won the hearts of some people in here.
Yeah.
So he has got more in favor of, because he's somebody that can be used like a crash test dummy. You could throw Matthew in there. We can churn up some content with him. So that's why. Because of who he is and what he does. He's basically a punching bag. You can churn up some content with him. So.
Right.
He's openly admitted that he's here, right? He's here to make sure. There's two reasons he's here to make sure that now this is an insult to your intelligence and your morals, right? He's here to make sure that that anybody, a newcomer coming in, new to this, gets both sides of the story to make sure that we're not trying to deliberately deceive people or deliberately leave any information out from the globe side, right? Insult. Don't need you to do that, Matthew. Thanks very much, right? And two, if someone comes to Flat Earth and then turns to Jesus, if they realize later on that they were wrong about the Earth, then go back to the globe, they might let go of Jesus, and he'll be there with open arms to say, hey, you can be a glober and a Christian at the same time too. Don't let your basis for believing in Jesus be Flat Earth. That's why
it's diabolical, bro. But like I said, when you get that good with sophistry, you can find a position there for you. It's just, it gets to the point where there's people that think the Earth is a globe. They can still be in here, but the thing is, they're not being diabolical about it. You know, they can argue with you, and that's good. Hit them straight on, but it's not like, you know, every now and again they'll say something that's really, really just nasty in the text. I don't know. I view him a little bit different than I do most of these globe earthers that pop in here.
Who would you rather have around, Brenda or him?
Neither.
Yeah.
I want good content with experiences with individuals that come in here, and even if they're a little bit, you know, on the onset a little bit aggressive, but these guys, they don't have a place for you know, people coming in here and arguing for it. Like, because the ones that are brand new and arguing, they have a reason to do that because they've never heard of the topic or never challenged themselves. So I can understand their position. However, these guys that have been doing it for years, there's no excuse. I don't know. I'm just one man. I see what it is, though. I mean, and as far as content goes, we can churn up some juicy content between ourselves. You know, just talking about the experiences that people have within, like, the conversation. All it takes is, you know, somebody to kind of get the flow going, and then everybody else will jump in. But we honestly don't really need them. We can use them as, you know, the new people that come in here as a, you know, for content. But like the old ones, the ones that have been here for years, I mean, I don't know. I'll leave that up to you guys, because I can only say what I feel would be the case. But this forum is run by everyone, all of us, putting our efforts into it. So usually something like that has to be taken up by a vote.
And you know, as far as I'm concerned, anybody, whoever it is, that's not debating this topic sincerely needs to get the boot. Anybody who's continually misbehaving, whoever that is, they're, you know, I think that once you've told somebody and you've come to an agreement on a point, and then they come back 2 or 3 days later saying what they were saying before you came up to that agreement, I think that's right there just time to boot them for cause, because there's no sense in having these repeated debates with these losers who just derail us.
Yeah, the difference between him and like Brenda's not here to befriend people. Brenda's here to argue as much as Brenda can about the topic.
And you see the meme that I had ChatGPT make of Brenda? I put in the side chat right now. That's funny, bro.
Yeah, that's what we have, is like people that are staunchly opposed to flat Earth, or I don't know. I think the more weaselly ones are the ones that are befriending everybody in here.
Yeah, we were just talking about it earlier. Like, anti-flat earthers should be like banned on site. Like, even the ones that we've known for like a long time, they're the worst, because they're the ones that people, like a new person might jump in and real quietly, but then they hear us going at it with them like we have been for so long, and then like they're like, I don't want to be a part of that. Like that, it might scare them away, or you're talking to them and then like they chime in like with their bullshit, and then it distracts us from like, you know, having that conversation. So anti-flat earthers should be banned on site. Globers, like the ones that are just like they're actually legit asking questions, you know, like and are listening to, you know, you could actually get to them, you know, to work, because their defense, you know, isn't like, because there's not anti-flat earthers in here to give that energy. And then, yeah, I think it should be more along those lines.
Well, it's been said before. We've had these discussions. Like these discussions are ongoing. The trouble of that is sometimes these sophists give people the ability to test their knowledge within like what they know, like for argument's sake. So sometimes it's like that's why it goes back and forth whether they should be like banned on site or whether we should let them be here. You know, so it's back and forth. It's never really like this. Kind of a gray area, if you ask me. You know, because people say, well, if we didn't have them, like constantly trying to find the chinks in the armor, we wouldn't know if people can actually withstand that level of sophistry. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it goes back and forth from that, from, you know, the usefulness of having them actually constantly just trying to thwart the efforts of like what we do in here. But then there's the other side to it, right? Like, do you really want that to be the face of like what we do in here, arguing with the same guys every single day over and over again, same tired argument, same, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's
who's the anti-flat earthers? Is it like, would you ban Matthew?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's
he's so he's so polite. How could you ban Matthew?
You see, that's what I'm talking about.
Man.
That right there, is the reason why he's got a foothold in your heart.
I know.
When deception happens, dude, it doesn't come at you like blatantly obvious. It comes at you like, as in the one you would be like, no, well, let's just keep him there. But that's why it goes back and forth, Bear. It's back and forth from between, well, he's kind of a good guy. I mean, we don't want to get rid of that thing because then you can bounce ideas off of that, make some content, you know? It goes
Well, and here's what else you can do with him is that when some GT comes in here saying like Eratosthenes proved the globe, you can use Matthew's words against their own side. That is one of the good things. And so when he admits to the weaknesses on their side, that you can use him as an authority in that regard.
He does admit that it's a belief and a belief only. He does. So I don't freaking know. Don't know.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the thing, though. Whether or not, and then, you know, because then this forum is choosing what, you know, which way we want to go with it. So it has to be done where people really understand the purpose of what we're doing here. So if we're here just to entertain those kind of guys, then so be it. I don't know. I view it a little bit differently because like I feel like we all have our place in the discussion, but at the same time, there's a lot of people that aren't well versed in these arguments, so it's difficult for a lot of people to go through the arguments and articulate their points. So they say a few words, get really upset, and then, you know, tell them to shut the hell up, you know, right away. Whereas somebody who can articulate the point and shut them down through the argument, that would be a lot more efficient, you know, for us to do that way. But because we have the level of sophistry, right, the ones who aren't well versed in it will just get really mad and just, you know, try to shut him down by saying shut the fuck up or mute him or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And some of the people will say like, well, we're not doing due diligence and we got to really tighten our shot group when it comes to like flat earthers actually getting onto these guys. In order for us to have our points well versed and articulated, citations, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just like earlier, I was telling them that I had gone over to Omni server earlier today, and there's what's his dumbass name? M Agent was there, and he was like, I studied thermodynamics and I'm a mechanical engineer, and I'm like, okay. Like, that means nothing because what you're saying right now is complete disinformation. He was saying that and then he said, you're trying to tell me this is what I do. I'm like, I shouldn't have to be telling you your job. Like, this is your career. But he was saying that an open system and a closed system is mathematically the same thing in his field. I said, dude, that's 100% false. I'm like, that is disinformation, bro. Yeah, he said that mathematically.
What we deal with is you gotta you could attack it on the mathematical side of things, right? But you need to actually get him out of that to actually talk to him about like what an open, closed, and isolated systems are in the demonstration. The demonstration trumps the idea that mathematics speak to some idea, but the demonstration is the physical, natural world, the practical way we understand what these systems are.
Right. So what I did was I went and I pulled his own freaking book, Introduction to Thermodynamics, which he would have studied or had to carry around at one point of his, schooling for this in college, and I pulled as a citation. Here's the page, here's the paragraph, the exact definition of what a difference is between open system and closed system. And I presented it, and I said, dude, this is why you're lying, dude. I said, hold on, maybe you're not lying because you believe this to be true, what you're saying. But at this point, you're spreading disinformation, and you shouldn't be allowed to, because that's 100% wrong. I said a closed system is you cannot transfer matter. And then I said, but there is, though, systems that are open and closed because energy can transfer through them, and that's the open part of it. But it's closed because no matter. A perfect example is like a thermal case, like one where heat can escape over hours and hours and hours, or days and days and days, but the liquid will still be inside. It'll never come out. And then he's an anti-flat earth, bro, to the fullest. That guy ban on site, bro, like for sure. He's one of those dudes.
There's a few of them. But some of them are not that. How can I put it? Like the group, they haven't ran through all the group yet. So most of the people in here haven't had the conversation with those individuals. So some have, but not everybody. And you want to test their metal, like again, like people that don't need to be speaking in here, like Heyoka. I'll give you a few that just don't need, like Smoke Demon. They don't need to have a voice in here. Like some of these guys, man, I'm telling you, they don't need to have a voice because they're not in it for any meaningful discussions. Like they don't want to talk about it. So that's what it is, man. Here's the thing, though. The way I've been dealing with it is that in my mind, they're snakes, right? They're snakes. I just move them aside to being snakes. And usually when somebody's fed up with them, then they get the boot, because I could tell you, or I could do it myself, but when I do it, it's almost like, well, Alpha doesn't want him here, so duh. But, if you see him actually going through the rigmarole of having to put you through all the sophistry, then you're like, yeah, fuck this guy. Then you're more inclined to be, like, leaning towards, like, yeah, we don't need this dude in this room. Rather me preemptively, like, try to, get rid of the dude.
Yeah. I mean, you have a lot, and a lot of them keep changing their names too. But I mean, you have the usual suspects as well. That we have allowed and like still tolerate and still engage with them in conversation. When it's slow, it's fun to fight. You know what I mean, with them. But I think like going forward though, like for the listeners, like even for the benefit of the new people and the new traffic, more importantly. To where we just like you have like Rob Noxious, bro. Like that dude shouldn't be here either. Dude.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be speaking. Rob doesn't need to be speaking. But like this forum is a little bit different because it invites everybody and such. So I think if you want to do something, and Crit's always said this, in the marketplace of ideas, create the thing that you want, and then do it the way you want to do it, which is kind of like what I have in mind.
Right.
So with the show, I want to have something that's a bit more like a call-in show. I went through this. This is the reason why I'm revamping the forum in my own style. Right. Because I know like you want to have a call-in style. We have like a Discord channel with two rooms. Then the one room everybody lands in, and they could talk in that one. And the other one where we're going to be at, that one nobody can speak except for the ones who are given permission to. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's going to be a show, and then you can bring somebody up from that other room and then interact with them and say, hey, you want to be a part of the show or whatever, give your best evidence or whatever. And then they come in and, do their thing. So, yeah, I think that there's a better way forward. But in this particular forum, I think it's always been run this way. So, I don't know. I think maybe it's probably going to stay like this for a minute. Unless there's ever a unanimous kind of like, yeah, let's just get rid of these clowns or whatever. I don't think that's going to be the case, but anyway, that's why I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try to do that, man. I really I'm excited about it because the idea of it's just like, I think it's time for that. You know what I mean? Like you can just feel when it's time to go to the next level, the next phase. I don't know. What do you think, Apod? You don't think it's time for that? The next phase? Progression into the unknown? I don't know. I think we should be a bit more already established in social medias. Still there? Hello? Can anybody hear me? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're coming through.
Yeah, I can hear you, dude.
Yeah, I really want that to be the case. So hopefully we can come together and and do something. Because I think we can have the forum that we want, and do and curate it and do all that stuff, and it'll be as productive as we want it to be. And I don't know. I feel like with 24/7, it gave us the foundation for something to look forward to. Shit, he dropped out.
You should start a podcast, bro. I think you've got the right energy for it.
Yeah, I'm excited, Roots, and I was mentioning to the group that that's what I'm going to do. But it's going to be, I'm going to try to do the FaceTime. I don't know if Rumble's the way I want to go, but like I was mentioning, I don't know if you were here or not, but it's going to cover like different topics. Flat Earth is a foundation.
Dead,
for
bro.
sure.
I think you've got to go. I think you've got to go X and TikTok. I really do think that's and then obviously YouTube, streamed on YouTube.
Yep.
And then just be on the camera and stay on the relevant topics and
Sure. I agree.
Stay on point, stay relevant, get on the camera, and I think that's it, bro. You'll blow. You got the energy for it.
That's what.
So what is it that happened with X? What made you scale back on it?
Well, for now, just where I'm at with everything in life. I'm real busy trying to get my move finished, and I don't have time to actually like get the content curated and stay there and do that. It's a bit much right now because I'm in between places, so I don't have my setup yet. Yeah, I just want to be already like where I'm supposed to be, and then start that right there. But X has a place more of like a podcast style. I want to have a place where I'm actually doing like a video, like FaceTiming, which is the idea that I've been talking to you guys about. I'm not sure.
You know how Nathan comes in and does his show for an hour?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Yeah, I think you should do it like that. I think you should be scheduling regular times. I think that consistency is the key, really. Yeah. Every day, or every other day, certain time, and then it's uploaded. You get a Patreon, upload it first to them. Like really organize it like that. Be consistent.
I was thinking about like how I wanted to have it, either shock and awe or dial it back to like where it's just having people reason with each other. Like, and I kind of want to have a flow between a mixture of both because, the kind of guy I am, right? I like to really drop them bombs on people, like when they're like, "Oh wow, like this is, can't believe," like that's kind of the look I'm going for. Like I don't want to lose too much of myself and dialing it all the way back down to like, we're just having these like normal civil conversations. I want a little bit of spice, a little bit of like something to get you going when you're listening to it. It's not always just like calm me, because then I'll be denying who I really am. I'm a bit rambunctious. I'm just being real, dude. Like that's who I always been.
Comedy, dude. Sprinkle a bit of comedy on.
Yeah, I'm a bit of comedy, because we look at it like these globalists are just cultists, so we can throw a little bit of comedy in there as well. But at the same time, it's like it doesn't need to be drab, like, oh, how's it going? Welcome to Flat Earth, like that kind of shit. Like it can be a little bit animated. In other words, who I really am in life, If you were to meet me, this is who I am. Like I'm not putting on a show and then you see me in real life, it's gonna be like, dude, you're nothing like the way you're online. Like, I'm that way everywhere. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you know, who I am here is like who I am outside.
That's why I say you're the right personality for it. You just need. I know you're an ideas guy. You know, once you've got your right idea, you'll move on it. But yeah. I think pranks are big right now, and if you can incorporate some sort of way where you're luring people in to be flat smacked, it reminds me a bit like Kevin Samuels was doing with the women, and he kind of blew up because he was very direct and he was always going back to this same message. So you could think of something creative like that, bro. I think you're destined to do it.
There's a name that I have in mind, but I can't put it out into the ether. It's something that I've been thinking about, but it includes everybody that's in here, you know. So once I put it down,
it also includes me.
Who's me?
My name is Rice Ray. You said everyone, so I'm.
Nah, dude, you fell off like
fine.
Rice Ray. You fell off like, what was it, 2019 or 2020? You fell off and you did your own thing, bro. You've been out in the cold weather. I don't know what you're doing these days, man. You used to hang out with the rest of everybody. You were back in the old days, man. Like, I don't know if people know who you are, and then for some odd reason, man, you just went left field and you just never returned. I'm like, dude, what the hell? And then you come back every now and again. Sometimes you're a little bit inebriated and shit like this. Like, I was like, oh fuck. You're a mixed bag. Nobody knows what to expect when you're in the room, bro. Like, whether you're gonna be chill Rice Ray or fucking, you know what I mean? Like, nobody knows.
Maybe you went concave for a bit.
I don't know, man. He's just been a little bit out there lately.
I've heard him obliterate Globers on Gravity, right? Absolutely. To the T, right?
I'm telling you, man,
to the T. But then
Rice Ray.
I've heard him just spaz right out with the whole Greek mythology shit, and I'm just like, what are you doing? What are you saying? Stop.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Rice Ray is a mixed bag, dude. It's like those chocolate candies, like Forrest Gump said. You never know what you're gonna get, dude. Like, you're gonna pull one out, it's like, oh damn, this is a banger. Yeah. And the next one's like, this is just garbage, bro. Like, the next one. That's Rice Ray, bro. That's Rice Ray right there. And he comes in like this. One day he came in, he was all drunk and whatnot. I was like, dude, and he was saying nonsense and interrupting. I'm like, oh my god, Rice. But I mean, maybe he's just trying to find himself. Who knows?
So one day you get the nice caramel one, and then you pull out the one that's like green freaking jelly. Man.
Yeah, but dude, what he does have to his name is being an OG. That's what I'd say. He's got to know. He's got that status.
Yeah, that's right. I've been there from like, the beginning, bro.
Yeah.
Good old days.
And you could tell Rice Ray's having a good time because he's smiling when he's talking. You know that he's having a good time. Just saying.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I come on Discord, to have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, Crit's always saying that. It's like, if you're not doing that, then what are you doing? But
that's right.
I mean, we'll figure some shit out, man. Like, between all of us. But
he's a blasphemer.
Who, Rice? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, I'm not a Christian, so.
But clearly not. You told that many times.
There's a lot of people aren't, So.
Yeah. I used to be one. And I wasn't.
I'm sorry for your loss. But if you think about it, man, we had talked to people from every single religious background, so we have to be we kind of have to be flexible to speak to people about because they're going to be controversial topics, right? So, I mean, they hit everyone all across the board. Doesn't matter what religious background you have. So anyway, I gotta get going, but anyway, just put a bug in your ear about
keep cooking up them ideas, bro.
Roots, it'll be because I'm moving to my place on the 14th, so and I need to settle in and shit like this. So I'm looking. I don't know, man. Maybe the end of this month. Then I have things set up, and then we'll start.
Maybe a game show, bro. A quiz. Everyone's having fun with these triangle quizzes and the 3 questions. You could turn this into a game show.
It could be whatever we want. I mean, the old format for Flat Earth Initiative was, we got Zany Space News. We had Jedi at the very beginning, introduce everybody to like what we're about, what Flat Earth is, and so just I think we'll think of the format as it moves forward.
24/7 live.
Ooh. Yeah. All right, guys. I'll be on listening mode.
Yep. Catch you later. Yeah, we need Stevie as a host or a side host. Who's in the house then? I've got 2 big 4 bike. What's up?
How's it going, mate?
There's a couple of folks around.
Yep. Sauvignon Blanc. Flashy. Jemsy in the house. What's up, bro? Seen you for a while. John, I really think you and Alpha and everybody's got the same idea, man. We need to go. We need to take this further, man.
What's the idea?
This flat Earth thing needs to go bigger, mainstream. Got to figure out how to do it.
You can't do it.
It's just gotta be really clever about it.
Unless you fucking buy out the companies and shit.
I think comedy is the way through. You know how Owen Benjamin did his Flat Earth Sniper thing? I think that kind of energy is what we need.
Like Globe Earth Sniper, yeah.
Sorry, Globe Earth Sniper, yeah.
I know, we need, where's the series? Like, we should, like someone mentioned the other day, there needs to be Globe Earth Sniper, Globe Earth Pilot.
Yeah, right? The thing is that's Mountain Bear. So Mountain Bear went and had a bunch of kids. He hasn't really, I sent him coffee. He hasn't really been around, but used to take just shit that Owen would talk about on the show and then make cartoon with the actual audio. It wasn't like he talked to Owen and said, hey, do this, and then I'm going to make a cartoon with your voice. He would just grab something like a bit that he did on that day, and he would cartoon out of it. That's what all Mountain Bear was doing. It was hilarious. I miss him. But he's still around. He just hasn't done cartoon. A couple other guys that do that kind of stuff.
You're breaking up a bit, but I got what you said. Yeah, I know Bear's not doing it anymore, but we got to do something, man. Like a sketch show, whether it's just audio or something funny. Something memeable. Could have it like the Alpha Veritas show. Let him host it. And we'll do little sketches, examples of funny things that happen with this double logic, with this belief in relativity. You know what I mean? So much we could do.
Can you imagine Globe Earth Pilot? Like
just killing people. Killing people every episode.
Put them in danger. I don't think that's the real horizon, man. I don't trust it. You know.
I know, you can have it every week.
You got Globe Earth. You got Globe Earth. Freaking construction that builds freaking like foundations.
All these walls are diverging and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, like freaking like kids are like rolling off to the side in their wheelchairs, freaking like wrecking. You know, they're in school, but he built it wrong, so the kids are like rolling to one side in their wheelchairs.
They're on a slant.
Or he could be coming into land and he's like arguing with his co-pilot about how he should be taking Coriolis into account, and if he doesn't, this could mean the lives of everybody. And every single week, in every single different sketch, he ends up killing everybody on the plane, but every week he's back on a new plane.
Or how about the Globe Earth merry-go-round kids that get on the merry-go-round, but for some reason they can't get off of it because even though it's spinning like really fast, it's holding them to the center.
We could have a Globe Earth construction company where they're trying to build everything with curvature, ignoring basic principles of level.
Yeah, have a curved level.
Building wonky ass buildings.
Or the Globe Earth train that is always going downhill so it can never stop.
Just think of the fun you could have with Coriolis, so that deserves its own regular slot.
Yeah, you could have that with the merry-go-round kids. That, or you could have somebody calling in whose toilet's flushing the wrong direction.
Dude, you could have Globe Earth sailor that constantly he takes the winds from north to south because they get faster as you get to the equator, so he like rides how it gets faster and faster. It's like I can't stop the sail, I can't stop the ship. Freaking
Globe Earth Navigator.
1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, Globe Earth Navigator sounds good.
Do you guys know, did Nathan Oakley ever release his book he was working on?
He's nearly there, I think.
Yeah, you can't say that without QE's in there. Better
I was going to say, you mean QE's book.
Oh, well, whoever's it is. Did it get released?
Just call it mine. Just call it mine. QE love that. Hey, did you hear? Is Paraplegic's book out yet? Ah, well, Nathan's, QE's, Paraplegics, whatever.
It's a collab.
There you go.
It'll always be Brian's. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's Neil's.
Brian came up with everything 2 weeks before anybody ever said anything, right? Every time.
Is that something that's actually going to be released, or is that just something that they talk about? Or hard to know?
Man, they're doing it, man. Flat's freaking proofreading it, and then QE will proofread her proofread, and then it'll get out eventually. Yeah, Flat's. I heard Jetty had something to do with it too.
I heard Witsit was secretly ghostwriting for them.
Boy, that was whew.
Wait, so reads it. Reads it, gets it. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Writes it, gets it.
Wits it, writes it. There you go. Has he even been around in a while, or has he kind of disappeared?
He's a little bit low key, setting up a few GoFundMe's, I believe, right now.
Yeah. You know, maybe he could sell one of those, like that girl. He could sell a Hot Tua shirt from where he spent on his wife a few years ago.
Did you have to bring that up?
I'm just surprised him.
Nah, he's still around. He's still around.
Yeah. I'm just surprised he hasn't gone the direction of his best friend.
Now, just be happy he hasn't. I mean, I think there is something in that boy that's got. I'm hoping he's got a little. He's definitely not Jaren. He just can't be.
Well, I certainly hope not.
He's got his own thing, you know. He's well, not his own thing, but he's into the Robert Bennett stuff. If you know about the whole geostatic idea,
Yeah.
that's its own sort of lane.
Yeah, 'cause
anyway, that's his lane.
Yeah, because Bennett's into the geostationary ballpark, isn't he?
Geostatic, get it right. Robert Bennett's
What
very
the hell's the
specific.
difference?
Well, he invokes the ether through geostatic, through the electricity.
So that's what holds you to a geostationary ballpark is a geostatic ether.
Are we looking at geostatic equilibrium?
I missed what you said. We're looking at what? Damn, I missed it.
Is it just me, or did you just go real quiet there, Roots?
Yeah, I cut out. I think I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
I said, are we looking at geostatic equilibrium?
I don't really know. He's big on the ether. He's big on the electrostatic nature of things. He doesn't talk about flat Earth, but I think I don't know, man, because he's been on Witsit show a few times, so maybe he is but won't say, or maybe he's adjacent. I don't know. He's pretty open-minded, but yeah, he focuses on the geo-centric element because he's into the ether.
Yeah, I was in Earth of Sleepings sometime towards the end of the summer, and he was Chitsit was arguing with some dweeb, and so the dweeb would make some point about the globe, then Chitsit would go back to some point about ether, and then you get another point on the globe, and then you get another point on ether, and they were talking over, past each other. And then at the end of it, as they kind of finished it up and they were, being conciliatory and leaving on a friendly note, the guy said, well, he's like, he said, we'll always welcome you back to the globe. He said, even if it's a geostationary ball, we certainly welcome you back at any point. And then Chitsit never corrected him and said, no, I'm not going to that, or I'm not, that's equally as absurd. He just kind of let it stay out there like an Overton window. So I figured that was his tacit admission that as they were closing it up, there was a couple other things that was said that was kind of leaving it to that they had discussed in private certain things. And so I had assumed that was an admission that that's the direction he's slowly turning in. Now, so I'm predicting that at some point, and I don't know when that point will be, but I predict at some point that he'll be coming out to say that we're on a geostationary ball.
Fair call. I must admit, I did predict it before the TFD thing. I got Jaren right. I knew he'd become a glober. You could smell that from months before.
Yeah, you and I were talking about that back April of last year, that we thought that both of them would be. April, maybe May, but I'm pretty sure it was April.
Yeah, Witset's been on his geocentrism thing for a while. So, yeah. But I don't think he'll ever turn around and say, the Earth is observably, measurably flat. I think that's something that he'll always say.
Yeah, I think so too. But if you say that the Earth is geostationary, right, or it's geocentric, right, that means you're distinguishing a difference between the Earth and something else, right? That you're saying it's at the center of something. What's it at the center of?
So, what, as I understand, I was going down the path of trying to find some exposés on Foucault's pendulum last year, and I ended across a couple geostationary groups. There's a cosmology society in Pittsburgh, and I can't remember the name of it right off, where they had a couple seminars on this, and then there's one of some church in Ohio, and so and they actually pretty well debunk, in their mind, I'm not saying they actually are, but in their mind, they've debunked the flat Earth, and they're saying that we live on a balltard, and we're not spinning around the sun, but everything else is spinning around us. So the balltard stays still, and then the sun and all the other rocks and
Yeah, I know. That's what I've seen the principle. Like, that's basically what they're saying. But for a flat earther to say Earth is geocentric, right?
I think that's two mutually exclusive things. Sorry to cut you off.
No, I'm just I'll ask a flat earther that says that we're geocentric is okay. What is Earth at the center of?
Yeah, I think they're two mutually exclusive concepts. I don't know how. Now, I'm coming from the point that I've never heard a flat earther say that, but they. So I can't imagine that one that would say that Earth is geocentric would then turn around and say the Earth is flat, but I would say they'd have to be mutually exclusive. So somebody's either just misinformed or misintended.
I mean, there's no claim of shape or like even insinuation to the shape when it comes to the terms geo and centric or static. So it's kind of open-ended, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're claiming with that statement that Earth is at the center of something. It's in the middle, right? Is it? Center of what?
Like the center of the sky. That's what they're talking about, right? Like the sky's rotating around. Everything's rotating around us, being the center.
Yeah, you'd have to be making a knowledge claim about the sky then as well. Like you see, you just can't because you don't know. You don't have the God's eye perspective to say this is the interrelationship between the two, and see how Earth is configured in relation to the sky, right? Like you never have that God's eye view, so you can't say that Earth is at the center of anything. Because for all we know, right, the Earth is this vast extended plane, right? Some people even like to say indefinite or infinite, right? And above it is these things which do a thing, a particular thing. And above it, right, that has a central point. But who's to say that the plane that we're on has a central point, right? It doesn't, who's to say that? Nobody can say that, where that place is, right? Well, you can only say that, well, here's a point where above this point here seems to be a central point in the sky, right? So really it's like you're saying it's not geocentric, it's heaven-centric, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, because you can't...
it compared to what? Yeah, the Earth is all we know.
Yeah, and now you've got your two apparent celestial points of rotation. So what is there two? Like what makes the north better than the south? It's just because the north's more populated, nobody wants to go fucking live in the ice and snow and right. It's just weird because like you can't say that this point here below that point above, see up there, that's doing in the sky up there. Well, this point here must be the center of the plane. You can't say that with justification.
It's the dual pole geocentric model, T-Dub.
Right. Yeah.
They'll get creative. Yeah, I don't really know what it means. I think it's meant to be open-ended a little bit because if, like, Robert Bennett particularly doesn't really talk about the shape that I've seen so far, but I haven't seen, I've only watched a few videos on him. Don't really know what he's about, to be honest.
Oh, on the point of the North Pole, right? Because I watched an interesting video. They're globers, right? They're normies. I don't know if they've done anything on flat Earth or not. So they've done this expose on exploration of the North Pole, like going back 100 years or so. Right, so there was Peary and Cook were in this race, right, to get to the North Pole, right, to put a flag in it, right, and say I achieved this, I am the first, and stake their claim to fame, right. And he at the end of his video. Right, so he goes into a bit of the history of what happened there, right? And these dudes were like not necessarily nice guys, but anyway, at the end of it, he relates it to what's going on now in a current society with Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and like Richard Branson and that, right? That there's this race, right? There's this claim, this stake to claim of fame, right? Some people say Elon's he's already there. He's done it, right? But it's interesting because he shows that because the race to the North Pole, there was actually not some questionable motives, some questionable claims, right, that were made. Did they actually even do what they said, et cetera, right? And there was all this media frenzy surrounding it as well, over exaggerating things, right, and all that, even making baseless claims on behalf of these characters. Is that what's going on today? Like he's saying, it's. I'll post it in the side chat, so you can check it out because I thought that was very interesting. That even normies and the globies are like seeing that this as a repeat of things that have happened in the past, right? Repeat of history, but just in a different genre. Like it's instead of the North Pole, it's now space, right? Everyone wants to stake their claim for independent exploration of space and shit.
I just had this vision of Perry and Cook in an interview with talking to a journalist in their time saying, well, it's true because how fake the pictures look. Yeah, I get it, man. I love how history repeats itself. Everything repeats itself. Just adds to the mystery.
Yeah, right. Because the one will dog out the other, and like, you know, yeah, that's right.
I really do think there's an element of that. I think we repeat these things until we move past them. But like, I genuinely think, this is me. Is it Sunday? Yes, it's Sunday. Okay, here's my speculation. I think everything's happening to us all collectively. And individually, we think we're all going through all these unique individual things, but I think we're all going through the same shit. And I think collectively, we have to get through shit as well as individually. And if enough people don't sort their shit out, we're not going to get through it collectively. That's why history keeps repeating itself.
So there you go. So, and I would say that this isn't conspiracy theory, right? What this guy is doing, it's controversy theory. I'm going to coin a new term. I'm a controversy theorist.
That's funny. Yeah, they want to distance themselves from that term. Can't unsee what you see, right?
Yeah, but I think we're going to see more and more of this, like just like normies, like questioning more things about history and about current events, and because people aren't like people, they want, like, some people are just like totally brain dead, will just absorb anything that's put forth on the TV. But there is a large percentage of people out there that are looking at things analytically and critically and going, should I accept this as being true? Let's see. Let's have a look at it. Right. So even within their narrative of the globe, right, they're still looking at things a little bit, skeptically, which is good. And I think we're going to see more of that, right? People are going to be going, no, sorry, bro. Like, you fucked up here. Look at this. Obvious fakery, right? Give me the real shit. I want the truth.
Yeah, I think the red pill community, I know it's mainly focused on women right now, but I think they'll evolve and they'll go through, they're going through the money stuff, they're going through the self-empowerment stuff, but I think that community might evolve and, really bring a lot of bros on board. It'll give them the ability to think logically eventually. They just got to stop thinking with their dicks for a while.
Right, because there are people out there that aren't saying, why would they lie, as if it's some sort of a form of argument, right? That they are saying, they are questioning, could this be a lie? They're smart people. That's smart people, right? People with half a fucking brain cell are saying, could this be a lie? Let's have a look at it. Right? Regardless of where the information is coming from, regardless. Government, could be an individual, could be private, corporate, right? Like, it doesn't matter. You'd still got a question if it's just something that is outside the norm, right? It's an extraordinary claim.
Well, yeah, especially if they're waking up to other topics. You know what I mean? This is eventually going to lead somewhere, right?
In my opinion, that many of them ask that question, why would they lie? In their mind, there is no reason in their mind. So the question is already answered in their mind. So because there is no reason to lie about the shape of the earth, they ask us. In their mind, they say that like that. Because there is no reason that people will have to lie about the shape of the earth, they ask us, why would they lie? And sometimes you start speculating, some of the reasons. So you tell them that it will be just a speculation. I'm not the one lying, so I'm not able to read their minds to tell you the truth.
That's where you need the jiu-jitsu. Why would they not? Would be your response.
Yeah, exactly. And if you've got people out there that fancy themselves as, academic intellects, right? And they don't think they're Dunning-Kruger, right? And they don't want to be misrepresented by idiots online, like armchair fucking experts, right? So there's this article, this blog, right, with this person who fancies themselves an academic and has published a piece poo-pooing, right, the Pontchartrain thing, right, saying, yeah, Earth's a globe, but not on this basis, guys. Come on, this is obviously mirage. Your curvature would be apparent much, much closer. Look, and he goes through all the math and he goes through all the stuff, like in the article, and he's saying, and there should be more of that. Like there's people out there keeping an eye on things, saying, don't misrepresent us, you idiots, right? And we're talking about the guys that come in here and argue with us and present Pontchartrain as a proof, right? There's academics out there that would say, no, step aside, hold my beer, honey. Like, this guy's an idiot. Don't misrepresent what we're talking about here. And that's what, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, stop misrepresenting our globe. It looks beautiful and flat, okay? Right?
Bang on, man. And that's what it is. They are just, they're just not ready for the conversation. They're about 10 years behind, and that's where we get to have our fun. But those people are not going to understand they're not going to understand the arguments at that point.
Right. Yes, Sporadic. Here's a speculation, Sporadic from the side chat. The sky scales differently as you near the poles, revealing a relationship that far exceeds the 69-to-1 ratio. Well, yeah, where is the night sky time-lapse photography from the poles, right? Where's the angle measurements from the poles, right? And the distance measurements in relation to those angle measurements, right? Like, where are they? I don't know. Has anybody presented any? Are they available? I don't know. Do they exist?
So what's the speculation then? Like, are we talking about? We're talking about the angles of the sun and the way that it is at the poles being different, but is it the same at the north and the south?
The sun and the stars, yeah. I think somebody posted something a while ago now that I don't know how verified it is, but they posted two images, one of the sun's relationship to the horizon, right, from the north at apparently a similar latitude north as what the guys for the TFE were in the south, and the sun appears much closer to the horizon than it does in the south at the similar latitude. So I don't know. I can't verify that. I think I saved it. So I don't know how true that is, but they were saying they were trying to show a comparison, or a contrast between. Well, okay, if you're at this latitude in the north and the same latitude but in the south, right, the sun should have a similar relationship above the horizon.
Yeah, it should be opposite, right? But the same.
Yeah, and they're saying this person made this meme saying it's not. So what's going on there, right? I don't know how.
That's what I thought.
Could be a glober that's made that just to try and attempt to make flat earthers look stupid. I'll see if I can find it. I think I saved it.
Sporadic, if you're there, is it exactly the same in the north and south? Is it slightly different in the south? Which I'm sure I've heard people say it is. There's more of a drift in the south, I hear.
Drift of what?
The perception of the south celestial pole compared to the north celestial.
Like it moves.
Yeah, like it's not the same as the north. I can't remember exactly, but I've heard people say the southern celestial pole is perceived differently and acts differently to the north in the rotation. Have you heard of that, Jedi?
Yeah, I've heard lots of people saying confusing things. This is why I asked you the question, what do you mean by it drifts? So, for example, geographical position, the point on the Earth directly underneath the North Celestial Pole, that doesn't move. Are we saying the southern one does?
That there's some sort of, drifting to it, or some sort of rotation drift, or I'm not sure what I can't remember. I've heard people mention it, but I can't remember exactly what the claim is. Because Sporadic saying in the chat that the sky scales differently as you're near the poles, so a relationship that's bigger than what it's supposed to be, some sort of ratio. But I'm asking, is it the same?
Yeah.
Is he saying, is it the same at both? Is that distortion the same? Or the scaling or whatever? Is that different at the same? Is that the same at both poles?
Well, I think he's just saying with nearer to that apparent center of rotation in the sky, that it's like I said, where is the angle measurements from directly underneath that center point, extending out with the distance and angle measurement relationships? Where are they? Do they exist?
Well, I can imagine in the south, not, and that's why I'm asking, because we have more land closer to the north that we could actually verify things from than you ever could in the south, right? So is this just an assumption, or do we have some verification in the south?
Yeah, the only thing that we have in the south to point to that central southern polar rotation is the the circumpolar stars, the things that rotate around that area. It's the same in the north. right? It isn't Polaris that is the fixed point in the sky that has a geographical position that is the north. It's 1 degree off. It rotates around the celestial pole. It is a circumpolar star. It's just very close to it's very close to the pole. So in all measurements to north or south, they are in reference to stars that rotate around an unseen point in the sky. So all measurements are to stars, not to the celestial point. We backwards engineer or calculate where that is based on the rotation of the circumpolar stars. That makes any sense.
Yeah, kind of. I'm trying to relate it to sporadic speculation that the sky scales differently as you near the poles. Is it the same? And I don't know. There's a lot of people making a claim that the southern stars are behaving differently. In the sense that, you know, a lot of people are saying that what we're seeing in the south is distorted, more compressed. I don't know. So that's what I'm asking in the basic terms. Is the same sort of issues in the north and the south, those scaling issues that Amish is talking about?
Scaling issues. In Sporadic, we're supposed to have a conversation about this weeks ago, but we never got around to it.
Yeah, well, hopefully he'll come back, answer my question. Well, who we got? A few new people joined. Sup?
Hello?
No,
you're muted.
Hello.
I
Hello,
have
welcome,
a
welcome.
question. So I want to believe in the flat Earth, but like, if the sun, like, I'm just confused how there are some people that are in the dark, like night and day, but others are not. Like, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't everyone get sunlight at some point, like even a little bit?
No, because light can't travel forever through the atmosphere. So light will have a limit.
But
Light will eventually extinguish, attenuate, whatever you want to use. Lots of reasons. Light won't travel forever across the atmosphere.
But like, can't it reach like something like 100 and something million kilometers, like light, that is?
Well, that's a very broad claim. Depends on how strong your light is, but in general, no. It also depends on atmospheric conditions, but no. Light doesn't travel forever across the Earth, no.
If it depends on how strong the light is, well, like the sun, I don't understand how the sun is not strong enough to do that.
Do you know what the sun is? I mean, have we verified what the sun is? They're still arguing about whether the sun can even exist as a gas ball because it doesn't have a surface. Very little known about the sun. There's a lot speculated about the sun and what it is. But no, we have no way to know what the sun is. But yeah, light wouldn't travel forever on a flat Earth, and we would expect there to be a night and day cycle on a flat Earth, just like there is now. In fact, I would argue reality matches a flat Earth idea, the principles of a flat Earth, far better than they do a spinning, curving ball in a vacuum of space.
Think about that. A burning gas ball in a vacuum. Can you imagine that? And like, without laughing? I mean, think about that. It's on
With
fire.
no surface. It's just gas all the way through.
But there's a void right next to it that all that power is not just like going into. And somehow it's causing the gravity for everything around it to somehow spin around it.
Yeah, it's good to have you here, Madagascar. Just a little introductory note is that you've been sold a model, you've been sold a story, but when you just kind of try to investigate it further, you find that a lot of the claims are unverifiable, including the claims about the sun. Even mainstream scientists still debate different things about what's actually happening with the sun. So that's what we're here for. So the fact that you're here asking questions is great. So yeah, many of these phenomenon, which you've been told happen on a globe, can just as easily happen in reality, since we don't actually live on a globe. Did you have any other aspects you wanted to know about, or did you want to talk more about that one?
Have you ever? Because sometimes during the day you can still see the moon. So I'm just like, why would we be able to see the moon, but others, like the sun, still? I get the light thing, but where does the moon play into that too?
Just because it's local to your area. It's the only reason you see the things in the light in the sky is you happen to be local to them. You'll notice that they go throughout the day. Eventually the sun will move too far away. Also the moon, but it doesn't change the fact you can see the moon during the night and during the day. It's just locality.
Okay. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that's all you see, Madagascar. That's all you've ever seen is you've seen the sun move across the sky. You've seen the moon move across the sky. You've seen both of those things. Leave your field of view and return the next day. We're just here to tell you that the things that you view in reality, that's what's actually happening. That's what makes the most sense in your reality. You know, somewhere along the line, somebody's convinced you that what you're seeing is not what actually is happening. You know, that actually we're the ones moving. But there's not really any verifiable evidence of us moving at all. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because that's what you experience, right? Like when you were born on the earth, you didn't experience any motion. If you went out, in your yard before you started going to school, you'd see the sun move and you'd be like, oh yeah, look at that, sun moves. And then sometimes somebody told you, oh, you're totally wrong about that. No, it's not moving, you are. And then you were like, oh, okay. And then you started to doubt your whole reality and now you're here.
Yeah. But I also think, would we ever really feel that motion even if we were the ones that were moving, just because it is so big?
Well, I mean, that can be addressed about whether you could or could not feel motion according to, the physiology of your body. That's one thing that could be discussed, and we can go on to discuss that. But before we do, I just wanted to say, it doesn't matter if we can detect it or not. It's never been scientifically detected with any kind of verifiable, testable, repeatable cause and effect experiment that shows any kind of motion whatsoever.
Yeah, and that's kind of mainstream. I mean, there's famous quotes from Einstein and other, ball-believing scientists who make a definitive point that there is no experiment, optical, anything. There's no way to detect motion on the Earth at any scale. Well, any scale possible on the Earth.
Well, yeah, Einstein even made a statement saying that Michelson's so-called experiments resulted in a conclusion that everything on Earth takes place as if the Earth is at rest.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for answering my questions.
Yeah, feel free to stick around, or
Madagascar,
if you
don't
got
you think
more
it's
questions,
funny?
go ahead.
Don't you think it's funny, Madagascar, and a bit suspicious that there's no way to detect motion, there's no way to measure or observe curvature, there's no way to logically make sense of any of this stuff, you know, space, a vacuum next to an open system without a container. Like, don't you think it's weird how you can't prove the globe in any way whatsoever?
It is definitely suspicious.
Right, something's not right about that. And the more you dig, the more suspicious it gets because you start to realize it's all based on math. It's just a mathematical model with no actual direct verifiable proof of any of it. Space, the whole lot. And they've just built upon it for years. That'll
What
bake
made
a
you
noodle.
Oh, yeah. What made you decide to stop in here today?
My boyfriend believes in the flat Earth, and I've been thinking about it more, I guess, lately because of that. So
Oh, good. Well, that's cool. That yeah, you want to find out more about it. That's impressive. Yeah.
He sounds like an absolute stud.
Yeah,
yeah, it's Stu Hope. He's usually in here.
What's his name?
Do Hope.
Do hope. Right.
Has he showed you like anything? Like what kind of evidence has he already showed you?
It's more just like questions I have, and then I don't know. It's hard to remember everything he said because we've talked about it a lot.
Yeah, that's okay. I was just curious if there was something that stuck out in your mind.
Has he talked to you about water, the nature of water, and how simple this all can be to understand?
He did mention something about water. I don't remember exactly what it was, though.
Yeah, it's a really basic and easy principle to understand, but we know the behavior of water. It's one of the things we know the most about. And we know that water will always, at rest, the surface of water will always lay flat. It's a natural property of water. Water doesn't bend. Water will always seek its equilibrium, seek its lowest point and lay flat. And we know that most of this realm, Earth, whatever you want to call it, Earth is mainly water. And we can see lakes at rest, completely flat. Every body of water, from the small local to, long distance, at rest, will lay flat and can't sit any other way than horizontal. So that alone, when you really get into that and understand that, that alone is proof that this place we're living on a horizontal plane, stationary as well.
It's a standard. It's a standard for level, actually. So you can get a long tube, right, transparent tube, and fill it with water, right. Get all the air bubbles out of it, right, and then one person can hold one end, and the other person can hold the other end, and they can walk a distance apart, right, and the level at which your water surface is at each end of that tube is going to be at the exact same altitude. This is a principle that's used in construction. So you can go around corners with it, and then mark it on wood or walls, right? So you know that at that point, exactly those 2 points are at the exact same height, right? In a straight line.
Fundamental to construction industries, for anyone who wants to build, they need to establish that level, and we use water. We use water to establish level.
Do you like podcasts? Oh my gosh. Is somebody going to get that person? I don't know who that is. We apologize for that interruption. Do you like podcasts, Madagascar?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, because I just put one there in the chat. I tagged you. Hopefully you can see it.
Thanks.
Yeah. That one is like a recent episode. I listened to it. It was good. You might like it because it's like a very beginning kind of thing, and it's a young person like yourself that came in to find out about it. And then there's a whole bunch of other shows on there that you might find interesting.
Oh, yeah, I'll check it out. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
I'm going to head out. It was nice to meet you all.
You too. Come back anytime. We're here. Somebody is.
Catch you later.
Awesome.
That sounds funny, Mary. Absolute noob learns about the reality of flat Earth.
I know, because
I'm gonna check that out.
yeah, India was. I think he was. Yeah, he was talking about the podcast in general, and then I was trying to share it with somebody, and then that one's the one that comes up if you just try to share the show because it's the latest episode. So yeah, I went and listened to it. It was good. It was a good one. Yeah, because they not only actually it was a good demonstration of how to deal with talking to a new person because they're talking to this young person, and then some professional globe believer comes in there and keeps trying to hijack the conversation. I can't really tell who all the people are there, but whoever they are, like, you guys did a good job. You're kind of like, nope, it's not your turn to talk, Glober dude. It's very entertaining, and it has some good information in it.
Love it. Anybody else got questions for the flat Earth? Speak or forever be in doubt. Who we got? Too Big, 4Bike. What's up, bro? Whoa. If you're there, you too, what's up? Vitalis, you're in the chat. I recognize the name. Do we know Vitalis?
Oh, that dirty Glober. Yeah. Big anti-flat earther dude. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
I was just starting to rub my hands together, teed up. False alarm, okay.
I think, Vitaly might be, I think flat earther. I'm pretty sure.
I saw him in the side chat earlier. Thought he might speak up. Anyway, good to see you, bro. Good to see you.
Step out on my balcony. My kids are sleeping, and so it's quiet time in the house.
Nice. Yes, sir. Doing your duties. Respect it.
Yeah, but that Woolworth building that Stratus is talking about, that place is amazing. Like I said, I worked there for 7 years doing electrical work, so I got to see a lot of the old building before new renovation. It's like the detail and the artwork, the guardrails, everything. There's no way God would choose a It's amazing.
Your mic, you're coming through a bit gravelly, but I think I picked up most of it.
Yeah, just about caught it. These are the old world looking buildings. They look a bit gothic-y, right? Completely different style of building to what we do now. Just the fact that they're beautiful, we just don't build beautiful buildings anymore. All the detail, all the geometry. Now we put together pieces of brutalistic crap, man.
Yeah, back in the day, they were going for the to reflect the, the culture and and the creative side of things. But now it's also just like all just has to be the most economical, the most efficient, most sterile, kind of thing, right? Like no need for unnecessary decoration.
I think it's what a lot of the wars were about. Like, not just about that, but like a lot of the wars were about, hey, let's frickin' demo some shit while we're in here. Like, even the frickin' Civil War, like, when they're like, we're gonna go down and frickin' fight the Rebs. I think they were just destroying shit with frickin' TNT on their way down. Oh man.
Yes, that's so right. Yeah, like the burning of Atlanta. I thought Atlanta, was amazing before that. Yeah.
Dude, every single city's got a burning. Every damn beautiful building somehow got rebuilt in the same time, in usually 2 years, by the same architect. Many times these buildings are founded. It's an interesting subject for me. I think it's just freaking wild. Probably not the topic for this server, but this is interesting shit.
Look in the side chat what I just posted. This is the brutal shit we build now. Disgusting, man.
Wow.
Something's wrong, man. Took all the beauty away.
Yeah, it looks like a prison.
I was going to say it looks like a school, but I guess there's not much difference.
They do look similar, those buildings. It's a shame, isn't it? Something changed. Something changed. Now everything looks disgusting.
Yeah, that's actually, huh?
They call it something, is it brutalism? Brutism? Something like that?
I don't know. I haven't heard that before, but either one of those sounds accurate. That was one of the things that got me back into looking in Flat Earth again after I kind of put it on the shelf for a few years, was in April 2019 when the Notre Dame Cathedral. When I first saw that, I thought that was my first thought, like, oh, they're trying to destroy that one, you know what I mean? But then they built it back, I don't even know what went on with that thing, but, just at the time, I thought, oh, they're going to get rid of that took, supposedly took centuries to build or whatever. But anyway, that's, then I went back to listening to James True. He's an author, flat earther. He talks about a lot of other stuff. He was talking about that. Then he went on what's that YouTube show? Iron Realm, right? They do a show, the Australian and a couple other guys. Yeah, they had him on there, and then they were talking about flat earth because he was he was talking about submarines and his time in the military with submarines and how he felt like the way the submarine operated wouldn't work on a globe. Is that what it's called? Iron Realm? Am I thinking that right? Does that sound familiar to anybody? You guys don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe it's not around anymore.
No, I've not heard of it. Sorry.
Okay, the guy from Australia, I think his name is Adam. Yeah, maybe they're not around anymore.
No, they are. Iron Realm Media, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, T-Dub. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Flat Lloyd. Look at that meme that Flat Lloyd put in. Is that progression? Do we call that progression?
The second one's
They're smart. Yeah, progression into laziness. Right. Yeah. I'm with you.
I was reading it.
How many more of those poles do we have on the right than they had of those poles on the left?
A lot. I was reading an article about that. Part of it's psychological, dumbing everything down, making everything bland. So it basically kills off people's thought processes, and so they have no artistic flair. They don't think. It's just plain old boring. It's very nasty stuff when you consider what we've come from, and they just pretend like it was never there. Like all the Tartaria stuff, they come from that to those shitty light poles, as you can see there. And even houses, all the same, all the old school stuff used to be absolutely spectacular, give you something to think about. Whereas now it's just, drag your knuckles, go to work. Anyways.
No, that's a really good point, bro. Regardless of intent, it's psychological warfare. Kills creativity, doesn't it? Kills inspiration.
Yep.
Decreases. I bet there's a connection to the happiness levels, and stress levels when you're looking at brutal, horrible shit all day. That's why flats are probably built the way they are. Deprived areas are built like that, just to sort of demoralize them even more.
Yep.
It's a damn shame.
That's a good point. I mean, like, if you're in a work environment that's like at least aesthetically pleasing, right, you're going to be less like feel less dreary about your work if it's mundane and repetitive and like drone like. At least you've got a aesthetically pleasing environment to be in, and you can look around and say, oh yeah, like that's nice, like, and feel, I don't know, just something different about it, right? Like, than just plain boring, I'm in a box, boring view out the window of another building that looks the same as the one you're in,
Right, kill creativity. You're going to get no inspiration from a box.
Right, kill individuality, kill, like, creative thought process, whatever. Because they don't want thinkers, right? They want workers.
But that's think about it. I'm not trying to deep it here, but that's how much they hate us. Like, they want to take that away from us. You know what I mean? Just the foundation of any opportunity to, just like enjoy and to appreciate and to be inspired by. Like, they want all of it gone. It's disgusting, man. I think I'm getting carried away. That felt a bit dark.
No, I think there's an element of that that's anti-humanity for sure.
So why would they lie? Why would they not? They don't want you to have anything. Not a foundation, not an inspiration, not a new idea. They don't want nothing. They just want you to sit there and do the work.
You
in a
have
box.
nothing and you'll be happy.
That's it. Is that Klaus Schwab? Somebody from the European Union, I think.
Yeah, it was a Klaus.
Oh yeah, guys, I watched your movie recommendation earlier today. AG is
For They
here.
Live.
Yes, yeah, that was really good. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, the acting's lame, but yes, there is a message in there.
Yeah, it's pretty much the message you were just saying. Yeah, I don't even really like fight scenes, but yeah, there's that one fight scene in there it's pretty intense. I like it. I liked it actually. They're like fighting with each other because he's trying to force him to wear the glasses, and then at one point he just kind of starts laughing in the middle, and then the other guy comes back at him. I don't know. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Because it's kind of like what we're doing here, right? It's like you try to force people to see, maybe some of us maybe try force more than others, but, and they're like, no, I'm not going to see. I don't want to. And he's kind of like, right, that it actually, ends up getting him killed. But anyway, at least they save the world at the end, I guess. So I don't even know, but I thought it was a good message.
Yeah, the fight scene is indicative of us trying to red pill people.
Yeah, that's what came to my mind. Yeah. Totally. You are going to put those glasses on.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, DJ's got it in the chat there. Either put on those glasses or start eating that trash can. That's pretty much what Quantum Eraser says every night, right? And every day.
So in a sense, it's kind of the opposite of like what we're trying to take the glasses off them, like because like they've got a distorted view of it. They're not seeing reality as it really is, because they're wearing glasses. They're looking through a mental lens that's like making them forget what they actually do observe and experience directly through their own eyes.
No, the glasses decode. They're like decoders. So it's the right way around, because the glasses are helping them to actually see what's really going on in these messages.
Fair enough. Yeah.
It's like, have you got 4 hours to sit down and really understand this? No, just put the glasses on and you'll see it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? The bit that freaks me out, though, is the parallels to what are those glasses that we've spoke about in here before, where they claim you couldn't see auras when you look through this certain glass.
Glasses.
Yeah, certain people. I feel like the film touches on that as well.
I don't know what glasses you're talking about.
They're blue.
So you know how we see in Aliens? That's some people are aliens or whatever they are. I don't want to claim they're aliens, but some other beings.
Mm-hmm.
There's actual glasses that have been claimed to Dysonian glasses that apparently they say you can see people's aura or some sort of energetic field around people, but some people didn't have that.
Google it. Ghost hunter glasses. Aura glasses. They're called there's a dicyanin. They're blue. They're made out of coal tar, and it's a blue dye. And apparently, there's a couple of sets of these glasses zipping around. Good luck if you can find them. But yeah, they for some reason the recipe for making this stuff has been removed from the internet. Couldn't imagine why.
Oh, okay, I haven't heard about that before. Interesting.
Yeah, you should come on Sunday more often. Talk about all sorts of crazy stuff on a Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. I can see that.
Reminds me of there's night vision freaking things George Bush is talking about in Vietnam or something.
Yeah, I've seen, I was going to mention that, yeah.
We can see like freaking demons flying around. Guys are coming back. Helicopters like freaking, they're like, dude, something was chasing us. They're like shooting at
No,
us.
shooting at them. So yeah, they gave me these new goggles and they reported all this stuff, and then they said, we better get those goggles back off you. Gave them the old ones back. But
Well,
I
you know
like
what that
John Kandahar
insinuates.
story.
No, sorry, dude.
John Kandahar, that's a good story. So what are we saying there?
I was just going to say, you know what that insinuates? That some of the people walking among us are not human. Potentially.
Oh, for sure.
Better call the X-Files.
Some of the people walking among us can't even walk. Bad's that?
Pretty sure I've seen a couple. Saw one once and got on a tram and sat opposite this girl. She starts acting really weird. And she was Asian appearance, so her eyes were very brown, dark brown. And I looked back and they were yellow. And she was extremely agitated, and she had this giant vein popping out of her head, just trying to push it back in. And I'm just sitting there, just looking, I'm just going, oh, okay. But I got the buck off that tram pretty quick. So, and you see them
That's
on
trippy,
telly.
dude.
Tom, I know, it was so trippy. His eyes went fucking yellow. I don't know if she was wearing. I mean, I
How much pain medicine were you on?
wasn't any medicines. The other time, this is kind of weird. I was on a train. It was 40 degrees, and it was an older train, so there wasn't aircon on the train. It was really hot. And I'm just there, and I look over this dude, and he's wearing a turtleneck chain sweater with a long leather jacket over the top. And he's standing there at the door. There's not a bead of sweat on him. He's completely comfortable. He's eating a chocolate bar, and he's drinking a Fanta or something, a soft drink. And he's doing it like it's like the first time he's eating a chocolate bar. He's kind of going, this is weird. And he drinks the Coke and goes, no. And I kind of looked out the window and I was kind of like, is this dude a fucking alien or some sort of shape shift? And what the fuck is going on? And I look back and he's staring right at me with this, like, he's staring at me cold. And I was just like, okay, nice, okay. And that was,
He's looking at you like he's onto me.
he's looking at me like, I can hear what you're saying, dude. He's looking at me stone cold, and I looked away and I looked back. He's still just looking at me. And I was, it's too weird. I used to
He
work with
definitely
another guy
wasn't
like
drunk that night.
No. I used to work with another guy. He used to get around in, wrong neck sweaters and full
the Matrix kind of style long leather jackets in 40 plus degrees heat, not a bead of sweat on him. Yeah, very weird.
Mate, we
But
get that
nothing
every day in the summer in England. All these kids
I know.
walking around in big coats.
Freaks me out.
Kids are crazy, man.
Yeah. But this guy, nothing made
People
him
are
angry
weird.
at all. Mm.
I don't know what's going on with my headphones. I keep muting.
Yeah, it's some weird shit. That's why I feel sorry for atheists and stuff, because it's like there's no mystery in their life. They just they don't accept anything out of the ordinary, supernatural, weird, unexplainable things. It's all physical. That's it. There's no spirit. There's no spirit world. It's all just, we're just amoebas on a ball or whatever. That's pretty sad, man. I love all the little weird stuff I've seen and witnessed, and I'm still scratching my head 20 years later. What the fuck was that? You know?
They ain't biting today.
There's another channel there. Flat Earthers can't something. Where is it?
Yeah, PNR.
Yeah, it's in PNR. Where is it? Faith Breakers. Christian Chan.
I heard the Globe has tried a 24/7 Globe Earth channel.
Yeah, 24/7
Yeah.
Globes there. Yeah, there's no one in it. And I go, and then under that is Flat Earthers can't something. And there's a dude in there called Destroyer.
Can't answer this.
Ah, it's probably. What's an eclipse? Something to do with the sun. What's the sunset?
Something they can't explain themselves, probably, without even realizing it.
Is he some sook that's already been through here and has to make his own channel because he didn't get what he wanted?
Oh. Don't recognise him.
No.
Have you guys had somebody called Peter message you asking for someone to talk about Flat Earth with?
Yep.
Oh,
brand new account. Yep.
Who is this guy?
I don't know. I just gave him the links to here and Repolitics. That's what all. That's all I replied with.
Yeah, same. I asked him to join here and he went quiet, but he's online now. Let's see if I can lure him in here.
Yeah, I think I had a look at the account creation date. It was very, very recent, like in the last week or something. So I was like, yeah, okay, this is an alt.
Oh, you can smell him a mile off just by the tone, the way they're asking. Like, it's just like some scammer messaging you. Hey, can we talk? Love your profile.
Right. My client's recently deceased, has an estate of value worth $20 million. Blah, 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 blah.
Add me on WhatsApp and we'll sort this out.
I'm your long lost uncle from Kenya. Yeah, a lot of the scammers come from Ukraine. I'm thinking that Putin just gave like $500,000 to some hot chick he thought was, turned out it was a scammer from Ukraine. He's like, that's it.
The ones I like. Super thick Indian accents. Hello, I am from Microsoft. My name is.
I am from Telstra.
And they'll rattle
man.
off.
My theory is I think all their black market shit they were doing, they stopped kicking up the normal proceeds that you're supposed to kick up the chain, and they're like, man, these guys aren't listening to anything. Just go in and waste them. No, bunch of troublemakers.
I love those emails.
Scammer going for a while. Sorry, it's gone.
I was just going to say, I love those emails you get from the bank, in quotation marks, where they say, oh, somebody's been trying to hack your account. You need to log in quickly and change your password. And the email address is 765xyz at something dodgy.com. You're like, okay, mate. Delete. I follow a guy that creates AI bots specifically to talk to hackers, not hackers, scammers, who are doing the IT support thing. So there'll be like an old person's voice as an AI, just completely just taking them around in circles for hours and hours, taking them close but never over the line.
Yeah, I like those dudes. Yeah, some guy pretends to be an old lady, and he has them on the phone for hours and hours. And they say, "Do not redeem. Do not." I'm like, I'm going to redeem these. Some sort of scam, but you're not allowed to redeem them. You have to get them to redeem them. And it's like, do not redeem. Do not redeem. You stupid bitch.
Till they break and give up.
Oh, we got ones now who can track them and identify their building right down to their computer. They can turn on their camera on their computer, say hello, sing, whatever your name is, and they go, oh my goodness. And they shut down the call center. Some of these dudes are serious.
I like the guys that call and they're like, I'm like, what are you selling? You know, if I'm in the mood for just messing with them, like, what are you selling? He's like, I'm not selling anything. We're gonna give you I have it in your records that you've got bad knee pain, back pain and knee pain. I said, really? You've got in my records in front of you that I have bad knee pain, right? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, that's kind of freaking weird. I've been paralyzed for like 30 years. Like, they freaking come up with the funniest stuff. Like
just go along
like,
with them for a little while.
Like, yeah, it's funny.
Just saying Earth's flat will get them off the phone really fast. Saying no, I'm not interested doesn't get them off the phone. But you just go, look, Earth's flat, and I'll go, oh my goodness, and just hang up. Works every time.
Oh, is that what you do with telemarketers? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yeah.
That's a good idea.
Go, and they go, oh, okay, and they just hang up. If you go, no, I'm too busy, my mum just died, leave me alone, it's like, no, it'll only take 5 minutes.
It all depends on what they're trying to sell. You just got to outsmart them. When they're trying to push anything Microsoft related, nah, sorry, mate, I'm a Linux user. Yes, but your Microsoft account is failing. It has viruses. Nah, mate, Linux user. No Microsoft in my house. And then there's silence. And you can hear them, the cogs grinding over as they're working out, I don't think this guy's playing the game. Or, the best one, they ring me at work. I'm at work. Not even at home, computer's off. Oh, your Microsoft account is putting viruses forward to us. Can you please do this on your computer? And I'm like, bro, I'm at work. My fucking computer's not even on. And the silence. They normally hang up.
Well, I've worked in call centers. They have a call matrix. So they have, if you say this, it goes down this side. If you say that, it goes down this other side. It's probably flicking over, looking for that response and what to say.
Yeah, well, there's not much to say when they've accused my Microsoft account of having a problem, and I don't use Microsoft account.
Yeah, I had a scammer going for a while. This was years ago, but that was just, this hot chick and she's wanting money and stuff and, blah, blah, blah. And I had to go and say, yeah, I'm getting this big payout and I'll definitely send you 20, 30 grand or whatever you need, It's like, oh, great. I was talking for like weeks and weeks. And I just started going, oh, I better get out. So I started getting all like, I just basically said, I love you too much. You're going to hurt me. I've been hurt before. I can't do it anymore. She's like, no. I'm like, I can't. I have to say goodbye as much as it hurts. Did all this shit. I'm like, no. Oh, well. But yeah, I had him convinced, I think. So I go, oh, we got a good one here. We got a live one here. No.
I love scrolling through this Flat Earth friends on Facebook. This shit's funny. Someone's chucked it. Actually, I can put it up. Someone's chucked up that meme in side chat now, and the comment against it. Imagine if Earth was spinning at 110 miles an hour. That'd be fun. It shows a picture of wind blowing 110 miles an hour, Earth spinning 1,040 miles an hour. The first comment. Tell me you know nothing about the planet you live in without telling me. Jeez, there's some dumbasses in there.
Just ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why it's comedy, isn't it? Really, comedy gold for the right writer.
Have a go at this. Where is it? What a dumb post. How do people eat and drink and walk around in a 350 km/h high-speed train? If we live on a flat Earth with the firmament, how is wind created?
First, I'd have to say what wind is.
Here's
low pressure.
This is gold. Earth very big. Palm tree very, very small. Yeah. And here's another typical. If Earth is spinning, what else is moving with it? Oh yeah, the air. And you and everything gravitationally attached. Oh my goodness. Here's a free NASA tattoo. Right for you, Sunshine. What the shit? There's no friction in space for the millionth time. Comprehend and figure it out already, genius. Yeah. I think you need to meet the gas pressure argument.
Yeah, genius. Relativistically, it's all relativistic. You know, don't you understand relativity? God.
Here we go.
It makes
We've got a
complete
Coriolis.
sense.
I knew there'd be one soon enough. Coriolis effect. The Earth's rotation causes a measurable deflection in moving objects. like winds and ocean currents, which is consistent across hemispheres, clockwise in the north, counterclockwise in the south. Flat Earth models fail to account for this effect, as they typically deny rotation or purpose inconsistent mechanisms. Number 2, varying constellations by latitude. As you move north or south, different stars and constellations become visible or disappear. For example, the Southern Cross is visible in the southern hemisphere, but not the northern. Ooh, really? A flat plane cannot explain why the sky changes systematically with latitude, while a spherical Earth naturally accounts for this. Right. Here we go. Ships disappearing over the horizon. When a ship sails away, it disappears bottom first due to the Earth's curvature. Flat Earth is often claimed as due to perspective or atmospheric effects, but these explanations fail under scrutiny as zoomed-in images still show the ship's bottom obscured, consistent with curvature. Well, I think this chap should jump in here. Here we go, lunar eclipses. During a lunar eclipse, the Earth's shadow on the moon is always curved, suggesting a spherical object casting the shadow. Flat Earth models struggle to explain this without invoking ad hoc objects or denying basic optics. Gravity variations. Gravity is slightly stronger at the poles than at the equator due to the Earth's oblate spheroid shape and rotation. Flat Earth theories often replace gravity with concepts like density or upward acceleration, but these cannot explain why gravity varies by location in a measurable way. GPS and satellite functionality. Oh, there's some good stuff in here.
All sorts of bullshit claims.
I know.
Where are you reading this matrix?
Off Facebook, mate.
Facebook.
Global positioning systems rely on satellites orbiting a spherical Earth. Flat Earthers often deny satellites exist, claiming GPS works via ground-based towers, but this cannot explain how GPS functions in remote oceans or why satellite dishes point upwards at specific angles. Here we go. Day-night cycles and time zones. The spherical Earth explains the gradual progression of day-night as it rotates. Flat Earth models, like the spotlight sun, fail to explain why the sun illuminates half the planet at once, or how time zones function consistently across vast distances. And last one, Antarctic isolation. The Antarctic Treaty and restricted access to Antarctica are often cited as evidence of a flat Earth edge or ice wall. However, independent explorers and scientists have circumnavigated Antarctica, and its size and shape align with a continent on a globe, not an infinite plane or edge.
We used to show the globe believers, a possible explanation for the sun leaving your field of vision with like spirals that are bigger circles and smaller circles and so on. But like, I noticed like these days, like people aren't showing that. Is that just to like totally get away from the idea of like any kind of replacement model, or do people still talk about that? You know what I'm talking about? There used to be like a little meme going around diagram of how you can explain day and night cycles without a globe.
Yeah, a lot of them are all based off a AE map. So that's sort of the problem there. They keep associating what's happening in the sky with the ground. What's happening in the sky happens in the sky. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground. So, and that's what we're probably trying to get away from.
Yeah. I guess if somebody was like deep into it, I guess maybe I would show them that, just because I remember it was helpful to me just to see, oh, okay, that totally makes sense. It could work that way. You know what I mean? Just to see like, you don't really need the globe. I mean, that's true. I totally support not trying to get somebody onto another model. Like, I don't want to do that, but the idea of the sun going around in bigger circles and then smaller circles totally fits what we actually observe. But yeah, of course, we can't know for sure that's what's happening.
Yeah, but it's speculation Sunday. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I could find it. It's like in 24/7. Like it used to be posted like every other day there.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was so much bullshit in that post, T-Dub. So many false claims. Like, so much they left out. Hilarious.
Which one's that?
Should
Sorry,
write-
mate?
No, sorry, Matrix, not T-Dub. Sorry, dude. It's late. It's late here. I'm tired.
Yeah, you might be confused with Timbo.
Is that Timbo? My bad, boys, if it is.
Oh, I don't know.
we're
Too
just trying
big.
to confusing you more.
Too big says my
Stockade.
mic is too loud. I could try to turn it down, I guess.
Or Too Big can adjust Mary Mum's volume himself.
I don't know. Do you think my mic is loud? When I first was in this particular channel, then I know people said it was too soft. So I probably turned it up at some point.
I have
Fine. Don't
it in
listen to them.
100%, so it's okay to me. 100%, I'm okay.
Okay, good. Yeah, he can turn me down. Yeah, he can turn me down. Too big.
Just the volume.
Yeah, Matrix, you need to reply to that post with Globers have never proven or measured the radius or any curvature. The amount of coincidences needed to be possible is ridiculous. We don't experience motion on or off the Earth. All rocketry and ballistics don't count for curvature. Just write a big, long response. Just destroy him. Feel like he needs it.
Isn't that just Dubé's 200 proofs, which is like 10 different content creators have shown is full of crap?
Bro, we're just scratching the surface. All the motions that you guys claim, no curvature
Well, that's
without
been explained to you
atmospheric
before, though,
effect, no pictures of the Earth,
we don't want
bubbles in
explanation.
space. Ugh.
All of that's been explained to you before, so I don't know why you're like.
We don't want explanations. No more excuses. Proof on the table now.
Well, I got proof of curve. That's easy. I got proof of like the radius as well. That's easy.
Where do you have it? In 10 miles?
Radius. Well, the radius has been physically measured with a large-scale surveying.
Yeah, it is debunked that the Black Swan at 10 miles is that the radius 67 times larger.
You're doing the equivocation fallacy.
No, I'm not. I'm doing the calculations.
By taking an apparent
Yeah,
image
you see
and saying
no,
this
no,
must show the
it's a
geometric
fact.
curve.
It's just a fact.
And that's an equivocation
Yeah,
fallacy.
no. It's just a fact, okay?
What did I say? What was the thing I just said to you there?
Yeah, in 10
Don't know
miles,
because you
there's
fucking
no curve.
spoke over him the whole time through it. Because you're still a shitstorm, dogs. You'll never fucking change.
Also,
how
there's
about
no
you don't
physical
speak
measurement.
through people? Sorry, Roots. How about you don't speak through people, dogs, and you might have heard what he said.
Yeah, Dogs, you did interrupt him. But you
No, it
made
was
a
the other way
claim-
around,
you
actually.
made
I
a
was
claim
speaking
that-
first, and then he spoke through me. So I was talking about how large-scale surveying has shown the radius value, and he started talking about the black swan.
Surveyors, yeah.
You mean plane
Surveyors
surveyors?
did debunk that a long time ago. But they were Globers.
How did surveyors debunk anything?
Yeah, they went to the field. They were Globers, between two buildings far away, almost 2,000 miles. And they were surveyors. They went to the field. They expected some curvature. And guess what? They did found no curvature between two buildings far away.
When?
Yeah, at Brazil.
What was
All
the methodology used?
All surveyors are not physically measuring curvature. That's a false claim, dude. Nobody's physically
so they
measuring curvature.
So they used reciprocal angles, and that removes
Did you use? I'm
Yeah.
post this.
Reciprocal zenith angles are not
Everyone
physical.
talk over me. That's fine.
No, but you're making a claim of reciprocal zenith angles proving or measuring actual curvature. That's not how it works. There's no physical measurements. They're calculations.
Oh, you're confused. You think that it's supernatural to use reciprocal zenith.
Hey, dogs.
No, it's a
How about
calculation. It's not a
you
physical
go there?
measurement. Sorry, go ahead,
How
Miguel.
about
Sorry,
you go
mate.
there and find that curvature? Okay, use this equipment. How about that?
Are you like telling me to go somewhere and find curvature? What are you trying to tell me?
Is this talking about the reciprocal zenith angles? Is this technology talking about that?
And the curved one.
What
So
technology?
you're making up
are
shit.
you sharing
You're just
something?
making up shit, okay?
Oh, you're sharing something. I see.
You talk about
So,
surveyors.
what's this?
You talk about surveyors, and guess what? Global surveyors went to the field and they did not find the curvature. How about that?
I think that's a lie, and you can probably not.
No, that's a lie. It's you talking about surveyors, okay? That's a lie. It's you talking about surveyors, okay?
Can you link me anything that substantiates your claim?
Yeah, I'm gonna post.
Dude, you don't need to listen. You're the one who made the claim.
There we go.
You're claiming reciprocal zenith angles are physical measurements. They're not physical measurements. They're assumed based off the drop in the distance. It is definitely not a physical measurement. But we have proven and shown to you the drop in the distance is due to optical effects. So this is where you play the switcheroo game.
So the challenge is to explain to me why you have two things that are leveled off, pointing at each other, somehow both of them being too high for each other. Can you explain that? Can you show how that would be possible?
Don't explain anything to Dogs. He's the one making the claim. Show us the methodology used from step
It's
one.
all there in the transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Show us the fucking technology and what. Show us the method and what technology was used. Go ahead. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
They're daily stations, so that's
Show us it. Put it in the chat.
station.
Put it in the chat.
Oh, sorry. Are we just talking over each other now? Is that what's happening?
No, you're the one making the fucking claim, so you need to be interrupted so you don't switch the burden of proof like you're trying to do. Unfortunately, it's not working. So you made the claim of reciprocal zenith angles, which is a fucking dumb fuck belly laugher. Put the method and the technology used in the chat.
I'd love to, but right now I'm chat suppressed because you're all cowards.
Shut the fuck up, Dan.
Eat a bunch of dicks, you.
You've been fucking drug around by your short hairs for years in here. Shut up.
Yeah, he's chat suppressed because he's an abusive little shit. That's why.
He's making up shit. Talking about, surveyors. And I talk, there's the other surveyors. They were glubbers. They went to the field, and they found no curvature. So eat that, okay? Now, the Black Swan, 10 miles, he's not posting, he didn't post anything, trying to debunk in 10 miles, no curvature. But the Black Swan at 10 miles the horizon, let's at least, because at 29 miles, there's Anacapa Islands there. But at least let's account 10 miles. With 10 miles, is that radius 67 times larger? How can that be possible? How about 70 miles in the big lake with a telescope horizontally? No curvature. How these dogs, a bullshit talker, gonna debunk this? With nothing, just making up shit. And when I talk, I have stuff, okay?
The joke is that deflection shit that he's talking about doesn't even match their ball. And they use a lot of assumptions. All the numbers that they're using is a bunch of assumptions. There's no physical and actual measurements going on in reciprocal zenith angles. They're not measuring spherical excess, calculating it. And they're doing it to justify it by misinterpreting perspective and refraction.
I know India's done that. The one laser thing in Hawaii too that the military did, and accidentally, were like, they brought up all their data and they're like, oh, no curve. Oops. Like they kind of stumbled on it, I don't know if you ever heard India go through that one. Freaking
about refraction?
Painfully clear. Just how there's no there's no curve, and they were doing some laser tests there for forget exactly what. I think it might have been something might have been laser diffraction or something. Not sure. I don't think it was about refraction. Maybe. I don't know. I should know more details.
The military in 10 miles to look. In 10 miles, hypersonic sled travels at 6.599 miles per hour. Secret test site. 10 miles. I'm gonna take a print screen about this because it's amazing. Because you can see it's all flat.
They also use some assumed like they apparently take refraction into account, and they're assuming refraction, and the numbers that they're using, like the standard numbers, aren't even like correct really to the ideal what you would expect. And there was a good document flying around in the mainstream from the Globers, from a university or something, that was highlighting that basically the numbers that they're using aren't even suited to the lower atmosphere, and this is all just highlights that it's just based off assumption. So that the whole thing is not any type of measurement. It's all an assumption and a misinterpretation.
Just look at this 10 miles track. You can even see no curvature. The horizon far away is horizontal. Where is that curve? It's not there.
Exactly. The measurements are still flat. The direct measurements are still flat. They're just trying to switcheroo with all this bullshit. That's why they always say they hijack perspective. That's what they're doing with this shit. They're hijacking perspective with it.
Paraplegic, I put the one from Hawaii. I think that's the one you're talking about.
Thank you for not look so retarded. Mumbling nonsense. Appreciate that.
No! I mean, it's not nonsense when you got a laser hitting a target that shouldn't hit. That's sensible.
Hey, Mary Mum, have you had the privilege of meeting Dogs Are Gods before?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, the last time we had a ladies' night last Wednesday in the politics server. Yeah, I had to come in and shut him down because I thought Jenna wanted to talk to him, and she talked to him for like an hour, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna leave because I just can't even stand listening to him. But then I went on YouTube. I'm like, oh, I'll just listen, and then I was just like, oh no, I'm going back in there. I'm shutting that guy down because yeah, we need to be airing his nonsense for him. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Everybody knows that cats would be gods if that was a thing anyway.
Yeah, I told Jenna, to me it just sounds like it's just like the Charlie Brown teacher. Like she would say something and then I just hear him be like, wah, wah, wah. I mean, just doesn't say anything. You know what I mean? It's just like he has a horrible tone of voice. Just everything about him is just repulsive to me. I don't know. He actually challenged me to a debate, and now I'm regretting. He said he wanted to make a bet that he would win. He made a bet with me, but I told him he could pay me $1,000 to debate with him. But I take that back because I wouldn't want any of his dirty Glober money, so I wouldn't actually do it for him for any price.
Yeah, he's a new level of toxicity, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just like, if you have low blood pressure, I guess you could listen to him as a therapy, but that's the only thing. Yeah.
I love it.
That's the only use I could see.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that he was in here. Normally, people like that come in here with a red flag or their microphone red. But yeah, it's interesting that he came in unlocked. So,
Yeah, I don't really know what this history is, the whole thing.
Can't even admit that horizontal means level. And then, because he said, it doesn't always mean level. I said, give us an instance where horizontal isn't level. And he went, I've got two things, like I've got the guttering and a floor that isn't horizontal and they're level. There you go. There's horizontal, not level. And I'm like, but you gave an instance where two things that aren't horizontal are level with each other, right? Are parallel to each other, equidistant apart.
Next day, she called us and she said, "Here,
hello, is somebody speaking over?
Yeah, there are some people. Yeah, man.
What's going on?
It was Alpha Veritas.
AV hot micing.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, so like, and then Jedi come in and said, "Is your floor level?" And he goes, "No." Man, it was classic. Like he was just tied up in knots by his own words.
Yeah, because the dude won't concede. I'm glad you didn't debate him because it would have been a shit show. He will never concede to anything.
Yeah, you can't have a debate, like a serious debate with a character like that.
No, that's why I wait for him to talk over someone, then rail him every single time. You're talking over people, mute, go away. He just, yeah.
You know, when you debunk something, when they talk, for example, focal pendulums, Coriolis, you debunk it, and then they claim that the Earth is moving with the air. But what they have it to prove that? Because I see clouds moving, north in one day, south in other day, west, east. How can that be possible in their claiming model? So, and then they talk, oh, it's wind. So, it's not Coriolis, so it's wind. So what's going on? They just are jumping around, running away.
You know what's funny as well? When the wind picks up or drops or changes direction, the clouds don't change direction. They continue that same slow motion in different directions.
Even
nonsense.
There are days that I see clouds. I have seen, before it was starting to raining, I saw clouds moving from right and from left and joining in. So that was amazing.
I love it when we have to explain to them that, the typhoons and the hurricanes could and most likely are caused by the weather patterns and the pressure. And they're like, nope, that's not possible. This could only happen due to Coriolis. And like, well, what about under the water? Because you get the same sort of patterns in the same areas, the same kind of symmetry underwater as well. Is that Coriolis? Oh, well, no, that's to do with the pressure and things like that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they like to talk about, when we talk about gas pressure, they like to talk gradient, gradient. And it seems that they don't watch the Weather Channel because they talk about high pressure and low pressure, and that causes, difference. But I did post the explanation of how wind happens right there. Wind forms due to an uneven heating of the Earth's surface by the sun. So there's temperature caused by the sun, causing differences in air pressure. Warm air rises and expands, creating areas of low pressure, while cooler air sinks, creating high pressure areas. Air moves from high pressure to low pressure areas, resulting in wind. So yeah, I have seen what's the Weather Channel.
It's a joke, isn't it? Nope, it's the spin of the Earth above the water, but under the water it's not. Great.
They are in the denial box, and when you debug something, they will grab anything to explain it, and that's it. But it's a house of cards going down.
Yeah, it's really bad for them as well now because a lot of the flat earthers are actually doing more work on the globe side than they are, to the point where I'd say, there's certain people now are like 5 or 10 steps ahead, like arguments at the globe. If I was a glober, I would use these arguments, but already being ahead of them, already pointing out and picking these arguments apart. So I feel like we're so far ahead of them now, it's a joke. They're not even doing their own research now. We do it for them.
Some of them they are just copying from other globers. From McToon, we have the example of Matthew Learns claiming that slash navigation is only possible on the globe, where 500 years ago we have navigators doing that according to Flat Earth because they were Flat Earthers. So what's the big deal? I should call those guys ignorant in history. Ignorance in history.
Is Alpha trying to talk? I don't know. Just like.
Oh, sorry. Am I lighting up?
Oh yeah, we hear you. We just hear you like kind of like some static or something.
It's probably my car.
That's my the AC in my car. Sorry, I thought I was muted.
Oh, it's all right. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too, Mary Mom. How's your day going?
Oh, it's going pretty well. I got a lot of stuff done, not as much as I wanted because it rained all day. Because I was going to try to do some outside stuff, but then I just did inside stuff. But it was nice to have the rain. The plants need it.
April showers bring May flowers.
That's right. I know, and there's all kinds of flowers blooming here. I just love it when the trees start blooming. And I moved to a new house, so like I didn't know everything that was planted here. Like the lady who lived here before, she left me a box of her like garden tags and like some of the stuff she bought, but then I didn't know there was a magnolia here until it bloomed. I saw this little like pink flower on the ground. I'm like, where did this come from? Then I look up, it's this gorgeous magnolia tree. Really nice.
Yeah, I'm just kind of heading out for the day. Work is done.
Oh, good. So you're working the day shift now.
Oh yeah, man. I feel normal doing it like this versus like the night shift where I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. My daughter works night shift as a nurse, although she says she doesn't want to switch to days because the night shift in nursing is like so much more laid back, But then she, has her cycles all messed up half the time.
Yeah, because you miss out on all the stuff during the day.
Yep.
We just had Dogs Are Gods in here, claiming that reciprocal zenith angles are physical measurements of Earth's curvature.
Oh, he's doing that old tap dance again? Did he tell you about the arc of the parallel?
Yes. He said it's the physical measurement of the radius of the Earth.
Oh, really? Radius?
Completely not assumed, of course.
Yeah. He's always been trying to use that. We point out in page 19, paragraph 4, page 43 or 42, where it talks about that they use a Clark and Bezel spheroid model for the assumption that they don't measure the actual Earth. It says so there on the thing. Debunking his little shtick. He overlooks that though. It's kind of funny. Because they don't measure the actual Earth. They tell you there. They're not doing that. So
several assumptions to reify and prove what they're trying to claim.
If you really want to have a good time with him, ask him if it's possible if the Earth could be flat, like just a possibility, and watch him spiral, because he'll say that it's impossible for the Earth to be flat, and yet this is the guy that thinks that he could be a brain in a jar or he could be schizophrenic. That's that same guy. I kind of don't bother with him
Weird
anymore.
form of cope.
Just, when he comes in here, just ruffle his hair a little bit. Tell him, get out of here, little scamp.
Yeah, he doesn't deserve the mic time, man. He's I don't know, something about him. It's not good faith.
Yeah, he's pretty upset about the whole thing, actually. He'll let you know, too. He's upset. He's one that has deeply ingrained an identity with the idea that the Earth is a globe, so it's an extreme loss for him. I think he's suffering from a state of psychosis, if you ask me. Every time you talk to him, it's like, you're doing fine, then all of a sudden, here comes Mr. Hyde out of nowhere.
Yeah, takes him about 3.5 seconds to get himself all worked up, and then there he goes. He's gone.
Yeah, and there's no returning when he's far out. He's just knocking everything down like a bull in a china cabinet, china store.
He's going down fighting, bro. He's going down fighting.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta wonder too, man. It's like, what do you think you're gonna get out of this? Like, even if, like, for instance, one of these, because he's been fighting so vehemently against this. Imagine somebody saying, "Okay, man, yeah, I can see your point. You might be right." Do you think he's gonna leave? No. He wouldn't even believe that he's been doing this so long, and he's been at a loss for such a long time, that even if he felt like he thought he was winning at some point, he wouldn't even accept it. And I don't know, man. He's kind of a broken toy at this point.
Kind of reminds me of how much the Joker needs Batman.
Kind of like that, yeah. Because, even if, let's say, one defeated the other one, they would still let him live. At the very end, right before you extinguish him, yeah, that's what I think would happen. He would still keep coming back in here. See, that's the thing with us, though. We have truth on our side. And with truth, it's like you can't fight truth. Truth is just self-evident. So you're just really fighting yourself. You're not fighting any one of us. He's not coming in here to debunk us. He's got to go out into the world and debunk what he sees. And the only way to do that is to enter a state of solipsism, the epistemology that he has. That things can't be real, really real. And we all could be schizophrenic, and he's a solipsist. So. It's a very I don't know.
Stressful place for him.
Yeah, it's stressful, but
for him.
What do you think he's gonna gain? Even if he couldn't get to the bottom of knowing something, what do you think he's gonna why is he doing it if it's not for truth? What would anybody be in here doing if it's not for the sake of obtaining the truth of reality? What do you think he wants? There must be an ulterior motive, right? That pushes him to be in here?
I think it's as simple as he's got a house of cards and he's viciously trying to protect it from falling down. And some people like to go on the attack as a defense, and I think they're the most, probably sometimes, they're the ones who are most committed to
the weird thing is, Roots, is that his position, it doesn't allow for that. Because even if he said, yeah, this is the case, it will never be solidified. He will never say, yeah, we can know this. because, like he said, he could be schizophrenic and he could just be making all this up. That's the problem with dogs. And I pointed that out to him long ago, and it gets him up really, because I mean, I could poke him like as soon as he comes in here, and I'm like, oh, so you could be schizophrenic, right? And he goes, why do you go to that, AD? Why do you always, every time I come in here, you're always going to that? Like, because I told him, I was like, dude, what point is it talking to you if we're just gonna wind up saying that you don't know what reality is? It's exercise in futility, bro. That's it. We're not getting anywhere. Like, nobody. With you, anyway. With
He
the
has to
audience,
hold that
probably,
position.
but
Yeah, he has to hold that position, right? Because then he has to go to imperialism. Otherwise, what's his philosophy? He has no philosophy. Nothing can be proven, so we need to use theoretical science. We need to use relativity. We need to use all these theoretical things. They need to be accepted. So fundamentally, we need to know nothing. Nothing can be proven.
you think that a guy like that would be like, you know what? It doesn't really matter because we don't know anything anyways. So I'm pretty chill. But why does he have a bee in his bonnet that he's got to be in there every day trying to do that? Prove something. Was he trying to prove it to himself? I thought his epistemology was we can't know anything. You know what I mean?
100%, brother. But he's had his ass handed to him so many times that now this is a battle. This is like revenge arc or whatever.
Yeah, he's just trying to see what he can get when he comes in there.
So I said he's going down fighting, bro. He's gonna give up one day and just accept that, you know what, they could be right. I give up.
That'd be okay. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but
Well, can you guard a house of cards forever? No. Eventually, you know, all the subconscious all the ass kickings he has, has had and will have, will eventually catch up to him one day. And he's just going to sit back and stop fighting and realize, you know what, I need to just accept a few facts. That's my prediction anyway. Otherwise, like you said, why does he keep coming back?
yeah, he doesn't know how to let it go. Like, I mean, honestly, if he truly believed in his epistemology, it would be easy for him to let everything go. He'd be like, you know what, it don't even matter, whatever, right? But he can't. Something's in him that just irks him to like want to keep coming in here. Like, he's got to prove something. Somebody's got to be wrong on the internet today. Like, and that probably stems from him thinking that he's got a superior worldview. Or as he said it before, the problem with solipsism is that you're not a solipsist. Like, wow, dude. I don't want to be thinking like you.
Definitely. We had a guy in here the other day, and we was just clowning him a little bit, being a bit sarcastic, and he got upset, and he was like, look, I can help you guys, I can help you. And the ignorance, the arrogance, the ego just sort of poured out in his emotion. And it's just, I don't know, it's just so funny to see, you know, that really what they want to do is come in here and, you know, they think they're helping, but actually they think they want to help us, or they're going to try and help us, but actually they're just, you know, they're just lost in the source. It's hilarious.
And they're like,
really.
no, really. They're like, really, let me finish. I just want to tell you, look, you'll hear if I just, okay, just let me finish. You're like, dude, I know what you're going to say. No, you don't know what I'm going to say. Like, how can you know what I'm going to say? I haven't said it yet. Look, I just, let me just get it out. It's going to take a couple minutes. And then by the time you let them go, like, look, so we're like amoebas on a beach ball. And you're like, face palming, dude. You're like, dude, I already know that's what you were going to say. No, but you still don't know what I'm going to say at the end of that. And you're like, yeah, I do, man. It's scripted. Like,
yeah, like if we hear it from them, it's gonna like be a different effect or something. You know? I don't know.
And sometimes the audience is like, dude, just let him, man. Just let him get it out. And you're like, okay, like, shoot. You just like, if we had one of those little tickers, you know, you you click the ticker, like how many times you've heard it. It's like number 685,922. Like, you know.
I know, but if they don't get it out, some of them might explode, bro.
I'm thinking, man, because they get really testy, man. With it. No, seriously, I just need to tell you, it's just real quick. Like, it only take me 2 minutes. And you're like, dude.
And you're like, go on then, and they go, it's because, well, it's because the Earth's just really big. God.
Yeah. And you're like, well, there goes someone that could actually measure the surface then, right? Because that's what we needed, the Earth to actually be measurable. And now you're saying it's too big to be measured. Well, oopsie daisy, right? Can't measure it.
Yeah.
No, but you can, really? You just said we couldn't. It's too big.
8.20.1 has a question when you get a chance. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nah, we're just filling some airtime. Yeah, go ahead.
He's posting in the chat, so I assume he actually wants to talk to you.
8.21, go ahead.
8:20. What's up?
Oh, now he said he can't talk.
Ah. No mic, huh? You know, they got them real cheap on Temu. Like $1, I think. Plus, I think your phone has a mic. I mean, I don't know.
It's like going to the shops with no money, dude. Why are you on Discord without a mic?
Yeah, honestly, dude, I think that's cap, but, you know, it's whatever. I think the younger generation, they're more and more introverts than not. They don't like getting on mic. They don't like talking. What's he saying in the chat? I can't see it. I'm on the move.
Oh no, the only comment I can see is what are you guys coping?
Yeah, he's accusing us of coping. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. That's why I wanted him to come on there and explain his comment. Yeah.
No, we're just actually telling you that the Glober mentality has been coping. I don't think there's any cope coming from us. Look, we're sitting on truth right now, man. Like, there's nothing else we need to do but to point to the obvious. The world is demonstrating itself to you as flat and stationary. And you can live in denial if you want to. It's just how it is.
Don't shoot the messengers.
Yeah, we're just telling you. It'd be much easier if you just opened up your mic and told us. But I think since you committed to that you don't have a mic, you're now just regulated to the text.
Yeah, feel free to go grab your mic or go out on the balcony, go hide in a closet and talk to us. We're here.
Yeah, but don't forget to come out of the closet too.
You don't want him to stay in the closet. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, there was years ago, I was thinking about that the other day for what I was like interviewing for. It was for an online job, and I was like literally hiding in the closet with the door locked to try to get away from my screaming children. But I didn't get the job. I feel like probably they could hear the screaming children back there.
They should make it sound like you're at a busy, like, you know, a work site or something. Yeah, I'm trying my best. I live near a busy city, and the kids are back there going, "Mom, Mom."
Right. Well, you're better than me. I'm putting my kid on the VC to say second law of thermodynamics.
I heard that. Yeah, that was cute. That was cute.
It's so cute. Little 6-year-old saying second law of thermodynamics.
Meanwhile, in China, they got their kindergartners doing all kinds of fun stuff that is really advanced. Have you seen those guys? I saw one of the videos that shows like what they do, hand-eye coordination, knitting. Their activities are like leaps and bounds ahead of any type of this education system we got going on here in America. It's crazy. Like those guys are being shown how to cook and clean, and kindergartners. It's so impressive to see that. Like, wow, why can't we do that?
Yeah, why don't we just go ahead and adopt communism too and child labor?
Well, it's not that. It's just you could see that. I mean, the way their kids are, you know. I mean, that might be one thing, right? To be under a strict rule, like, but at the same time, what if people need to be kind of like the families I'm talking about need to be regulated to like being more strict or like showing them how to live and making it fun, you know? Because those kids looked like they were having fun. They didn't look like they were being oppressed. So, I don't know.
Yeah, you know, because positive reinforcement, it works wonders. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just think that letting your kids be kids is beneficial.
Yeah, but there's a difference between that and like not having structure, which like the school system, I don't know. It's supposed to be like when you send your kids off to school, there's supposed to be the structure that you would be doing if they would have stayed home, you know, and you would be showing them structure.
Yeah, I do show. We've got Booger on a schedule. Everything's structured around him, and like keeping him in a schedule base so that he regulates himself really well. Like you barely have to do anything to take care of him because everything's on a schedule, you know.
Yeah, and I think that's all it is, just getting them so that they can be organized and know how to do things functional, really.
Well, he knows how to clean his room right before bed, before we brush teeth. He cleans his room from all the toys of the day, and then I brush his. Well, I let him brush his teeth at night, and I brush them during the in the mornings. And yeah,
a lot of kids don't grow up with that kind of like parent enforcement, like so that they can know what structure is. So, and when they go to school, they don't get that either over there. So that's why I was saying
he's not going to school.
I'm just impressed that like when I saw that video, it's like, man, look at these kids. They're doing outstanding, and they're like, I don't know, looks different. I mean, that's what it looks like for the young kids. When they become adults, however, in that country, is a little bit different.
I'd say that taking a video of something that you want to portray to the public always looks better than it really is in real life.
What, you think they're whipping them? They're kicking them?
I would say I wouldn't say that they're whipping them or kicking them or anything. I would just say that
you make it sound like.
No, I'm saying that they don't get to be kids. Like you know, you have the liberty to let your kids be kids over here, and they can still be brilliant and impressive. Because Booger impresses me every day, and he is brilliant.
Yeah, I don't know. I see.
I think I get what you're saying, Alpha, because if you look at like TikTok, for example, the algorithms of TikTok in China are completely different to in the West.
Yes.
So like there's a lot of brain rot. I don't know if you've heard of this culture, this young culture. It's called brain rot, and they say
I
all these
looked into that.
Yeah, it's pretty disturbing, bro, because it's extreme dumbing down. But they don't have that in China. Their TikTok is all educational videos and you know, disciplined sort of things. So the government seem to be taking a really active role in what the kids are exposed to, whereas here they're just allowing the brain rot.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and for those who are not seeing that, because like when I saw this guy did a video on it, and I'm like, he really kind of went through the whole brain rot generation, and that's the younger kids with the iPads today. They're learning language that has like, it's almost like a new language. You know, like a long time ago, it used to be like in the 70s, it was like jive talking, and then like in the 90s, it was like, you know, Ebonics. You know what I mean? Like it was like a different language. It was like slang. But this is something entirely like It's like new. It's constructed out of like nothingness, like incoherent.
Chaos, bro.
That's incoherent. It's wow, man. Like when I saw that, I have the video saved somewhere. I should send it to all you guys. You'd be like, "Damn, is this what?" And the kids know the language. Funny enough, the kids do know the language. You could say things like, say "skibbity toilet" to any one of these kids. They know what that means. Skibbity toilet. They know what the Rizzler means. The Rizzler. And I know it sounds like I'm saying alien words to you, but like they know what it means.
What, you don't skibbity toilet? Come on, man.
You see? Like I'm telling you, man, people know this language. It's like these words, these phrases and words, and it's just like these flashing images, and like you don't get that with the other. So what we think of right now in our heads as the older generation, we're trying to portray America as the way it was when we were younger. It's not like that right now, at all.
I think we need to raise our children to be critical thinkers and not just blindly following their government and what the government says and stuff. China, I can't believe you're using China as some sort of model.
Yeah, it is because the thing
crazy.
I think Flatsy, because maybe Americans have a very narrow view about like things the way I don't know. That's what I think, because we're used to the way we grew up. The way we grew up was a little bit more free. Well, you were probably not in my era, but like I remember the way it was when we would grow up. Like it was different.
It was free for me too. I got to at Booger's age, I was given the liberty to go out and play by myself, and out in the neighborhood could run around, and I didn't have to have a parent with me at all times.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like today, everything is more introvert. Like you have people being afraid to speak up and stand out and shine. You know, it's not that way. It's like participation trophies, and everybody's like has to be equal to everyone else. It's a whole different world, man, for the young people today. That's all I'm saying. Like, if
I think that's exactly the way it is over there in China. Everybody has to be uniform and
they are
conform.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful because I have the opportunity to raise my child the way that I want to. And I'm grateful for that opportunity because I feel like I'm I'm still figuring it out as I go, but he's turned out to be amazing. So I don't know. It's going well.
You I don't know. I think you have a view because you see yourself and your son, but I'm talking about the greater picture. That's what I'm saying. I'm not just talking about
I can only lead by example. I can't do anything about everyone else. That's out of my control.
That's what I'm saying. If you look at the macro about the world that you live in right now in America, I think it's going in a bad direction. You can't say just because you have a good example with your son that the other kids in America are experiencing the same thing. It's not. They have
one little pebble can make a ripple. So people seeing us the way that we are can cause a change with others.
I know, but do you see what I'm
leading by example?
Do you know that the kids today in America are not exposed to the same type of like education and like rearing that they do in other places? Like that's all I'm saying. Like you might have the shining example of it not being like that, but everybody else is the way it is now. It's the generation. Like I don't know. That's what I see.
Yeah, Flatsy, you sound like a really good parent, and your son sounds lucky to have you. Well, over here we have bird's eye mums who leave their kids on their iPads in bed. They don't even put them to bed, and they just sit on the technology all day. And this is what they're being raised by: skibbity toilet.
Oh gosh, no way. Yeah, yes. Booger doesn't fuss about going to bed. He goes to bed on time. And he loves going to bed. We do a whole nighttime routine. His father and I put him to bed together. Like I'm so grateful.
That's good. That's good.
Sounds like Miggy's saying you're not up on the skibbity dibbity.
No, Booger's not about all that. No.
Skibbity, more like the globe, Skirbenerb.
Yeah, as far as that goes, Sonny, you're like you're like in a whole different galaxy from these from the younger
Yeah,
generation.
man.
Like
Yeah.
this, it's not this, dude. It's just
Yeah,
not
it's
the
really weird. It's really weird from my point of view because I actually know how to fix things. Like not just fix like one thing. I know how to fix like almost anything that's broken.
There you go.
I can fix it. Like if I had the technology and I didn't, like if there was something that was broken, if I had the technology, I could remanufacture the broken parts. Like
let's put it. I'll do a better example. Look at the young people. Let's say from, I don't know, in high school even. Like you can start seeing like the way it's starting to become. Like from there, when they pop into here, when they're in here, like imagine how they act, like the way they are when they're on here and when they're talking to us. That is just like the tip of the iceberg to the younger ones beneath them, how they are. They're much worse off than the ones that are coming in here right now, just like completely enamored with the globe. Like it's even worse.
Yeah.
It's brain. It's like you think that the young people that come in and talk to us have brain rot. The ones after them are worse. They're talking like another language. It's like it's so bad.
It's really weird. But like in the 70s, like when I was growing up, we, the surfer culture, we had our own language too. So like it's really funny that like I have Gen Z children, you know, and some of these new kids, like I've been around, like I can pretty much understand them, which is incredible for someone like me, my age, because I totally don't fit the mold of 95% of people my age. I don't know what that is or how that came about, but I've always been curious about life and about people and about communication and things like this. So I don't know.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Sonny. Yeah. Look at the image that One Big Pond put in there. That puts it into perspective right there. That's kind of like what I'm saying right now, but he put it in an image form. That's exactly what it is. Right there. I'm going to save that.
That is a good image. Yeah, because I was just thinking that when you're talking about different youth generations have had culture, but before mass media took over the minds of children, like the culture was passed from person to person. It was like a spontaneously generated culture. Like, for example, I remember talking to India years ago that there were these playground songs. Like we both knew the same playground songs, even though from elementary, even though we were in different parts of the country, but we didn't hear those playground songs. They weren't on the radio. They were like disrespectful playground songs. You know what I'm saying? Like there's one, to the tune of the Battle Hymn of the Republic. I don't know if you ever sang that one. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the deleted school. I don't know. Anyway, I won't actually sing it because it is like pretty radical and revolutionary type song. But like these songs, kids sang them. They were like kind of little rebellious songs, but nobody was telling us about these. There was no, handed down culture from some mass media robot. We just had our own little thing. And if something made it, across the United States in the playground, then that was a pretty cool thing.
Have you heard the new alphabet? New alphabet song?
Is there a new alphabet song?
I have not heard that.
Right. So because of LMNOP, the kids were thinking it's and LM and OP. So they've changed it. They've changed like the rhythm or something. It's really weird. You gotta look it up and watch it. It's just stupid, man.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that.
Wow. Yeah, how people are going to communicate with each other when they're in the same space, but they don't even have eye contact. They're not even looking at each other.
Yeah, or getting on the mics anymore, which is I guess it brought this whole conversation up. People not getting on the mic. It's such an introvert, reality now. I don't know. And you can't. There's nothing you can do to like actually get them. Like, just have a conversation. You could ask some questions. Perhaps you might find something new. It might be a challenge sometimes. They don't want to face any kind of reality where they're having to be challenged at all. So.
Yep. Even in the school, the schools, they don't want to even give their opinion anymore. I mean, it's like they are so sedated.
Yes.
That's what shocked me the most because, I went back to teaching in the brick and mortar school because I thought, I want to get in there and talk to the children face to face. It's like, oh my gosh, bunch of zombies here. Yeah. And then the only ones who are actually talking are like the most toxic, the most obnoxious.
Yep.
And then, and now the normal kids are like in such minority that I don't know how to explain it. It's like they're the weird ones, the ones who are like, on the basketball team, getting good grades, like thinking of a career. Yep. Like they're just keep their head down. They like deal with all the chaos around them because they actually have a goal in life. And then, the inmates have totally taken over the asylum. Like, you guys haven't seen it on the inside. Like, you have no idea. Whatever you think it is, it's way worse.
It's way worse. I agree. Mary Mom, you know what? I was thinking with the show that I'm going to do, I think this is one of the controversial topics that I actually want to have on board to discuss. And since you're an educator, I mean, I think that would be great input that we can have like a conversation about this. Because to me, I think it seems to be one of those topics that, do need to be discussed in like kind of a, with all of our opinions, because we feel all of us feel the effects of it. So anyway, it's been something of like a topic that I was wanting to talk about.
Yeah, I think it's an important topic. Yeah, because it's kind of one of those things where, especially people, who are seeing it firsthand. I mean, everybody knows it, but it's like, even if people recognize it as a problem, like it's just gone so far because of the popular culture that it's hard to even get a handle on it. So yeah, I think it's a good topic to discuss. I'd talk to you about it.
Yeah, I think the only safeguard against that is each parent has to know their roles and responsibilities. So just like bringing awareness to it, making people aware that this is the kind of reality we live in right now. Like, so I don't know. Anyway,
yeah, because it is possible. It's still possible. Like the kid I told you about, the example, like his dad's a doctor. He's like totally serious. Like he would just sit there, like I'm teaching geometry. I'm explaining the whole thing, giving them the assignment, and he would, actually do the assignment and like come up and ask me questions about it, where the other kids were just like, messing around, like not paying attention, like doing nothing. It was kind of like, wow, this is really impressive because he had, that internal drive, and probably from his parents, that he actually realized there was some value in this and that he had a goal in life and that he had to get good grades. The rest of them are just kind of like, I don't even know what they think they're doing here on earth, but they definitely have very few goals, don't understand the concept of short-term or long-term goals. Like they're just clowning around.
Yeah, definitely a topic I wanted to keep as one of those talking points. Anyway, I gotta get going, but I'm gonna talk to you guys after a while. But yeah, that's good stuff. Definitely.
Let's get some W's in the chat, guys.
All right, talk to you guys later.
All right.
Bye-bye. See you later.
And the show goes on.
Yes. Creation Bear, that's exactly what I was asking these guys about when I came back here. I guess I don't like this, how I just see these big squares. Like you used to be able to see who was lit up in the list of people's names, and it was way easier to find people. Now it's like the list of names doesn't show the people light up, so then you just have to keep scrolling up and down. I don't like it. Is there any way to get back to the other way?
No, it's kind of trash, honestly. You got to do it on your computer.
Use a PC.
I know, but like, I guess then when I tried that, I'm like, I guess I got to get a new one because I have a MacBook. It's like 10 years old. It's like so slow that kept freezing up. I tried that. Yeah. It's an excuse for me to get a new one because I have been wanting to get a new one for a while. Just in general, I've just got way too much stuff on there. You know how it goes.
I know how it goes. Yeah, man, for sure. Yeah, the mobile is not great, but That's all we got.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use my phone a lot, but I do prefer the PC, the desktop that we have. So we've got this nice custom uh, computer that one of Sterling's friends, he builds them. So he was able to get a custom built computer, and it was good. It's good. Love it. It's you can install more hard drives after a while, or like anything for like storage or anything like that, and it's nice.
Yeah, I was just checking in on you guys. I gotta bounce out of here in like 90 seconds. But W panel, W to Mary Mom, W to Flatsy, W Miggy. You know what? Just
I
W's
guess
all around.
WCB. I guess
You
WCB.
guys. You know what? Because of that, we're gonna need a round of sandwiches, Flatsy.
Oh yeah. Okay. Here.
Yeah, since he gave it to us, I guess we can give it back to him.
Big W's. All right, man. Cool. You guys gonna keep cooking or what?
Don't you have a pencil to push or something?
A pencil to push.
We're about to go to a friend's house and eat some smoked meat.
Oh my! I'm gonna push a pencil, all right.
Oh my!
Hey, this is a family show.
This is a family show.
What about that guy with the keg or whatever? Cosmic? You guys gonna cook him next or what? I gotta bounce out of here though.
I don't know where do we see this person?
Near the bottom.
Bottom of the panel.
Cosmic, with like his username's Cosmic.
Oh yeah, I see it.
nickname
I
is
see it. Yeah,
Yeah, Arabic, something.
it's Cosmic. There's also Bushel. Oh, Bushel is deafened. So yeah, if anybody has any questions, we're here.
Cool. All right, well, you guys have a great day. Maybe I'll see you guys later
You too.
tonight.
Sounds good.
Bushel's
CB
a
out.
flat earther.
Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me. Nice, like little. I guess you call that a mandala thing that he's got there. That little design. It's nice.
Yeah, he helps me over there. Well, I guess I actually help him over there because he does more work than I do on the FED server.
Oh, okay.
So I'm a mod over there, but I think he's got even more mod perms than I do.
Good to know. You remember, like, this was back like in the summer of 2023 because I tried returning to Discord and I was over there at the FED server. There was this other lady we used to talk to. Now I can't remember her name. I don't know if that rings any bells for you, but yeah. Are there any other ladies hanging out over there these days?
Not sure.
Okay. She's probably gone, like most women come and go because they just can't handle it. I mean, not saying there's anything against them. They just, the toxicity. Yeah. Don't want to deal with it.
I'm trying to remember, but I'm drawing a blank right now. I probably will remember randomly.
Yeah, it probably will. Yeah, I don't know. Because I deleted that account, so I have no idea what her name was, but I just remember liking her.
Well, I used to be Kim Hopkins over there. I don't know if I was when you left or if I was already Flats and Klein.
Maybe I'm just thinking of you. That's totally possible.
I was talking to you on your old account before you left, and then I became Flatsy Klein.
Yeah.
I'm still Kim Hopkins.
Yeah, it could be that I'm just thinking of you because, there's probably not another one.
Yeah, because we had that ranked roles meeting or something over there, and everything kind of went to crap in that ranked roles meeting. And I was like, oh no. And I reached out to you in your DMs.
Thank you. Yes, you're very sweet. Yes, I mean, I do remember you personally from that time. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So I think maybe you were Flatsy Klein over there. Yeah, I think so. I mean, that definitely is how I remember. But
yeah, there was this guy named Max who was on the server when it was still kind of hopping over there on the home server. And he was from New York, like Elijah. And I think that they may have, anyways, he is the one the one that came up with my name, Flatsy Klein. So as soon as
Nice.
he recommended it, I was like, dude, that's my name now. So I changed everything to Flatsy. So that's
Yeah, it's nice. I like
yeah, I
it.
like it a
You
lot.
got a little logo. Who made your logo?
Adam Meakin.
That is nice.
Because I'm actually an official member now of the panel of Ballbusters.
I
Before,
heard you when I was listening to the Expelled No Intelligence Allowed there. Yeah, that's good.
yeah, they had me on the intro, but the intro got copyright struck, so they haven't been able to play the Ballbusters intro for a while. But I had my logo in the intro. It was so cool.
Yeah, I was just talking about Adam Meakin because he's the one that was on Iron Realm Media, which they told me that. I don't know if that they're still doing stuff, but that's what I remember him from.
Sorry, my attention's super divided right now.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, you got to focus on your family there.
Anyone want to debate?
Sure, bring up a topic.
Yeah, the debate proposition is that the Earth is not a sphere. Do you accept that?
No.
Do you agree with it?
I agree with it. Wait. The Earth is not a sphere.
So you affirm the proposition as being true?
I would say the Earth is a oblate spheroid, not a perfect sphere. So are you talking about a perfect sphere, or is oblate spheroid close?
So do you affirm the proposition or not?
I affirm the proposition that the Earth is not a perfect sphere.
Well, no, that wasn't the proposition, though. That's on the table. It's a different proposition.
Which is the Earth is a sphere? Say it again?
Yeah. Yeah, do you affirm that proposition?
No.
Okay, so you affirm the negation of that proposition?
Yes. That the Earth is not a sphere.
Yeah, go ahead and give the argument for that.
Argument by scientific authority that says that the Earth is not a perfect sphere. It is instead an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, so that's not an argument. Argument is going to be following a valid rule of inference. You brain dead retard. You want to try one more time?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not a brain dead retard at all.
Yeah, you are. Now you.
That was easy. I think he didn't even know that there was a difference between sphere and oblate spheroid. He just wanted to argue.
Yeah, another one of those idiots. I think he was trying to follow a script, and you threw him off the script.
I knew what he was saying. I did that on purpose, but maybe that was a little bit unkind. But
I know.
He deserved it.
I was listening going, I think Matthew's got him here. And he couldn't follow his own script.
So Matthew,
Yeah.
if you claim there is oblate spheroid, why you post, let's say, between quotes, photos from NASA? And I don't see that oblate spheroid. So what's going on in your mind? You are contradicting yourself. How about you go get some photo from NASA with that oblate spheroid?
The oblateness is so slight that it looks like a sphere.
Oh, it's so slight that you cannot see it. So it's a sphere now. How about you go get some from NASA, that oblate spheroid?
So what are you saying? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yeah, you always love to post, let's say, between quotes, photos from NASA. I never see that oblate spheroid from your photos that you posted, so I don't know. How can you say it's oblate spheroid when you are posting stuff from NASA and I don't see that?
Oh, because the pictures don't show the oblateness. We know it's oblate.
So there's no oblate. So where is that oblate? If the photos that let's say supposedly photos between quotes that you posted, and is always circular, what is that spheroid?
Because the difference between the oblate spheroid and the sphere is so small that it doesn't show up in the pictures.
It's like saying, oh, it's not there. You cannot see it. So why are you talking about oblate spheroid
there's
when
a difference
you post
between
stuff
saying it's
from
not
NASA
there
and
and
it's
you can't
always
see it.
circular?
No, you're right. There is a difference, though, between saying it's not there and it's not visible. Those are different things. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, you say it's oblate spheroid, but when you post those, let's say, picture from NASA, it's not there. So what's your point? You are contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not contradicting it. I'm just saying that there's a difference between what it is and how it appears.
You see, you talk, oh, it's oblate spheroid. And where is that photo of that? Oh, you cannot see it. Is that radius 67 times larger?
So how many times larger? What are you saying?
67 times larger. Is that radius 67 times larger? Or not?
The polar radius is smaller than the equatorial radius. That's what makes it an oblate spheroid in our model.
Yeah, what is the distance to that geometric horizon on your ball Earth with a 1 foot observer's height? Where is that geometric horizon? Distance to the horizon?
Like 3 miles?
3 miles?
For every foot? 6 feet?
Okay, the Black Swan, if you use the formula from University of Washington, Department of Mathematics, it's 1.22 miles. You say 3 miles, but the first Sol rig in the Black Swan is 6 miles. So I don't see that geometric horizon there. So.
That's right.
I'm gonna post this from the Black Swan. You are a math professor, maybe you can check it. So if you count the horizon behind the second oil rig, 10 miles, I'm gonna post, if you do these calculations, that's when I say 67 times larger. Maybe you can check it if you want. I just post it. I think it's correct, right? That's calculation right there.
Oh yeah,
if you count, correct. I did post it. 31 minutes past the hour. Calculating the radius, accounting at 1 foot observer's height, 10 miles distance to the horizon in the Black Swan. At least 10 miles.
Yeah, that calculation looks correct.
Okay, so that's when I see is that radius 67 times larger.
Oh no, I don't think the radius is that large. No.
So we have a big problem, we can spend all the day talking about, oh, there's curve, oh, there's no curve. But when people went to the field and check it, about it, that curve and is not there, so...
Well, sometimes it's there, sometimes not, right? Sometimes you can see the bottom of the oil rigs and sometimes you can't.
Well, yeah, it's there's...
Yeah, so why are there changes?
If there's wind, and there's some little waves, of course you will not see it.
So the atmosphere changes what you see.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the water. When there's some disturbance in the water, of course you will not see it further away. But yeah, I have seen days that I cannot see mountains that belong to Spain because weather conditions. I see this white haze. And when there's those boats appearing like hovering, the looming. If you watch the background, it's so hard to distinguish where is the horizon because something is going on with the air.
Yeah, I agree with you that sometimes the atmospheric effects make it hard to see where the horizon is, or the boats go up or down, or whatever. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, and even when people are fishing or there's some fog, and light at the same time. It's so difficult to where is the horizon. You almost cannot see it. Like I can post something like that. Let's see. Visibility. I have a photo with like this. It's so hard to Discord. I'm gonna post it. Okay. This one, it's so hard. Where is the horizon? Some fog going on.
Yeah, it's kind of hidden in there. You can't tell.
What I want to, if I can, I want to ask you, what do you think about that TFE? The final experiment. What do you think?
I would call it the final expedition or the final experience. So I think that Whitsitt went down there and he saw the sun above the horizon for 24 hours, including it being straight south.
Yeah, and Geron, right? So
yeah, all of them saw it appear straight south.
Yeah, but isn't suspicious to you? Those guys were, let's say, flat earthers, and they are just looking at the sky, and looking at the sky doesn't prove the ground. You don't think that's suspicious?
No, not at all. I think we should take all data points into consideration, and looking at the sky to figure out how cosmology works is fine, I think.
So, but how looking at the sky I can prove the ground?
Oh, because you can see something that is external to your reference frame, something farther away. Kind of like looking out the window of a car is a helpful way to understand which direction you're facing or how fast the car is moving.
Yeah, but looking at the window, let's say, even looking at the sky, I don't see the roads. So
right. But you can tell things about where you are by looking out the window and by looking up in the sky. The point being that if there's only one sun, they're seeing it directly to the south of them while it was directly overhead in Perth, Australia.
Yeah, I have seen, not just me, but other people, Whitsitt, time-lapse, and there was some stuff going on with that. In the sky, we see these black lines forming a right triangle. Some people claim, oh, that's because of the cameras. But why did Whitsitt or someone went to that specific video and just blur it? And
well, I don't think they blurred anything. I believe him when he said that he saw the sun directly south of him. I'm talking
about this time lapse. The video did post it.
Right. The time lapse clearly shows that the sun was at all directions. If there's any direction you're looking for, you could see the sun there at some point.
Yeah, but I was talking about different stuff. Let's see.
So wait, are you saying that you don't think they saw it to the south of them?
No, I was talking about these black lines.
Black lines in the video at Union Glacier?
In the sky. Let's see.
Oh, I don't think... Yeah, I think that's just an artifact of like the video. I don't think they actually saw black lines. I'm asking what you think they actually saw.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these And then
So when they saw the
we
sun
said
at
what
midnight,
someone did change it. I'm talking about this.
yeah, that looks like an artifact of the video or something about it. I don't think they actually
I
saw those
triangle.
white things.
In this one, you can see.
Yeah, the question is, what did they see? Not what artifacts can you find in the video. So that black line was not in the sky. That didn't actually exist, right?
It's not about this. It's not about that. You see, even the time lapse there. The 20
Yeah, so you're complaining about there being like artifacts in the video. Fair enough.
No. I was talking. First, it was. You can see even the time. 22 minutes 06.
Right.
So.
And in that video, there are these weird artifacts.
This, but he did change it. He or someone did went to edit the video. To hide it.
They might have posted. They might have posted higher.
The question is why they have to change it.
I don't think they did change it on purpose. I think they showed a earlier version with a lower resolution, and then when they had time to upload the full version, they did that. I don't think they actually saw black lines in the sky.
That's your thinking about it.
Right. So the question remains: did they see the sun directly to the south?
No. I was talking about he did post this. Witzel did post this. The question is why does someone has to change it?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Yeah. So it's more say you just don't know. So something suspicious.
Do you have a positive claim about it? Do you have a reason for why they changed it?
No, it's just suspicious to me.
Okay, fine. It's suspicious. They suspiciously posted something with artifacts.
If you go to some place and you do a time lapse and you share it, and someone found some problem there, and then you go there and you change it, then what's going on? Why you have to change it?
I don't know. Maybe that's suspicious. Maybe it's just an artifact. Maybe it's suspicious. The question remains: what did they actually see?
Yeah, I was not there. Okay. Watching.
Do you believe Witsit when he said? Do you believe Witsit when he said he saw the sun to the south of them?
Yeah, I don't know about that because
you don't know if you believe him.
I don't know how those guys can prove the ground. Just watching.
They're not proving anything. I'm asking if you believe their words, the words that they said.
I don't have to believe nothing. I don't have to believe those guys.
I believe them.
They can. You can believe it.
Right, I believe
they saw the sun circling around 360 degrees.
Right, that's what they said.
It's up to them, but that doesn't prove anything about the ground.
Well, like hearsay doesn't prove anything. You're right about that, but it's an interesting observation, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, at the same time, there's other people. They went to Antarctica, and. Even a Navy sergeant and the guy never saw the 24th sun. So,
right, because it only happens in November and December, and you can only see it if it's not cloudy.
That guy. So, November and December is summertime there, right?
Right.
Okay. So that guy went 7 times there. It's a Navy sergeant. The guy went there 7 times, and he wanted to see that 24th sun, and he never see it.
Yeah. So it sounds like It sounds like you might be implying that the absence of evidence is evidence of absence, but we know that's not true. Just because you don't see something doesn't mean it's not true.
So the guy wanted to see at the summertime, this Navy sergeant wanted to see the 24th sun, but he never saw it. And we have these guys, the TFE guys. They went there and you see some problems in the time lapses. And so what's going on? I'm just putting the table, What's going on? Why that Navy sergeant never saw that 24th?
Probably, my guess is that it was super cloudy because, it's pretty cloudy down there very often. So, did he say whether it was cloudy or whether it was clear?
You see, you are putting cloudy.
Now I'm asking reasonable questions. That's a problem?
No, you see, so you have to defend it. So now you are.
No, I'm just asking a question. What did he see?
Yeah, he just saw the night.
Navy sergeant. What did he see?
Yeah, you saw at his right arm, so at east, from that location, from Antarctica, he saw night, and he saw the moon there, and it was dark. And at left, he saw daylight. Nothing more.
So what's wrong with that? I mean, it depends on where he was and what day it was, right?
So it was light at east and daylight at west, and that's it.
Yeah. So what you need to do is figure out what day it was and what their location was. So at Union Glacier, we know what day it was, that Witsit was there, and where they were.
So Union Glacier, if you from that location you go to the coastline, and then you see that there's the Drake Passage, from that coastline until the South America continent, southest point, and Weddell Sea and the Drake Passage. So that's the 7 times that Navy Sergeant did navigate, and he went to land at Antarctic.
Yeah, so Drake Passage is not far enough south to see the 24-hour sun.
And the Weddell Sea is, maybe you can check Weddell Sea, where is it?
Well, so you have to be far enough south to see the 24-hour sun. If you're up near Drake Passage, I don't think you'll see it, but you have to go as far south as Union Glacier.
I'm talking Weddell Sea. If you check Weddell Sea, search about it, from that location, you'll see it. Let me see if I have something about that. It is a search a long time ago, but you see the Weddell Sea and the Union Glacier camp. But even watching that, let's say, a map from the globe,